Forgotten Trails. Book number 5 of the Montana Trails. Clearwater County World. By Bonnie R. Paulson. A forgotten world of what-ifs and ranches, where a cowboy and Native American woman aren't playing games. When a Native American Salish woman seeks out her past, she must challenge her beliefs in herself and her family or lose her chance at love. Reikia has always prided herself in her heritage in the Salish community in northwestern Montana. When she finds out her dad isn't her biological father, Reikia determines it's time to find out the truth everyone has kept hidden. In turmoil over the loss of a beloved family member, Damon is starting to see his actions for what they were and seeks retribution in ways he can't understand. He once hurt a girl like Reikia in the past. His need to make it up to her and assuage his guilt overwhelms him, forcing him to pursue a friendship with Reikia when her aloofness would normally discourage him from trying further. Will Damon's need to fix his guilty past mess with Reikia's need to find herself? Or will they both diminish into the forgotten world of what-ifs and ranches? Grab the next installment of the Montana Trail series and continue in this family saga worth risking your heart for. Prologue. Dear reader, this is Reikia's story and part of it takes place during Stephanie's story, some of it even takes place before. You're going to see Emma's funeral again. She didn't die twice. I want you to understand the time frame. As you continue on this journey, you're going to see parts of the Montana trails that need redemption, need love, need forgiveness, and then you'll get to watch them find grace. There is so much goodness wrapped up in this family. I hope you see a little bit of your own in it. With so much going on with this amazing family, you can't help but fall in love with each member. Their struggles and triumphs have me wrapped around their fingers. Please enjoy and thanks for riding this journey with me. Chapter 1. Reikia. Reikia shifted on the crease of the back seat. Sleeping in her car hadn't gotten any easier in the months since she'd started her search. Her long legs didn't fit well and were cramped in a familiar but uncomfortable bent position to the side. She groaned, leaning up and cramming a folded towel under her right hip. Come on. Reikia blinked blearily into the pre-dawn peachiness of the sky. Would she ever sleep normal again? Find the peace of a restful night in a proper bed with sheets and blankets? Nowhere felt like home. She didn't belong anywhere, and that was the worst part of all of it. Would she ever get used to not being wanted? Well, everyone wanted her except her own father. At least that was the story. That was what she'd been chasing after for so long. Why couldn't she be like other girls and long for a guy with the nicest car? Or dream of a trip to Europe? Better yet, have goals and plans to work toward like her best friends, Cyan and Sherry? Brushing black silky hair off her shoulder, she blew air toward the ceiling of her blue Ford Escort. Wear and tear in the gray interior hid itself well in the dim lighting. She could almost imagine she slept in the back of a brand new car. Could she finish the lies in the postcard she was writing to her mom and stepdad? They wanted her so badly to be happy and satisfied with who she was as well as her family, her culture, even with how she'd been raised. And she wanted that, too. She wanted it more than anything in the world, other than happiness. She wanted to be satisfied with who she was. But she had to know why he hadn't wanted her. Why he'd never come back. Didn't he know he'd left a huge hole in her life? She didn't even remember him, and her mom hadn't kept any pictures of him. Everyone had worked so hard to erase his presence from their lives. Yet, Reikia knew. She'd suspected and then found out. From what her grandmother had said, Reikia had actually never met him. He'd never come back to see the baby he'd created in an illicit encounter. At least, that's how Reikia envisioned it. If he'd known her mother, there's no way he could have left. If Reikia had never met him, would something deep inside her recognize him as her father? She got it though. She understood the lack of information about him. Why would her mom keep reminders of an affair around? Reikia was the shame no one wanted to address directly. She got it. She really did. Plus, Mason Two Claw, her stepdad, treated her like he was her real dad. He never made her feel like she was less than what he wanted. He'd never made comments that alluded to the fact that she was less than one of his real children. As far as he was concerned, Reikia was his daughter, and that was that. No one tried to convince her she was anything else. There were no questions about Maverick Two Claw, or MT, her older brother's origins. He could be a cookie cutter of their dad. With a straight proud brow and angular jaw, he bore the Salish regal looks with nobility. He even had the slow-to-burn, quick-to-explode temper infamous in the tribe. Lost in early morning memories, Rachiah clenched her jaw. Throwing an arm across her eyes, Rachiah blinked at the tears as she vividly remembered the morning she'd discovered her mother's secrets. The pain she'd uncovered. Rachiah had run through the house, throwing open doors and calling out through the empty halls. "Mom, do you have my birth certificate? I need it for a passport to go with Sherry and Cyan to London." Rachiah hadn't even tried hiding her excitement. Cyan's parents had more money and they knew what to do with, and they constantly spoiled all three of the girlfriends. And London? That was unheard of. Her mom hadn't answered, and Rachiah had been too excited, too impatient, and she'd rushed into her parents' bedroom to search the black file cabinet inside the closet. She had rifled through manila folders and files, stopping when she found one titled, Certificates. She pulled out her birth certificate and hardly glanced at the names. The closet didn't stink, just had a dustier scent and was colder than the rest of the house. In the shadows, with sleeves from hanging shirts and bulky jackets butting against her, Rachiah stubbed her toe on the corner of one of her dad's boots. She put the paper down on the still open drawer and raised her foot to squeeze the offended area. In the slits of light, her gaze landed on the fathered by line. Two Claw wasn't there. No. Not Two Claw. Howard. Jeffrey Howard. His scribbled signature with its slanty Y and loopy Fs had branded itself into Rachiah's mind. She'd pushed out of the closet, leaving the drawer open. She studied the paper, held closely to her face. Walking slowly into the living room, she hadn't looked away from the official certificate aloft in her fingers as she continued staring at her parentage. Her mom stood at the kitchen counter, talking with MT. She turned, glancing at Rachiah and smiling. She held up a finger. "I'll have to check for you." "I don't think but she saw the paper in Rachiah's hands and covered her mouth. She blinked in horror. Shaking her head, she choked on her words. "Rachiah, she squeezed her eyes tight, then opened them to pierce Rachiah with regret, shame, and guilt. Rachiah didn't raise her voice. "You're not going to deny it? No excuses? Nothing?" Demanding answers and begging for something that was her right wasn't her style. After an indeterminable amount of time marked with MT shifting in his leather boots as he glanced between them questioningly, Rachiah had nodded, turning on her heel to escape to her room. She cried herself to sleep that night and almost every other one since. Most importantly, she'd never asked her parents anything about the glaring name or brought the situation up with them again. No. That would have been too easy. She'd had to go behind their backs and ask her grandparents, visit the reservation's gossip who gleefully shared multiple confusing versions of the story, sneak through her parents' file cabinet when they weren't there. Basically, do everything she could think of to find out as much information as possible without actually asking her parents about the truth. As far as she knew, they still didn't know where she'd gone. At least, she hadn't told them. Not yet. She wasn't ready to talk to them about anything. Why would they tell her the truth now? Why did she have to discover the lies before the truth would come to light? If they were going to lie to her, then she didn't have to be upfront with them. That was the truth. That was her reality. Rachiah hadn't told anyone, except her friends. But her determined need to keep things from her parents didn't mean her friends hadn't told someone. Ashamed by the whole situation, Rachiah had left the reservation on a quest only she could define. She couldn't face the fact her parents had lied so horribly to her. This wasn't a Santa or tooth fairy lie. This was a betrayal. She had to know about her father. Reikia had to know. She just did. What if he wasn't Salish? What if he was, gulp, Cherokee? Or Kootenai? Or Sioux? He obviously didn't live on the reservation, or the rumor mill would have tagged him years ago. She'd always focused on learning Salish and all of the cultural aspects of the tribe. The fact that she might be something else was a little disconcerting. Living her whole life with the assurances she was full Native American, Salish, only to find out her parents hadn't been honest with her from the start, stung. Maybe her bloodlines weren't as pristine as she'd always believed. What if she wasn't even full Native American? With a name like Howard, could she be partially white? Or European, or whatever it was called? She couldn't go back to the impersonation of sleep she'd been attempting. There was nothing for her to dream about in the early morning chill. While she sat there and contemplated the things she should do, she sighed. Her musings wouldn't make the postcard write itself. She rolled as much as she could to the side of her back seat, sitting up and grabbing the abandoned card and pen from the front passenger side seat. Before she could change her mind, she hunched over the card. Scribbling as fast as she could, Reikia mouthed the words she printed. "Hi, I'm doing good. The weather is great. Not sure where I'm heading next. Love, Reikia." Mom and Dad didn't have her address, because she didn't have one. She dropped random cards along the way so they wouldn't alert the authorities. The next morning was as good as any to toss the curt note in the mail. Or rather, that morning. She would have time once the stores around town started opening up. As it was still too early to do much of anything, which was rough. She desperately needed to use the restroom. She stared at the extra postcard, the one she'd gotten with Damon in mind. A postcard. Reikia snorted into the silence of her car. How impersonal when he continued calling her to check on her and asking Sherry about her. Sherry texted her frequently to let Reikia know he was interested. But Reikia wasn't sure she was worth the interest. She appreciated his attentions, but the wedding hadn't exactly been her idea of a dating ground. But oh, his eyes and the angle of his forearms when he'd rolled up his sleeves. The few times she saw him had been brief, and he'd seemed genuinely interested in her and what she said. Not many men were. Sighing, she pushed the card away. He was white. She couldn't date him with that fact blinding her to everything else. Racism wasn't the problem. She loved all cultures. The weight of the responsibility of the Salish people pulled at her. There were only a handful of full-blooded Salish in her generation, and they weren't encouraged to date anyone but each other unless of course there was a marriage arranged with a different tribe, like from the coast. Then there was no dating whatsoever encouraged by anyone. Reikia wasn't matched per se to anyone. Her options, though, were few and unappealing. One of the men she'd been told was appropriate worked as a bartender at the casino at the reservation, and he was almost 15 years older than her. She shuddered when she remembered his beady black eyes staring at her, taking her inventory, when they'd been introduced at a tribal gathering. Proving how desperate the Salish community had become, her father suggested she date him with a grimace on his lips. Even to him, it was bitter to even contemplate. Yet, he'd still suggested it, because nothing was as important as preserving the culture of the people, the bloodline, and the family name. Her phone rang. Only Cyan would call her at 5:30 in the morning. She knew Reikia didn't sleep. She'd even teased Reikia when she found out where Reikia was sleeping. "Hello?" She answered like she had no idea who would be calling her. Of course, Reikia knew it was Cyan, but she loved teasing her friend. "Reikia, I know you have caller ID." "It's me." An edge to Cyan's tone suggested she didn't have a lot to be happy about. Tears in her voice caught Reikia's attention. Furrowing her brow, Reikia dropped the smile on her lips. "What's wrong, Cy?" Reikia sat all the way up in the back of the car. Her shoulders pushed against the glass of the back window. Her head bent painfully to the side as she adjusted her bedding. Cyan's voice broke on a sob as her words tumbled over the line. Emma is even sicker. I don't know what to do. I feel awful. Stephanie asked me to help her with the loan. My dad's helping her. I don't know if money can do any good. We're probably going to lose the house. Or they are anyway. She sighed, the silence filled with worry. Then Cyan spoke again. I'm sorry. You didn't run down to Wyoming to hear all about this. What's going on down there? Did you find him? I haven't heard from you in a few days. Rachiah's phone beeped. She was almost out of battery and her car charger didn't work unless the car was running. Gas wasn't expendable when her funds ran low consistently. Cyan, I'll have to get back to you. My phone is about to die. Can I call you later? Her friend agreed and they hung up. Reikia didn't want to go into the details with her. Or anyone. She didn't want to admit her failures. She hadn't found her dad in all that time, in all those years of looking for more information around the reservation. Finally, when she had gathered enough nerve to actually go in search of him, every step had been more failure than success. She'd been pushed past the point of knowing what exactly she was searching for. She couldn't tell anyone she didn't have it in her to find out he really didn't want anything to do with her. Not Cyan. Not Sherry. Not even Damon with the few times they'd spoken. The persistence with which Damon pursued Reikia endeared him into her thoughts. Her mind kept returning to him, the blonde waves in his hair and the blue in his eyes. She had never been drawn to the dark looks of her Salish brothers. They all looked too much like her. The dark hair, dark skin, and dark eyes. Something about Damon's golden boy persona, enhanced with his charming smile, appealed to her even more. When they talked though, and he asked about her internal struggles and what she was going through, he reached past the physical, the aesthetics, and became more. That, in all honesty, was the most frightening reality of them all, past the abandonment of her father, the lies from her mother, and the desertion of her self-identity. Yet, she couldn't get attached to him. He'd eventually desert her, too. Reikia didn't have time for the emotions he stirred in her though. She couldn't call him anyway. Her money was keeping it so she wouldn't be able to charge her phone until she'd exhausted all the leads in North Fork, Wyoming, and was moving on. The fact that he was off limits was probably what made him so appealing. Maybe she needed to mess with him a couple times, and get it out of her system. She heard of other women in her tribe doing exactly that. The men were a given. Everyone needed to get the blonde craving out of their system. Her stepdad used to say that as a joke. Her mother had always hushed him. Reikia didn't even care why her dad had left. The details wrapped up in intentions and emotions muddied facts. He had to want his daughter. Maybe he didn't know what would happen. Maybe he was called away on an emergency. Something kept him away from her. The dream she'd had since finding out consisted of a tall, dark Indian warrior riding a horse toward her. His features were obscured by the sun glaring behind him. He reached down his hand to the little girl she was in her dream and he scooped her onto the back of his horse. She would ride away with her daddy. She shook her head, pulling a brush through her long hair. Those were the dreams of a little girl trapped in a woman's body. Reikia wanted acceptance. For some reason, the one man who didn't want her was the one man who could make her feel whole again. She hoped. She arched backwards, pulling her jeans up over her hips. After buttoning them, she flipped her static-induced hair back into a ponytail. The small car bounced with her movements. Her thoughts turned back to what Cyan had said. Emma was sick again. They might lose the ranch. All of the things that Reikia wasn't in an emotional place to face. She couldn't help with someone else's heartbreak and she couldn't even figure out how to get away from her own. She stopped moving and stared out the side window down the empty street. Blinking heavily, she longed to go home, back to who she was before she'd found out about Jeffrey Howard. before she discovered she wasn't who she'd been taught she was. She shook off the melancholy and tightened her jaw. She had a mission to complete. Self-assigned or not, she would do what she set out to do. So, what if she didn't know what her next steps were? She had to figure something out. There was no point just being there in that little town, with no idea what to do next. The ever-present question reared its ugly head. Where would she go that day to find out more? Start with your lists, Kaya. Her voice in the silence of the car jerked her to an awareness of the present. The corner of the tattered notebook he kept her information in poked from beneath her scrunched pillow. She grasped it, yanking the spiral-bound mess fully from its hiding place. In North Fork, Wyoming, she had a bunch of questions to ask. She'd driven in late the night before and couldn't ask anything. Opting to sleep in her car under the trees, she didn't have the lay of the land yet. But now she was there and ready to check things out. The only place that would be open that early would be a cafe or a diner. She crawled over her version of furniture, huffing as she settled into the front driver's seat. How sad that her dashboard doubled as a table and she had food enough to use it. Rubbing her hands together, Reikia squinted at the digital clock in the center of the dash. 5:37. Okay, not too bad still. In the cold, she would welcome the chance to turn on the heater as she drove further into town. She turned the old motor over, wincing as the belt whined. She didn't have time to tighten it. Rachiah liked working on engines and motors and other car stuff. Her biological father had been a mechanic on the reservation until he left. At least that's what her Mima told her. The small-town North Fork diner claimed the southern corner of Main Street. Rachiah parked a half a block away to keep her options open. She could walk the short distance in the early morning light. She zipped her jacket against the fall air, brisk at the higher elevation. Even with the trees around her and the promise of a warm day, the night had been unforgiving, dropping many degrees into a very chilly, very frosty temperature. Her car had held the warmth better than she'd thought it would. Tucking her hands into her jean pockets, she lengthened her stride as she tackled the uneven concrete sidewalk toward the diner. A neon "open" sign above the glass door zipped on. The red light glowed bright in the wakening morning. She pushed the doors open, triggering bells to jingle. As if out of nowhere, Reikia certainly hadn't seen them on the street. A group of 5 or 6 older men walked in behind her, quietly brooding. They all claimed seats as if pre-assigned at the counter. An older man with gray hair peeking out from under a worn Republican Party hat poked his finger at the empty mugs already in place. Marla? The waitress, her hair tight in a French braid, with a polo t-shirt as her uniform, approached them with a carafe of coffee. You guys got here just in time. Fresh off the burner. Marla, you know we don't like to talk until our second cup. Another man on the far end hunkered over his mug as the steam rose from the freshly poured coffee, blurring the dark edges of his eyebrows and the hulking mass of his nose. Reikia wouldn't close her eyes, even though she desperately wanted to as she breathed in the aroma of the richly brewed drink. Coffee. One of her favorite scents on earth. She tucked her hand into her pocket, feeling for any change that might have been left there. 82 cents. That's all she had. The rest of her money was in larger bills she didn't have the courage to break. She only had $50 to her name. If she spent those, she wouldn't have the gas to get home. She approached the cash register area slowly, hesitant to interrupt the familiar exchange between the customers and the waitress. The waitress looked over, her hand on her hip. What can I get you, honey? Reikia shifted on the clean linoleum. She shot a nervous glance at the watching men and cleared her throat before speaking. I'm looking for a man named Jeffrey Howard. I was told I could find him here. In North Fork. The waitress shook her head as she considered the name. I don't know anyone by that name. Gentlemen? She looked to the men at the counter. Some of them didn't even open their eyes to acknowledge they'd heard Marla. Except the one on the end with the admitted addiction to coffee, opened one eye and peered down at Reikia. He elbowed the man next to him and spoke with a slight slur. Isn't that the new handyman's name? Ratchets? I thought I heard him say that when he was in the interview. Over at Cook's Automotive. The man pointed at Reikia with a shaky finger. They don't open until 9. But he'll be down there. Ratchet. I'm pretty sure that's the guy. The air left her lungs in a whoosh and she gripped the edge of the counter to her left and blinked past the black and red spots swirling in her vision. Grandpa had said that Reikia's name was the closest Jewel, Reikia's mom, could get to Ratchet. After a few moments to gather herself, Reikia nodded softly. She refused to acknowledge the questioning glances of the group of men and the studying gaze of Marla. Thank you very much. Was he really that close? Had she really just reached the end of her journey? She'd thought so much about where she was going next and how she would get to the next clue, she'd never really thought about what to say when she accomplished her goal of finding him. Could it be him? Was he only a few blocks down? Was she so close to meeting her dad? What did she tell him? Daddy, I'm here. Reikia came from Ratchet. It was too much of a coincidence not to be true. He had a Christian name, yet he continued carrying Ratchet around. That was the one solid lead she'd had since she started. Stick with the name, Mima had said. Stick with his name. Ratchet. Reikia came from Ratchet. Chapter 2. Damon. Damon pushed the end button on the phone. He banged the small device against his forehead, grunting. The least you can do, Reikia, is answer my calls. Or at least return them. He didn't know how to do the texting thing yet. It wasn't his phone anyway. He and Ryland shared it among other things. At the moment, though, Ryland didn't need it. He was sleeping. Damon didn't mean to make late-night calls, but he couldn't get a hold of Reikia during the day. Not when he was out riding ranches. He and Ryland would be finishing up a job as it was. They had to be out the next day. Work was hard to find with the entirety of the Montana trails, as the family liked to call themselves. With everyone's different demands in their personal lives, a similar work locale was hard to nail down. Nate didn't want to leave Emma's side since her cancer returned. The whole thing was messed up. Ryland and Damon both adored Emma. If she died, they would feel the loss as hard as everyone else. She was a special woman and it wasn't easy to see Nate had found a good one. Ryland emerged from the bathroom. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. Glancing at Damon's hand gripping the phone, he nodded. You're still chasing Reikia? Isn't that taking your need for forgiveness a little far? Ryland didn't understand. What Damon needed forgiveness for went a lot deeper than name-calling. It's not Reikia. I don't need redemption from her. His mutterings reached Ryland. His brother lunged across the living room. Headed straight for Damon as if his entire plan was to flatten Damon to the ground. Damon didn't flinch as his younger brother clapped his hands on Damon's shoulders. His rough voice was low and filled with pain as Ryland stared into Damon's eyes. Stop. Melissa Metcalf was not your fault. I don't know what happened to her. Her family didn't move because of you. Mom always said they went back to the reservation. It wasn't your fault. You weren't old enough to cause real lasting harm. How many times had Damon heard this from Ryland? Damon wasn't stupid. No way could he make an entire family move just because of some actions of an 8-year-old boy. But then he'd been 9, and 10, and 11, and 12. He hadn't stopped teasing Melissa. He hadn't redirected the bullying he had set onto her until her and her family moved away when they were 15. Damon glanced down as he tucked the cell phone in his pocket. He still didn't have the guts to tell Ryland about the time and she had shown up with a brand new haircut at school. Her long black hair had swept her waist. She'd been glowing. So excited to have a new haircut with layers and bangs. Her family was about as poor as Ryland's. New dresses and new clothes were not something that they got, let alone a professional hairstyle, which hers obviously was. He tore through her self-esteem, made comments, joked about her hair. He even threw in comments about her clothes. Other kids joined in, because that's what kids did. They joined in, they were cruel. Damon blinked back, guilty tears stinging his eyes. He'd never forget the look of shame on her face. By the end of the day, her happiness had wilted. She had started to twist her hair around her finger, dampening the strands with nervous perspiration and leaving her hair stringy and unkempt looking. Everyone focused on her. And not on Damon's too tight of jeans with too short of cuffs. No one focused on his unmatching socks. At least not for the short amount of time that they looked toward her and the audacity she had to try to be anything other than what she was. He'd never forgive himself for being such a coward. For being such a bully. He had to make it up to her. Something about Rachiah reminded Damon of Melissa. She could have been Melissa's older sister. It wasn't in the way she carried herself or even that they were similar in personalities. No, it was more along the lines of the angle of her eyes and the dark silky shine of her hair. Damon didn't have a lot of money growing up either. Now it seemed like he had nothing to spend his money on, so he had all kinds of money in the bank. He, somehow, had to make it up to Melissa. Maybe if he could make it up to her, then he wouldn't feel so guilty for wanting Reikia like he did. He was interested in the Salish woman with her snappy retorts and the straight posture in her shoulders. The dark depths of her eyes hid something he hoped to understand one day. Overall, he longed to be free from the guilt around his adolescent mistakes and find forgiveness so he could move on. Well, I think you should stop fixating. Maybe what you need to do is go on a vacation or something. Get out of your own head for a bit. Ryland shrugged, heading toward the bunks they shared in the loft of their current almost-over job. Damon did have a lot of money. Instead of a vacation or something, maybe if he found Melissa, he could take her for a day at the spa or whatever women did. He needed to do something, anything to help her realize she was so much more than poor. If she was lucky, she would be wealthy and, in the position, to make him feel like a bug. He would appreciate seeing that. He would love to see that she'd improved so much more than he had. She deserved it. When had Reikia become Melissa in his head? Except, they weren't the same. Maybe it was the fact that no matter what he did, he couldn't get through to Reikia. He was searching for her in much the same way he searched for Melissa. The only thing separating them in his mind's eye was his attraction to Reikia. He'd never felt that way toward Melissa. Both were out of his reach in more ways than one, and that was driving him insane. Reikia represented more than a date. His dogged persistence testified she had a pull on him. More than regret, more than guilt. There was something strong enough he couldn't stop. Her aloof attitude enhanced his need to befriend her. What if he could make his amends to Reikia, make her feel appreciated? Would the entire universe of things somehow let him earn back whatever he'd done to Melissa? The things he'd said to Melissa and done to her had to leave scars, they had to. He hadn't been nice. At least, not when other kids were around. His actions left scars on his heart, they had to have affected her. I'll think of something. I'm not worried about it. We have that new job coming up anyway. How long do we have again until we're supposed to be there? I just want to get things done. Changing the subject yet again, Damon handed the phone to Ryland. You missed a call. A few weeks. If they still want us. Ryland pressed the red button indicating he had a voicemail. After listening to the message, he turned the phone off and glanced toward Damon. New job. They want us to help tomorrow. That will kill the downtime some. He tilted his head to the side and rolled his shoulder, nonchalantly trying to cover his excitement for another job opportunity. Damon narrowed his eyes at Ryland. Doing what? Jobs were scarce in Montana, with the recession running in and the beef prices low. The last thing they needed was a job that wouldn't pay well. They needed money. Everyone did. Ryland laughed and swung his arms back and forth at chest level. He shook his head, his eyebrows raised. You're not going to like it. But, hey, a job's a job. Cyan got us a place on the reservation. We'll be working for MT. Just a ways down from the house we're renting. He smirked. Sherry, Kyle's girl, and her friend had secured a place on the reservation for them to rent while they waited for the job near Colby to start. They were headed that way the next morning. Working for MT, Rachiah's brother, on Rachiah's reservation didn't give Damon hope he'd see her again. Instead, he had to worry about the Blackhawk gang. Things were not looking up. Damon tilted his head forward. Shock sent his limbs limp. What? Working for MT? That guy does not like white guys, and you know it. Plus, he hasn't liked any of us since Sherry got with Kyle. Not that MT's feelings had ever been soft toward the trails prior to that. He just always loved Sherry, and everyone knew it. Well, he can't get any of the tribesmen to help. So, he's willing to pay laborers from off-reservation to get the work done. Ryland shrugged, screwing his mouth to the side. Honestly, I don't care if he likes us. I'm not asking to marry him. He wants us to work, and you know they pay well. Damon considered what Ryland said. He didn't like downtime. If they said no, would MT talk his dad into refusing to rent to Damon and Ryland? They didn't have anywhere else to stay. He could ante up and get a hotel, but if Nate ever heard they did that, they would get a butt chewing. The reservation wasn't far from Bella Acres. As much as Damon wanted to stay at his cousin's, he couldn't impose on Emma and the pain she had to be going through. Ryland and Damon had agreed they wouldn't stay at the Rourke house, not with everything else going on. Not with Emma's brother there, and Cyan visiting every once in a while. With Emma's family running in and out, Damon and Ryland didn't think they could handle seeing Emma weaker and frilier any more than usual. She was dying. They couldn't take it. Damon and Ryland couldn't handle the loss more than anyone else. Jerking his chin upwards, Damon rubbed at his elbow, already irritated with the job but fully aware they needed the money. All right, doing what? Ryland grinned, cocking his eyebrow. Your favorite. Posting and fence work. Damon hung his head, mock groaning. Great. I can't wait to dig the post holes. MT didn't need help with ranch work. He needed someone to do the grunt work. At least the pay would be good. The reservation paid them awesome on the last job. Hopefully, they didn't have to deal with too much of the reservation residents' crap. MT wasn't the nicest guy to the whites, especially those who worked for him. How would he treat Damon, if the man knew about Damon's feelings for Reikia? Damon would probably be running for a shotgun blast. That thought only made him set his lips as he looked down at the phone. His feelings for Reikia didn't matter and wouldn't matter if she never got back to him. He would never have a chance at making her feel anything for him if he never got to interact with her. That just wasn't going to do. Maybe he would get a chance to see her on the reservation. Maybe he could talk to her there, ask her what was going on and find out what he could do to help her. Chapter 3. Reikia. Reikia didn't want to stick around the diner with its plethora of scents ranging from crisping hash browns to bacon to a subtle aroma of maple syrup. The smells made her realize she needed so much more than just coffee. Her stomach rumbled and she winced as she left the aromatic building. Maybe she had forgotten a stale donut or crusty bagel in her car somewhere. She would let the possibility carry her until she was able to eat again. She didn't want to wait too long to check on the man in the automotive shop. If she waited too long, she would lose her courage and hide in the vehicle. She'd come all that way. It would be a shame to lose the opportunity to find out if he was even the right guy or not. She glanced at the large illuminated clock set in the center of town. Dang it. Time wasn't even 6 in the morning yet. They said that Cook's didn't open until 9. Ugh, now she had plenty of time to lose her courage. Plenty of time to talk herself out of pursuing anything. Maybe she would go search her car for any food remnants. Her stomach growled again, nudging her to find something, anything. She needed to fill the hole inside her with chocolate or acceptance, whichever came first. Because the hole was gnawing its way toward her heart and she wasn't sure she would recover, if it got there. After sitting in the car for a few hours and only finding a packet of saltine crackers she'd lost under the front seat, Reikia had worked up the nerve to leave the car. She didn't have anything else that she was supposed to be doing there. No other purpose. She couldn't spend her life waiting for answers cooped up in a car she never got rest in. No, she had to seek the answers or move on with her life. Wiping her hands on the thighs of her jeans, Reikia approached the shop. A knot tightened in her stomach. The building wasn't intimidating with its faded white siding and chipped wooden sign declaring itself as Cook's Automotive. There was no pretentiousness in the cracked trim and stack of tires on the side of the building. Multiple cars lined up inside a chain-link fenced yard protected by a sleeping pit bull, who looked more like he wanted a rib than a job as security. None of that mattered. As far as Reikia was concerned, it might as well have been a castle with knights and cannons and blazing arrows. She was on edge and afraid. What if she went in there and he wanted nothing to do with her? What if he had no idea what she was talking about? What if he wasn't the right guy? What were the odds, though? A man named Jeff Howard, the nickname of Rachiah, wasn't common. Glancing around as she continued striding toward the shop, Reikia grimaced. The streets weren't overall teeming with activity. A few men wandered the sidewalks here and there as if they might have a destination or they might not. Like they weren't sure what they were doing as they ambled along. No one had quite the purposeful stride she did. Reikia missed seeing cowboy hats everywhere she went. She'd spotted a couple earlier, but for the most part, they wore baseball caps. Probably because the majority of them were truck drivers in that little town. Knowing that didn't lessen the homesickness Reikia struggled with on a daily basis. Taking a deep breath, she leaned her shoulder against the smudged glass of the door and walked inside. The saltines weren't enough food. She was a little worried she might grow lightheaded. Fainting wasn't an option either. At the counter, Reikia leaned over the scratched glass top with its receipts, business cards, and dog-eared newspaper ads displayed underneath. She peered toward the door leading to the garage portion of the building to see if anyone hid among the lifted car bodies and sticker-covered toolboxes. A silver bell with a wrinkled sign taped to it waited for her to do as the sign bade, "Ring for service." Hesitantly, Reikia reached out as if the bell were actually a rattlesnake and softly tapped the top tab. The noise in the utter silence startled her and she jumped. Her chest rose and fell and she could have sworn her heart was going to pound right out of her rib cage. She glanced around as if expecting to be in trouble. The cloying scent of engine grease and motor oil filled the air. They were scents she was more familiar with than perfumes and potpourris. At least there was comfort in that. Just a minute. The deep voice carried to her from a different door a moment before a man entered the room. Short, spiky blonde and silver-streaked hair graced his head. He turned. His blue eyes lit when he saw her. He wiped oil-stained hands with an even oilier, stained cloth and approached her. A wide smile on his face, he nodded. "How can I help you?" A chip in his front tooth lent him a charming flaw to his affable all-American look. "We just opened. I was trying to get yesterday's discarded oil into the transfer container. It just made a mess. Sorry about the wait." Reikia swallowed, and then she swallowed again. Would she be able to confront him, ask him what she needed to know? He couldn't be the guy she was looking for. Of course not. He was blonde for crying out loud. There was no way her father was blonde. He couldn't be. Reikia, herself, was as dark as her mother. What if this man knew who Rachiah was, though? What if she was so much closer than she could comprehend? He had said, "We just opened." As in we. As in more than one. Someone else was there. She swallowed again. Are you? Do you know who Jeffrey Howard is? I'm looking for him or anyone who might know him. She better stop while she was ahead. When she was nervous, she tended to ramble, and right then was proving to be no different. Only this time she was rambling in her head and nodding her head like he could hear everything she thought. He narrowed his eyes and thrust his jaw to the side as if considering her question. A pretty thing like you is looking for him? He's a pretty lucky guy then. But no, he shook his head with an apologetic smile. I don't know a Jeffrey Howard. Pretty common name though. I'm sure you'll find him. Especially if he knows you're looking for him. He tapped his index finger on the edge of the counter, a little streak of oil marking his movement. Reikia's heart sank. A sensation she could have sworn she'd grown used to. She'd come so close, she should never have gone through Cook's door. She could have sat out there and held on to the hope it was him in that building. So much hope. She'd been nervous, but she'd been slightly soaring. Now. No, she had to go through that stupid door. She just had to ask the questions. Had to be bold in spite of everything pointing toward her expected failure. All those months and years searching for Jeff, and there Rachiah was, yet again, being told he wasn't there. No one knew him. She'd hit another dead end. Again. Disappointment crashed over and she sagged forward. Blinking back, tears threatening to cascade down her cheeks, she blinked hard. Okay, it was one more setback. She could deal with those. No big deal. She lifted her chin and replaced the iron rod in her back that her mom had raised her to believe was back there. Regality held a woman's spine straight. Self-respect held it intact. She was Salish. She wouldn't cry. She had no reason to cry. Her victory was just around the next corner. This small failure was another bump on her journey. If that was all it was, then why did it sting so dang bad? She slapped the table softly, the counter fogging a little under her damp palm as she pressed it there for a second too long. She swallowed, her throat tight. Thank you anyway. Turning, she walked to her car with her posture as close to perfect as she'd ever gotten. She wasn't defeated. She couldn't fail. She had to talk to someone. Damon. Could she talk to Damon? He kept calling her and leaving messages for her as if they were the best of friends. She'd only talked to him a couple times, but each one had left her wanting more. More what, she wasn't sure. But more. She couldn't talk to Cyan or Sherry right then. They were too busy with the beginning of their new lives with the men of their dreams. Plus, they hadn't held back in their vocal discouragement and disbelief in what she was doing. They thought she was throwing her family away. And now with Emma, of course, they'd be too busy to know how to help Reikia with something they never believed in the first place. Reikia was the one who was behind. She didn't fit in. She was always behind everyone else. Would her heart ever feel whole? After the short walk to her car, she settled into the driver's seat of the Escort. Opening her phone, she sighed. She couldn't call Damon. She didn't have a charged battery. She leaned her head back, resting on the headrest. Why did she have to be so alone when that was the last thing she wanted? Keeping her eyes closed, she refused to let the tears fall. Or to let the sobs escape. She couldn't talk to Damon anyway. He didn't want to hear about her failures. Nobody wanted to hear about her failures. Even I don't want to hear my whining. Her voice was abnormally loud in the confines of the car. She shifted on the well-worn cushion. Now, she was talking to herself. Great. But the truth was she didn't want anyone to know she couldn't find the dad who had left to see if he might secretly want her. She was running after a man who should love her, but hadn't turned back since he'd left so many years ago. He didn't want her. When was she going to accept that fact? She wasn't wanted. Reikia was all alone. And it had never felt as achingly true as it did in that moment. All night long, Reikia couldn't sleep. The ache in her empty stomach throbbed, keeping her awake. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't find Rachiah. She couldn't be honest with her friends. She couldn't talk to her parents. She couldn't be what she was raised to be, because she couldn't believe anything with all of the lies. Who exactly was she? What had she decided to become when she had no idea who she really was? Her list of impossibilities ate at her. She couldn't give up. Tracing her steps back to the last lead was how she kept going. The men in the diner had said Jeff could be found at Cook's. She had to go back into the tortuously delicious-smelling restaurant and talk to those men. Maybe they would drop some food or something. She'd eat it off the floor with gratitude as soon as look at them. They would be regulars with the way they had come in the morning and acted like they needed to have their coffee immediately. If she was already going inside, maybe she could scrape together one of the dollars out of her money and have something, even if it was just a packet of crackers with her coffee. She shoved her hand into the crevice between the passenger seat and the shifting base. The message button beeped on her phone. Rachiah turned her head and lifted the phone with her free hand. She squinted at the small writing. Even though the phone was almost dead, she could still read texts. A text from Cyan read, "Emma is very sick again. She's even sicker than last time. You need to come home soon." Rachiah's loneliness from last night still echoed in her mind. Why would she want to go home? She didn't have anybody. Plus, Emma wasn't anyone to her. No, that wasn't true. She didn't know Emma as well as the other girls did. But if Cyan and Sherry were hurting, then Rachiah was hurting, too. Rachiah's fingers closed around a dime which she pulled out from under the seat. She sat up. The few times she had met Emma, she had been utterly charmed. Emma's sweetness and kindness were only eclipsed by her generosity. All the things Rachiah needed in her life. Emma's sickness reared its ugly head, and based on previous bouts, she was most likely dying. Too much loss for the Montana Trail cousins. Definitely more than Rachiah could bear. She didn't want to hear anything else negative. She needed something positive. Something to help her get out of her funk. More than a dime, more than a warm bed. She leaned her head back on her seat and struggled to keep her emotions in check. What she desperately wanted was a full plate of meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and gravy, and a roll, maybe even a side of corn. The dime wouldn't help her. Desperation tingled down in her toes and tightened around her chest. With how low her funds were, she needed to get a job or go home. Or starve to death. The time had come to face reality. Her dreams were detrimental to her mental stability when she consistently faced failure. She needed to eat and sleep. Not continue the way she was going. Would she feasibly ever find him? What were her realistic chances? Was it worth her life? With the rare clues, she got close enough to imagine what she would say, and then, nothing. She was dropped off the cliff of hope into that vast well of loss. No chance at finding him. The last lead delivered her a blonde man who denied knowing him or having seen him. What was she supposed to do? Keep going? Keep searching? Continue torturing herself with the constant rodeo ride of hope and despair? Just the thought of enduring the failure anymore sent a sharp burn through her chest. She couldn't imagine going through that again, let alone over and over for another year or more. On the other hand, she could quit. Go home and get on with her life. Eat food, home-cooked meals like her mom's, and accept the fact that she wasn't wanted by her biological father. The dull ache of not being wanted couldn't be as bad as the horrible, discouraging hopelessness she was subjecting herself to. But giving up wasn't something she did. Because there was the chance that she was wanted. He just didn't know where to find her, as implausible as that sounded. All she wanted were some answers. It shouldn't be that hard to get information on who she was and where she came from. Family was important to the Salish, and she was trying to lace together the pattern of her past so she could seek out a strong future. Reikia couldn't give up. Not after everything she'd gone through. She'd been all over Wyoming, southern Montana, and Idaho. Had sacrificed so much time with her family and friends. She was so close. At least she was closer. She felt like the answers she was looking for were right there, just beyond her grasp. She couldn't leave. Not yet. North Fork wasn't exactly the size of town with jobs hanging off of trees waiting to be picked. The men in the diner seemed like a pretty knowledgeable set. If nothing else, maybe they could help her find a position doing something. She didn't care what. She wasn't a princess. She would clean toilets if she had to. She needed money so she could eat. Anything as long as she didn't have to stop searching. North Fork was as good a stop as any to stockpile some money. She picked up her tattered backpack and sighed. She'd already been through the pockets, but once more wouldn't hurt anything. Maybe a few nickels or something hid at the bottom. Rummaging past the worn notebook and stocking hat, she brushed the edge of some crumpled paper at the very bottom. She closed her fingers around the mass and pulled it from the canvas case. A wrinkled dollar bill sat amidst a torn list and paper clips. She stared at the green slip of paper as if it were an anomaly. The simple dollar represented more than the $50 she had on the bank card she only allowed for gas money. Rachiah had nothing else. $50 might be enough for her to eke out enough gas to get home. At least to get home close enough MT could come get her. The dollar. She needed to eat, even if it was just a piece of bread. Not wasting any time, she all but sprinted to the diner. Inside, Reikia waited at the counter, tapping her foot excitedly. She didn't want to stare at the group of men. Even though she would have to go down there and talk to them eventually. They'd been there for hours and their jovial tones suggested they'd had plenty of coffee to help them wake up fully. First, maybe she could get some toast. $1 wouldn't buy much, but it had to buy something. The last time Reikia had been in, she hadn't noticed how extremely pregnant the waitress was. Behind the high counter, her mass was easier to hide, and yet Reikia still felt bad that she'd missed that. With a hand pressed to the small of her back, Marla smiled at her with a tired squint to her eyes. "You new in town, honey?" Reikia swallowed, pulling back from the counter, nervous. "I'm the one that was in earlier." "Yeah, I'm new." She nodded toward Marla's stomach. "How far along are you?" The woman rubbed the polyester apron pulled tight across her bulky stomach. "Do yesterday. Thank heaven, this little one has decided to stay put for a little longer." "Pardon my bluntness, but why are you still working?" Reikia studied the woman. Shoulders drawn back and her stomach thrust out, she resembled the women Reikia's mom helped back on the reservation. When they were so close, they didn't want to stop. You could see it in their eyes, desperation to be done combined with fear at what came next. They didn't want to take a break and let the baby and delivery naturally take its course. Marla smiled softly. "They need me here. What can I get you?" She rounded the end of the counter and grabbed a white cloth and scrubbed up spilled syrup at a newly abandoned seat. The cook stormed around the doorway. Looking around, his eyebrows raised. "Hey, you were in here earlier. You looking to stay?" He brandished his spatula like a pointer lectern, and the men at the end of the counter listened to every word. Was this it? This could be Reikia's chance. "I'm staying as long as I need to stay." She nodded towards the waitress. "Though, it looks like you need a position filled. How soon can you start?" The cook didn't look at his waitress. He stared at Reikia, as if challenging her. Reikia shoved the sweat-dampened dollar bill into her back pocket. She followed the path Marla had taken behind the counter and picked up the cloth Marla had just put down. "How's now?" The man grinned. He glanced at the waitress. "Marla, I think you found a replacement. Why don't you get on home and have that baby?" Your job will be here when you're ready to come back. He placed his big square hand on her shoulder and met her eyes. A wave of relief smoothed the lines around the waitress's eyes. She looked a lot younger than she had previously with the ease of the stress. She let out her air on a whoosh and untied her apron, handing it unceremoniously to Reikia. With tears in her eyes, she didn't even nod. She didn't say goodbye to the men at the table. Instead, she shuffled toward the front door, as if she couldn't wait to get away. A torrent of whispers reached Reikia. Before Marla could reach the front door, the leader of the group of men jumped from his seat with a collection of bills in his hand. He rushed towards Marla with his hand outstretched. Marla, me and the guys want to give you something. She glanced over her shoulder, pausing with her hand on the door handle and watched as the man grabbed a large paper cup off the counter and dumped the bills inside. The cup overflowed with 5s and 20s even as he handed it to her. She stared in amazement at the offering, her mouth half open. He held up his finger, his voice gruff with emotion. You served us plenty great over the last few years, Marla. We want to make sure you want to come back. That's all we have among us. Go have that baby and tell that husband of yours to take care of you. Or he'll have to deal with Earl over there. Overcome with emotion, the pregnant woman nodded shortly and offered a very slight smile. She turned and walked from the diner. Eyes bright, the leader turned and eyed Reikia with suspicion. Are you planning on serving us? Or just standing there looking like an Indian princess? Oh, funny guy. This will be fun. Reikia tied on the apron Marla had handed her, wrapping the string around her waist twice before she could tie it. She grabbed the coffee pot and made her way down to their seats. She nodded toward his empty chair. You want to sit there, cowboy? I can play these games all day. His friends and cohorts hooted and hollered around them. We've got ourselves a live one. Finally, Reikia's circumstances weren't as dim as she'd feared. With some money coming in, she could maybe buy some food. Her strength of will would require everything in her to ignore the smells wafting from the kitchen. She refilled their mugs and returned the pot. Cleaning would be part of her responsibilities and most likely stocking. She'd have to get started on seeing what she had to do. The boss wiped his hand on a large stained apron, then held his fingers out to her. While she shook it, he spoke. I'm Tom. Every 4 hours you work earns you a free meal as well as your hourly pay. He eyed her up and down with fatherly concern. You look like you need a few meals. I'd hate to see you pick up a tray and fall over. The cook brandished a few more details Reikia couldn't focus on. He promised her food. She'd work 24 hours a day, he'd just earned her loyalty. She busied herself at the counter. It wasn't the first time she had waitressed. Thank heaven for the casino on the reservation. She had had more jobs there than anyone. She could do anything. And finally, all of her experience was going to pay off. The bell above the door jingled. Reikia finished pouring another cup of coffee into the leader's mug. She arched an eyebrow and smirked. You gonna drink us dry today? His friends snickered, acting more like high school boys than men wearing NRA hats over gray hair tufting out of their ears. We just might. She lifted her eyes in time to see one of the group wave over to the man she recognized from the mechanic shop the previous morning. Her customer called out. Hiya, Ratchet. Why don't you sit with us this morning? We got a snarky little waitress now. Ratchet. Reikia caught her breath, careful not to trip over her shoes at the sudden revealing name. Ratchet's gaze jerked in Reikia's direction. Their gazes clashed. Ratchet. He knew she recognized the name. If Reikia didn't know better, he knew a lot more than he let on. Maverick. Why was he always stuck with the worst rabble Montana had to offer? MT turned on a huff from the phone and snarled at Cyan on the phone. You're telling me the only ones you were able to find were Ryland and Damon? That's it? How did I get stuck with the Johnsons? What he didn't really want to ask was why he couldn't have Kyle so he could rough up the man who was fast on his way to stealing the only woman MT had ever loved. Hey, you asked me for some Montana trails, I got you some. The rest of them have other responsibilities going on right now. They're already there. You'll just need to arrange what you want them to do. You were happy with them last time you hired them. What is the problem, MT? Cyan didn't brook drama. She refused to tolerate anything like that from her friends or family, and MT knew he qualified as both. With Cyan best friends with Reikia and Sherry almost all their lives, MT had seen Cyan through her worst and best. She could say the same about him. He rubbed at his eyes, leaning back and half sitting on the desk behind him. I'm sorry. You're right. There's no problem. They do good work. He cleared his throat. He was what? He didn't have an excuse for the way he was acting, not a viable or acceptable reason anyway. Cyan's voice softened and she spoke slowly. Look, I know you're upset about Sherry. I think you'll find happiness sooner rather than later. You just need to move on. You know? Move on. From Sherry? Was that even possible? How could he move on from his life's dreams and hopes? Was that really a possibility? He nodded at no one in particular and smiled tightly. Okay, sure. You're probably right, Cyan. I'll get work lined up for the guys. Tell everyone hi for me. Not that he really cared. The Montana trails had never done anything to help him, that he could tell. No, if anything, they'd work together to break his heart. Maybe he could use the time he'd been given with Damon and Ryland to get revenge. Something. He needed something to fix the hole in his heart. He refused to think about his sister. She was off on her own self-actualization journey. There was nothing MT could do to help her. He just hoped the heavens watched over her. She was more broken than he was. At least MT couldn't blame that on the Montana trails. One good thing in their favor. Maverick just needed one more reason to lay into them. Just one. He had no problem seeking out excuses to give the trails a hard time. He heard just enough that it made sense to take it out on the men of the family who had destroyed his dreams. What was wrong with that? Chapter 4. Damon. Damon wiped his brow with a wrinkly red and white bandana. He shoved it back into his rear pocket and grabbed both handles of the post hole digger. The worthless drill hadn't been able to get through the rocky soil. The man at the rental agency had laughed and MT had made Damon return it. In the man's words, a glacial river had run through there thousands of years ago, depositing millions and millions of river rock on the bank, which ended up being the reservation land. Why did they think the government had handed the land over so easily? He had even mentioned something about old riverbeds being magical and then laughed some more. Magical nothing. The only thing the riverbed was doing for Damon was giving him a knot under his shoulder blades and pain in his lower back. MT crossed his ankles while he leaned against the work truck on the side of the road, watching Damon and Ryland while they worked. He'd been making snide comments all morning, and the newest ones weren't any different. So, what are you guys going to do now? It sounds like the Montana trails don't have anything going for them. What did you guys do? Disband? Damon bit his lip. He grunted as he thrust the post hole digger deeper into the rough ground. Keep working. Keep working. We need the money. Ryland stopped shoveling and leaned on the long handle. He commented before Damon could let his desire to make a sarcastic remark win. Nah, we're just taking a break from anything permanent or quasi-permanent. Emma is pretty sick again. At least that's what we were told. The Montana trails are more than ranch hands, we're family, you know? MT grunted, wind moving the dark strands of his untied hair around his jawline. Family. Yeah. That Kyle is a real piece of work. I can't believe Sherry picked him. MT glared into the shadows. His bitterness was palpable in the warm fall sun. He'd loved Sherry for as long as he could talk. Kyle had mentioned it to the Johnson brothers when he first started dating Sherry. Sherry's decision to be with Kyle added to MT's reasons to resent the white cowboys even more and the family Kyle belonged to. A jumble of words came garbled out of the radio at MT's waist. He pulled it out and asked for a repeat. After a moment, he lowered the piece and spoke toward Ryland and Damon but didn't look directly at them. "We're out of cement. Take a break over there while we wait for DJ to get back." MT motioned toward a gathering of trees and brush beside an old decrepit mailbox. Damon and Ryland didn't hesitate as they ran for the shade. They were having what was referred to as an Indian summer. Even in the fall, the days could get hot, while the nights chilled out to frost the vegetation. The trees hadn't yet opted to start turning colors, and the abundance on their limbs offered welcome shade. Ryland kicked the base of the mailbox, the untreated wood rotten at the base. The door to the small box fell open, revealing a stack of weathered newspapers and uncollected mail that slipped from the box to the ground. The side of the mailbox had faded lettering on it, spelling out Metcalf. He knelt down and grabbed the ones that had fallen, cursing himself the whole time. Damon watched his brother, mulling over the name Metcalf. What were the odds there would be another Metcalf family in the state of Montana? And Native American at that? Taking a moment to think, Damon didn't join Ryland as his younger brother finally slumped in the shade against the large trunk of a tree, with his legs drawn up and his hat angled over his face. Instead, Damon moved to stand at the edge of the trees, with the shade protecting most of his body. He held his hand to his hat brim and adjusted it to see better in the sunlight. The house at the end of the drive wasn't much better off than the mailbox. With shutters hanging at odd angles, multiple chips in the paint, as well as fallen foliage and sagging deck skirting, the house looked haunted more than inhabited. He studied it. Maybe no one lived there. The home had an abandoned look with stacks of cardboard boxes leaning on the side, and what may or may not have been rotting squash in the garden with its slumped fencing. Damon's shoulders slumped, and he turned to join his brother and MT in the shade. Out of the corner of his eye he caught movement by the side steps. A little old woman with a long white braid draping down her back struggled with the bulk of a rolling garbage can. The stiff plastic tires didn't seem to want to move on the rocks in her drive. Without hesitation, Damon broke into a jog to get up her drive fast. "Excuse me, ma'am, let me get that." He gently took the handle from her wizened grip. He smiled, as if to reassure her he wasn't going to run away with her garbage can. Sharp dark eyes peered at him from under fine white eyebrows. A toothy grin spread her lips, creating a dimple in either cheek. She patted his elbow and murmured, "Such a nice young man." She hobbled along beside him as he pulled the nearly empty garbage can to the end of the drive. "My son is usually here. But he had to go out of town this weekend. It is a hard weekend for him. It's a hard time of year for all of us." Her cryptic message along with her slight accent was difficult to decipher. "Are you Mrs. Metcalf?" Damon leaned down so she could hear his question. She smiled, nodding her head and patting his elbow further. "That is me. Until the day I die. Or remarry." She winked with a coy tilt to her head. "Are you asking?" She cackled as if she had told the funniest joke and a crowd of many laughed with her. "I wouldn't presume to be that lucky." Damon's answering grin came in spite of himself. He held his pace steady beside her, a bit slower than he was used to, but slow never hurt anyone. "I went to school with a young girl with the last name of Metcalf." "Do you have a daughter?" The light in her eyes faded, and her smile disappeared. She shook her head, glancing around her as if remembering herself. "No. I have a son." She patted his elbow again before turning and walking back towards the house. After a few steps, she paused, and turned back to him. "He had a daughter. We don't talk about Melissa." "Had." As in past tense. "Melissa." Damon couldn't ask anymore. He didn't know how to push the topic without being rude. Not to mention the discovery of the girl he'd been searching for had finally come to an end, maybe more so than he'd hoped. He joined the men at the base of the brush, no longer focused on the heat or the fatigue of his muscles. He ignored the studying gaze of MT and sat on the dry grass with his knees drawn up. Ryland's phone buzzed in his back pocket. Without opening his eyes, he rolled to the side and pulled the phone out. He answered it and grunted a few times. Then his eyelids snapped open and he sat up like someone had shot him. I understand. I'm sorry for your loss. We will get right over. He ended the call and turned toward Damon, tears bright in his eyes. We have a problem. Emma's gone. Nate needs us to get over there and help him. He turned to MT and offered an apologetic shrug. I'm sorry to leave like this. But family. MT looked around at the tools and the job waiting to be finished. He considered Ryland's words and then sighed. When can you be back? I need to get this done. Ryland glanced at the job and then at Damon. Give us a couple days to deal with this, then we'll be back, okay? Even though MT didn't like white people or the Montana trails, he'd been raised with the same respect for family everyone else in Montana had been. Most people knew not to mess with family affairs. He nodded shortly. Fine. I'll pick this up. I want 10-hour days when you're back so we can finish this. I'll expect you back by Monday. I have plenty of posts that need to be put in. He radioed for one of his men to come help pack up. After a drawn-out moment, he turned back to Damon and Ryland, pity on his face. I'm sorry for your family's loss. What I knew of Emma Rourke, she was a fine woman. When the shock faded, Damon would be able to appreciate MT's words for what they were. Until that time though, he was going to have a hard time adjusting to anything. Emma held Nate together. Nate held the Montana trails together. What would happen to them all now that their glue was gone? Chapter 5. Reikia. Cyan's text had been short and to the point. Emma was sick and then Emma was dead. Her next text had been no holds barred. She demanded Reikia get back. She stated Sherry and Cyan needed her. Reikia didn't need to be told. She knew her job was to be there for her friends, her real family. Somehow Cyan wired Reikia some money, making it possible for her to return home. Her paycheck wouldn't come for another day or two, so Reikia considered it a loan even though Cyan would never allow her to pay her back. She came from a very rich family and considered money a perk, not a necessity. She'd never really known what it meant to want. Even with the money Cyan gave her to help with gas to get up and back, Reikia had to supplement the amount with some of her own. The new expense sucked at her living expenses budget she was trying to build. Rather than having enough money to get a place to stay, Reikia would have to wait a little bit longer. She needed food. She needed gas. She needed the basics of life. The trip home had been fast. She hadn't stayed with her parents, choosing instead to stop at a rest stop to clean up and change before showing up for the funeral. How had she gotten to where she was? Standing there, in a group of people dressed in black as some old white man extolled the value of grief. They didn't understand funerals in the white community. The Salish celebrated life. They didn't focus on the death. The ending. They rejoiced in the journey taken to get to the next life. Detached from the significant loss of it all, Reikia studied each person in turn. Damon drew her eye. His golden blonde hair curled under his black Stetson. Piercing blue eyes, red-rimmed from grief, caught her gaze. Reikia found herself glancing toward him more and more. He had no idea what kind of forbidden appeal he had. Especially now that Reikia suspected she wasn't as full-blooded Native American as she'd always been told. Movement at the edge of the group caught her attention. Nate. He hadn't been at the indoor service, his absence noticed and whispered about in the pews as people tossed around how disgraceful it was that he wasn't there. Emma's parents were there. Everyone but Nate. Reikia was surprised he'd shown himself at the graveside. He didn't even stick around for the dirt to be placed over his wife. Judging from the long black duster he wore and the horse tied to a tree beyond the edge of the cemetery, he didn't plan on sticking around anywhere. Reikia understood running. Running could save a person. Self-preservation sometimes had to take priority over anything else, especially appearances. Who cared how they looked when their sanity hung by a thread? She studied the graveside group again. Not one of them had lost their spouse. To lose the significant other was harsher, more unbelievably painful than anyone there could understand. Especially herself. She had never experienced the type of love Nate and Emma had draped around themselves. Their love was all-encompassing. The whole of their passion seemed to surpass the physical, the pain of cancer, and the despondency of ineffective treatment. Reikia would give anything to have a fraction of that kind of belonging. Commitment. With Nate's disappearance, Reikia was free to step back, fade to the edge of the crowd. If the husband could leave, so could she. She didn't want to face her friends. She didn't have an answer. And she wasn't ready to talk to her mom or stepdad yet. They hadn't come to the funeral, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't be at the wake. And the community of Taylor Falls would definitely have a wake for Emma Rourke. She had been loved by a lot of people. Reikia turned at the edge of the crowd and picked up her pace. She ducked her head as she tried to slip away faster. The crunch of gravel behind her caught her attention. She whipped her head around, the dark of her hair cascading around her in a spiraling effect. Damon reached out and stopped her by curling his fingers on her shoulder, not gentle, but not hard. Reikia was a tall woman, yet Damon still towered above her. With the breadth of his shoulders and the solid strength in his hands, Reikia was distinctly aware of his presence and how much larger he was than herself. Reikia, where are you going? His blue eyes searched her face as if her answer would be in the curve of her lip or the angle of her nose. His soft voice warmed her as he held on to reverence for the service being performed behind them. She kept her voice down, turning to face him fully. I need to get back. I got a job. Get back where? Last I heard you were in Cody, Wyoming. Are you still there? What's going on? I haven't even had a chance to talk to you in the last week or two. His grip loosened, just enough to where his thumbs could rub up and down her arm. Bare skin in the sleeveless dress reacted to his touch with goosebumps. Reikia shivered. She shook her head, avoiding the pull in his gaze. No, I'm in North Fork now. I got a job at the diner there. It's a small town, Damon. I can't be away for long. I just came up for the funeral. She nodded, trying to keep her smile impersonal, trying to hide the fact his touch was driving her nuts. It didn't matter what his effect on her was, she would never be allowed to be with him. Not date him. Not marry him. Not ever. Full Salish children were not allowed to date outside of the reservation. Even if she suspected that she wasn't full Salish, the possibility was still there. She was too close to discovering the truth, and she couldn't abandon it all now. Preservation of the bloodline was protected above most things. Even love. Not that she loved Damon. She barely knew him. What she wanted was the freedom to choose for herself without exacting restrictions. The kindness in Damon's eyes and the way he let her talk promised it was a possibility. Promised he was the type of man worth loving. But not for her. No matter what she wanted. Wyoming is so far away. How much longer? There was no pressure in his eyes. He just watched her as if he could watch her the rest of his life. The blue in his gaze mesmerized her. Reikia would gladly drown in the depths of his eyes. But she had her pride, too. She arched an eyebrow and cocked her lips. Damon, I'll be down there as long as I need to be. She placed a hand on his chest, which he quickly covered with his own warm palm. I like when you say my name. I want to hear it more. His husky voice snapped her eyes up. She softly pushed herself away from him. I have to get going. She turned and glanced over her shoulder, then added, Damon. Her half-smile would have to be enough. Why was she playing games with him? She couldn't have him. Her draw to him didn't make sense. Ever since his teasing words at the wedding, she hadn't been able to focus on much else. When she had left, he was the only thing making her wish she would stay. Sadly, as with most things, she denied herself any real involvement. She had to keep reminding herself. He was a white boy. She was Salish. She could never let herself sink into his eyes. Not really, because that was the kind of drowning a girl couldn't recover from. Reikia yawned, pulling on her apron and rolling her shoulders. Sleeping in the escort wasn't getting any easier. In fact, if she didn't know any better, she would swear her car had developed a vendetta against her. Was there a possibility the interior was growing tumors? It felt like some kind of a rock was in the small of her back all night, even when she moved the placement of her back. Maybe the rock moved. Maybe she imagined the whole thing. She hadn't slept well since she got back to North Fork. The middle of the week didn't warrant her coming in much earlier than 7. Tom had her come in around 7:30 to help with the morning rush, which was about 8 tables. He dinged the bell and motioned her to the window. Some guy has been here all morning asking about you. A man was asking about her? Was it Rachiah? Had he come around? Maybe he had remembered something that he had to tell her. She didn't think it was coincidence his name was the same as the man she'd been told was her father. Maybe he'd taken it upon himself to steal the nickname. It was pretty perfect for a mechanic. She wouldn't entertain the possibility that he was her father. She'd been raised full-blooded Salish. Her mom wouldn't have forgotten to mention the fact that she was half Caucasian. It's not like her real father could have hidden his ethnicity from her. All that aside, she hadn't been able to figure out a way to approach Rachiah since. He hadn't returned to the cafe since that first morning when he ducked back out, spouting something about a forgotten task. The guys had waved him off, but Reikia knew the truth. He'd avoided her then. He hadn't stopped avoiding her. Maybe he was the man asking for her now. But Tom would know it was Rachiah, wouldn't he? Reikia grabbed her notepad and tucked it into the front pocket of her apron. Whoever it was didn't know she wasn't on until 7:30. All morning for Tom meant from 5:30 until she showed up. They were early risers, whoever they were. Retrieving the full coffee decanter, she started her rounds on her way to the end of the counter where Tom had indicated he was. The diner was fuller than normal and she was having a hard time seeing anyone with so many other people sitting and standing in her way. After 8 refilled mugs and 2 empty plates in her hand, she finally reached the man sitting at the end of the counter with his face covered by a dark Stetson. But she would know those elegantly tapered hands anywhere. It was him. He sipped his coffee and lifted his eyes to the news on the TV. Those brilliant blue eyes. Reikia paused as she filled 2 more cups, leading like pebbles down a path toward him. She couldn't fight her smile. Of course, she was happy to see him. Happiness along with a torrent of emotions ripped through her. He would find out what she was doing. She hadn't declared it outright to anyone except Sherry and Cyan. Everyone else thought she was searching for something. Not someone. Even knowing the whole story, though, Cyan and Sherry didn't understand. And, how could they? Their dads had stuck around. Heck, Sherry had even been allowed to keep her bugs. She was into the insects and her dad stayed. She hadn't been forced to change. Her dad loved her regardless of anything. Why couldn't Reikia's father? That wasn't the real issue. Reikia couldn't get too close to Damon. Somehow, he would get in. The closer he got the easier it was to let him in. Maybe, just maybe, she could have her little fling. A lot of the Salish guys did that. A lot of the tribal men around the country did that. They had a purging period ere they went off into the world, kind of like the Amish, and got the white people out of their system. Then they returned to the reservation and married their Salish-blooded brides, and had Salish-blooded children. Maybe Damon could be her purge. She poured him a coffee when she reached him. He glanced at her, his gaze stopping before he could look away. A slow grin showed startlingly straight teeth, and his rugged tan set off his eyes even more than his dark hat. "I thought you'd never get to work." "I'm working now, but I won't be later." She bit her bottom lip. If she could think of him as her fling, as a good time, she wouldn't feel so guilty flirting. What could she offer him anyway? Not the commitment he probably wanted. Those trails acted like they weren't the commitment type, and then they ended up married. "Sure. I'll wait as long as you need me to." He sipped on his coffee, watching her as she moved around the restaurant. The morning rush came and went. Tom motioned to her and pointed towards Damon. "Go ahead with your fellow. The rodeo is in Cody right now. That town takes all my customers in the afternoon. Our rush was the attendees heading that way. I probably won't need you tonight or tomorrow. How about the day after?" He winked at her and scooped the stack of hash browns onto his long spatula and flipped them. The fresh sizzle covered his teasing laugh. Reikia nodded even though he wasn't looking at her. She untied her apron and did her end-of-shift rituals. She unbraided her long hair and strode over to join Damon at the counter. "I'm sorry. I'm sure you're bored. Do you want to get out of here?" "I haven't been bored at all. You're one of my favorite things to watch." He offered a half shrug and slid from the stool. Stretching his legs, he groaned. "Next time though, I'm bringing an easy chair." Reikia laughed with him, his chuckle warming her. He had said, "next time." She held the promise in those words tight to her chest. He followed her to her car. They stood at the driver's door for a moment. What did she do? Invite him into her car? Damon pulled the keys from his front pocket. He flipped them around his finger, making a jingling sound. "Where are you staying?" "I can follow you." Reikia glanced at the car and then back at the cafe. What did she say? She didn't have anywhere to take him. She could take him back to the diner, but then what? It wasn't like she had anywhere else to offer. She thrust her jaw to the side and pulled her shoulders back. "Here. I've been staying here." She shifted her feet uncomfortably. Too late to back down now. He would run with disgust when he realized the truth. It was just a matter of time, why fight it? Confused, Damon glanced around the parking lot. "Here? Are you hiding a hotel or a house or something?" "No. I parked behind the storage units on the west side of town in my car. I use the rest stop for showers and stuff. And Tom lets me earn my meals. I'm saving my money to get a room." She offered a tight smile. She would not be ashamed of what she was doing. She was working hard and making things work. If he couldn't respect that, then he could go to a very warm southern clime. "Here." Damon scanned the parking lot. "That's awful." Horror widened his eyes. So, he was going to judge her. Fine. She could deal with that. As disappointing as it was, she would rather deal with losing him now, before he became too important to her. Rachiah cocked her head to the side, and folded her arms. "Why?" "Because I'm a dirty Indian, right?" Damon's face softened, and he pushed her hair behind her shoulder. "No. Because you deserve so much better. You deserve to be treated like a princess. Sleeping in your car in a parking lot is not what you deserve. Let me get you a place. I saw a motel right down the street. It's not the best conditions, but it will be a bed and a shower you can call your own for a while." His words stole her breath and her shoulders loosened. He'd called her a princess, and not in a derogatory way. He didn't think poorly of her. She couldn't throw her arms around him in relief, but, oh, how she wanted to. His sentiment chipped away at her resolve to keep them platonic. Even friends with benefits would be fine. Her muffled words barely reached her own ears. Would he hear what she was trying to say? Damon, I'm not yours. You don't need to take care of me. I don't need your protection. I wouldn't mind, if you were mine. He reached out and twisted a stray shock of her hair between his thumb and forefinger. He softly tugged her forward. I'm not a bad person, Reikia. You need to stop pushing me away. Reikia took a deep breath, studying the hard angles of his face like she ran the risk of never seeing him again. And what? What would we be doing? Dating for fun? She laughed, shaking her head and tossing a teasing grin at him. It's not like we can get married. It's not like we can even honestly date with a purpose. She threw it out there like a gauntlet, challenging him to define whatever was happening between them. How had he gotten past her defenses in just a few minutes? Was she that lonely? That hungered for affection from a man? From any man? Sherry told me all about it. I know what I'm getting myself into. I'll just have to convince you white isn't a problem. His grin colored his voice with warm undertones like cinnamon-flavored hot chocolate. Reikia huffed, thrusting her tongue to the top of her mouth as she considered him. Leaning her head to the side, she blinked at him. We've talked on the phone twice. We've never been out and you've followed me to North Fork, Wyoming, to tell me you want to date me? I don't even live in Montana, right now. Right. Is that a problem? Damon's side grin spread across his face, the flirting in his eyes deep in the dark flecks surrounded by lighter blue. Because I'm white, you're going to fight it? It's not me you have to convince. It's an entire tribe. It's generations of protecting the bloodline. It has nothing to do with you or me. It's nothing personal. Reikia shifted her gaze from his. It was personal though. And she had resented the logic of genetic preservation and cultural purity all her life. She sighed. Look, we're just. I don't know how to do this, she waved her hand between their chests and continued. Without giving up the things I need to do. I can't switch priorities here. I need to keep my goal in sight and work on it. That's where my priority needs to be. Dating you while you're in Montana and I'm here, it just doesn't seem feasible. It wasn't like he could move down there to try dating her. They just didn't know each other well enough for that kind of a move. Damon shrugged, his gaze never leaving Reikia's face. I'm not worried about the logistics. I like you. I want to figure this out. I don't think that's out of line for me to want to see where this could go. He scanned the parking lot and then focused his gaze back to her. I can't stay down here because I'm working for MT right now, but I would in a heartbeat, especially knowing that you're not staying in a safe place. You're working for Maverick? My brother? Reikia blinked at him. Her eyes widening. Shifting to lean his hip against her car door, Damon nodded and crossed his arms over his chest. Yeah, you think you have a problem with me being white, wow. MT does not like Ryland and myself. He acts like he wants to work us to death. Not that I mind. I enjoy the hard work, but if he catches a scent of you trying to catch your breath, he works you harder. Damon's grin didn't seem upset, though, as if he liked the challenge. Reikia tamped down the sudden wave of homesickness washing over her suddenly. She forced a smile, like she wasn't missing her family more than anything in that moment. Yeah, he can be pretty tough. One time, when I took a part-time job working at the casino, he hounded me every day for a month about keeping the tables clean in the employee lounge. I finally found out it wasn't even my job. I was ticked. Whose job was it? Damon's own lips were curved with humor. Arching an eyebrow at him, Reikia grinned. Maverick's. He'd tricked me into doing his job for a month. He wasn't over me too much, but enough that I believed him. I didn't trust him after that. Well, the important stuff I do, but stuff like that, she still had never asked MT if he knew about her parentage. That wasn't a heartbreak she was willing to face. Because if he'd failed to tell her something like that, then what else had he lied about to her? Was there anything else that mattered? Damon laughed, shaking his head. The Stetson moving with his motions. Did he have any idea just how attractive he really was? Mentioning trusting Maverick brought Reikia back to wondering if she could trust Damon. Could she? Was he the type of guy that would take advantage of a situation, or would he try to establish boundaries from the beginning? Part of her, the part that wanted to ignore he was blonde, wanted him to be the former, while her Salish respecting side wanted him to be the latter. Either way, her heart was in danger as it was. Maybe she could trust him. Maybe she couldn't. It wasn't a huge problem for her though. Like she said, it wasn't like they were going to get married or anything. Damon signed a card at the small motel, one for his room and one for hers. Want to go with me to get some dinner? He turned to her and gave her the key. Unless you just want to go to bed? He wiggled his eyebrows, his masculine but full lower lip quirking to the side. Rachiah giggled and then arched her eyebrow. She had to tease him about his forwardness and relished the chance. Really? As he realized what he'd said, a blush spread up his cheeks and highlighted his eyes. He shook his head. I mean, if you're tired or something. He coughed and held the door open for her. Well, shoot. Here I was thinking you could get your money back on one of the rooms. Chuckling, she watched him as they walked side by side. The only place open to eat is the gas station. She reached up and looped her arm around his, pushing on his side with a playful nudge. Pink and purple clouds reflected the sunset above them, framed on the edges by the dark ragged edges of the trees on mountains. How about some gas station burritos and maybe a corn dog? It's the best date food you'll ever have. He placed his hand over hers and stopped at the corner. Turning to face her, his eyes dimmed from teasing to serious. I like that we're on a date. Reikia spoke softly, partially hopeful that he wouldn't hear her. Did that admission make her weak? Was he going to understand when they could only date here and there and nothing more serious than that? Me, too. He pulled her to a stop, his face ruddy and flushing as he spoke. Earlier, you acted like I was calling you AD, something that wasn't nice. Damon bent his head and Reikia caught a waft of his cologne. Let's be clear. I don't call names or bully or anything like that anymore. Reikia stared up into his eyes, confused. Anymore? He'd bullied? A small nod and his face hardened. When I was younger, much younger, I was horrible to a girl I went to school with. You probably knew her, Melissa Metcalf. I feel awful that I never stood up for her, but rather instigated a lot of it. It was self-preservation, but inexcusable. His voice dropped to a whisper. I've never forgiven myself. As if warring within himself and he couldn't find the answers he sought, he lifted his blue gaze to hers. Do you think she'll forgive me? Of course, Reikia knew Melissa. She'd been on the reservation for the longest time. How did Reikia tell Damon Melissa wasn't around anymore to forgive anyone? She desperately hoped Melissa didn't do what she'd done because of Damon. There was cause and effect in everyone's lives. Would Damon internalize what had happened? It didn't matter. Reikia couldn't let it matter. That was his thing. His concern. Reikia had to remember not to get too attached. She couldn't marry him. Even if his softer side was fast dragging her toward a dangerous four-letter word. Chapter 6. Damon. The soles of Damon's boots whispered on the concrete catwalk of the second-story motel. Everything in the small town Reikia had chosen to stay in seemed run down, from the cracked and pitted Main Street black top to the leaky faucets in the motel's bathrooms. His steps slowed as he approached Reikia's room. They'd been separated by a few doors, and she was exhausted the night before, so they hadn't spent much time together after dinner. Plus, how was he supposed to act when she hadn't said anything after he'd confessed to hurting Melissa's feelings? Combine that with how adamant she'd been that they as a couple weren't important enough to pursue or get worked up about. He was still trying to recover from the last couple days himself, so he didn't mind it. A death in the family had spurred him to escape on a wild search for Reikia. None of it was going to stop him from seeing her, though. She didn't have to want to spend every minute with him. But they both needed the chance to see where things could go. Plus, he planned on getting his fill of her that day. He'd make sure not to bring up anything that might be contentious or ruin their time together. If he had his way, he'd convince her that the idea of him and her was definitely important and more than possible. He paused by her room, his heartbeat racing. He knocked softly. She didn't answer. Hopefully she was getting some sleep. If not, maybe she was taking a shower. Damon would take the spare bit of time to run down to get her some flowers. Did they even offer flowers in this one-horse town? He would see Rachiah again in just a few minutes. As soon as he got back. Striding to his truck, he couldn't hold back his contented whistle. Sliding into his rig, he put the key in the ignition and tried to turn the engine over. All he got was a click and a slight hum. Nothing. He closed his eyes and leaned his forehead on the steering wheel. Of course. The alternator would go out right as he got to town. That would be his luck. Ryland had said it was acting up. Damon hadn't taken the time to check it out before leaving. All he wanted was to get down to Wyoming and see Reikia. He had faith in whatever was going on between them. Seeing Nate's sadness before he'd left had cemented Damon's need to pursue what he suspected he was feeling for Reikia. He had to know if it was worth any effort. A sign reading, Cook's Automotive, hung from a rundown building not more than a block away from the motel. Damon had noted it when they'd driven in the night before while he'd been looking over the town Reikia had temporarily claimed. Tucking his hands in his jean pockets, Damon made his way to the building. Pushing through the glass door, he called out, "Hello?" An older blonde man nodded from the side where he stacked bottles of oil onto a shelf. "Good morning. What can I do for you?" "My alternator is acting up again. I can't get my truck down here because it's in front of the motel, and it won't start." He pulled his keys out and set them on the counter. "Do y'all have a tow here?" "Not at the moment. Old man Cook is out helping the sheriff with an accident on the freeway. I won't be able to get your truck until he gets back." "You say it's the alternator?" The man crossed to the counter with a bottle of oil still in his hand. Utilizing a pen he had tucked in his front pocket, he scratched information on a pad of paper stuck beside the landline phone. "Which truck?" "It's the yellow and white F-250. The older one out there." Damon waited while the worker took notes. "How long are you in town?" The man pulled out a reference book and skimmed for the part numbers. "I'm not sure if we carry these in stock or if I have to go out elsewhere." Damon nodded. He understood that small towns were notorious for never having items in stock. "I'm in town visiting Reikia, my friend. How long do you think this will take?" He thrummed his fingers on the counter softly. He wasn't impatient with the man, he just wanted to get back Reikia. He didn't want her to think he'd abandoned her. The man raised his eyes, pausing in his writing to stare at Damon. A polite smile took the place of his charming grin. "Oh. Is she the new girl working at the diner? That Reikia?" "Yeah." Uneasy, Damon transferred his weight to his back leg. Why had the mention of Reikia shifted the tension in the air? The man blinked hard and softly shook his head. He reached across the counter with his hand outstretched. "I'm Rachiah. Nice to meet you. It's going to be an hour or two after I get the truck back in here. Unless, of course, you don't want to wait for the tow and help me push the rig across the street." The question was in his eyes. If it would speed things up, Damon was fully on board. Not that he wouldn't enjoy staying with Reikia longer, but he only had the rest of the day. Then he had to get back so he could do more work on the reservation and attend the Montana Trails family meeting. Let's get to it. Damon turned and waited at the door for Rachiah to join him. Just what he wanted to do, push a truck around town. He didn't want to get all sweaty before seeing Reikia. She had mentioned getting the day off to spend with him. Maybe she felt the same attraction and pull he was. Damon and Rachiah pushed the truck easily across the road even with its uneven cracks and dips. There was a slight downhill slant from the motel to the automotive shop. They used it to their advantage. His old Ford slid into the garage rather easily and they braked it to a stop. I'll be able to get this done today. I don't have anything else waiting. Rachiah shook Damon's hand again. Are you going to be around? I'll be back in before 5. Thanks again for doing this. Damon couldn't wait to get back to Reikia. Now that the truck was going to get taken care of, he could spend the day with her and not worry if the parts were in or if the truck had been towed yet or not. Rachiah watched him as he walked away. Damon could feel his gaze piercing between his shoulder blades. Something about the man was offsetting. Damon couldn't tell if he was friendly or what. Waiting at the end of the motel parking lot by her car, Reikia waved her fingers at Damon as he got closer. She peered past his shoulder toward the automotive shop. What are you up to this morning? I tried to find you in your room, but you weren't there. She shot her gaze between him and where he'd been. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder and shrugged. My alternator stopped working. I wanted to get you flowers, but that stupid thing has been giving me a headache longer than I've been driving. He couldn't help himself and wrapped his arms around Reikia's shoulders and pulled her in for a hug. How did you sleep? To avoid any awkwardness, he pulled away. A pensive look crossed her face. I haven't slept that well in a long time. She gazed at him from under long thick lashes. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Not to put too fine a point on her gratitude, Damon nodded. You said you have today off. Did you want to do something? Would you like to spend the day with me? He couldn't resist reaching out again and pulling her into another hug. She didn't resist and he groaned with a smile. It was so nice waking up this morning knowing I would see you. She pulled away, a rosy tinge to her copper skin. She arched an eyebrow and pushed at his shoulder. You shouldn't stay stuff like that. She chewed on her lower lip, which just did things to his insides. Why? Because it's true. It's how I feel. Get used to it, girl. He winked and pulled her against his side. Come on. Let's go on a picnic. Kyle. If Kyle's nerves didn't settle down, he might throw up. He licked his lips for the 50th time that day and took a deep breath. Jareth wasn't helping matters with his constant text messaging. Kyle was regretting the day he'd urged Jareth to get a phone. Pulling his hat off his head and resettling it back a bit on his crown so he could see better, Kyle leaned to the side. Sherry should be coming around the side any minute. Cyan and Jareth had promised they'd get Sherry there on time. She was already 5 minutes late. He'd never been so nervous. The timing wasn't perfect, but he couldn't wait any longer. Wouldn't wait any longer. He loved Sherry and he wanted to marry her. The crunch of footsteps on gravel made his pulse race and he took a deep breath. She was coming. She'd be there any second. As if conjuring her with his mind, Sherry walked into view. Her soft wavy hair had been pulled back with a clip and she wore a pastel pink top with a denim skirt. She caught sight of him and cocked her eyebrow quizzically as she smiled. Kyle, what's going on? Cyan and Jareth just dropped me off. I thought we were going to lunch. Kyle couldn't say anything. He just stared at her dumbfounded. Why couldn't he get used to how pretty she was? Or what she did to his insides? He blinked as her questioning expression turned to one of confusion. Sorry, you're right. We are eating lunch, but without Cyan and Jareth. I just wanted it to be you and me, today, if that's okay? She nodded and smiled, reaching for his hand. He loved that about her. She always wanted to touch him. Her public displays of affection weren't obscene or even overt. Instead, she kept things simple as she held his hand, kissed his cheek, and even curled into his arms for a hug once in a while around others. Kyle felt claimed without feeling trapped. He'd never felt that way before, and he had to admit, it was one of the nicest ways she made him feel. Where are we going? Sherry fell into step beside him as he led the way down the gravel-strewn path. Trees towered around them and green foliage gave way to the dark brown material under low-hanging needles, leaves, and branches. Their footsteps quieted as the gravel thinned and gave way to the mulch and dirt footpath broken down by game and hikers. They followed the curve around and then down into a dropped basin. After 10 minutes of walking together, they came up a building made of cement blocks and a plexiglass steep-pitched roof. Sherry stopped, glancing back at Kyle. I love the conservatory. Why didn't you just have them drop us off here? She hadn't let go of his hand, and she continued holding on even as they moved around to the front door. I think it's closed, though. I wanted to discuss the new season with the manager, but they said it's closed for visitors today. She shrugged and smiled. But we can always check. Kyle wasn't ready to tell Sherry that he'd rented out the butterfly conservatory for the day. He wasn't ready to ruin the surprise. Let's check. Maybe they gave you bad information. At the door, Kyle pushed the doors open. He'd already been there, getting things ready for their arrival. The manager had let Kyle in earlier and then ducked to the offices in the back. Jareth had helped Kyle set things up and Cyan had offered her opinions here and there. The door opened easily. Kyle waved Sherry through. Well, look, it's open. Sherry playfully swatted his arm and walked through, slowing to a stop as she reached the main entrance to the expansive interior. She slowly covered her mouth and then turned back, shaking her head. Kyle, we have to leave. Alarmed, Kyle moved to stand beside her, worried that something had caught on fire or something. He scanned the many plants, rocks, and inside water features lining the inside of the butterfly conservatory. In the center, beneath more tree boughs and in front of a larger water fountain with koi fish swimming in the shallow depths, a table for two had been set up. On the table, a crystal vase of roses stood rain over crystal dishes and silver flatware and dishes of large shrimp, baguette bread, chocolate-covered strawberries, sparkling cider, and salad. Nothing was out of place. What's going on? What's wrong? Why do we have to leave? This is set up for someone to come here. We can't interrupt. Her words carried gently under the strains of an instrumental classic song playing gently in the background. Wow, this does look romantic, doesn't it? Kyle walked past Sherry, as if he were amazed by the sight. Kyle. Sherry whispered, motioning toward him frantically. Come on. We shouldn't be in here. Her cheeks turned a becoming pink as she glanced around in a panic. Partially enjoying her discomfort, Kyle strode all the way into the conservatory until he stood to the side of the table. He reached out and pulled the chair closest to him out. Nodding, he motioned toward the seat. Let's try it out. I doubt they'll mind. They will mind. Why do you think they won't? Sherry settled onto one hip, folding her arms and looking at him askance. Kyle shrugged and continued holding the chair. Because I set it up. For you. Now, come sit down. He acted like her mouth didn't part in surprise, or that she dropped her arms to her sides and slowly moved toward him like she was in a trance. You did all of this? For me? Why? I don't. She sank slowly into the seat he held out and scooted it forward. Rounding the table, Kyle claimed the seat across from her, surprisingly calm now that he had her where he needed her. Kyle, what's going on? Sherry's eyes were wide and she stared at him like she had no idea what to do or how to act. He understood. He might have calmed down, but he was still nervous. What if she said no? It was a possibility. They'd only talked about marriage once or twice. He swallowed. I know this is all unorthodox, maybe even a bit weird, but Kyle reached across the table and took Sherry's hand in his as he stared at her across the food he'd carefully prepared and he and Jareth had set up. Sherry, I feel like everything in my life has led me to this moment with you. Her chest rose and fell as her gaze locked on his face. Her fingers clenched, and Kyle couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his own face. He reached with his free hand into the napkin carefully folded beside his plate and pulled out a small black velvet box. For a moment, he almost didn't hand her the box. The ring was specialized for her and he wanted her to understand how much he wanted to make her happy. He held onto the box as he moved around the table and fell to one knee. She covered her mouth with her hand and swiveled to face him, her eyes round above her fingers. Kyle swallowed. He kept the box closed. Sherry, I'm going to keep this simple. Marry me. Let's grow old together. Let's figure things out and work hard together. I love you. He pulled the box up and opened the lid, continuing to talk as he did so. I know what this looks like, but this bee was no killed. It's a drone that was booted from the hive because there were too many. He died naturally and a taxidermist preserved him and put him in the resin. That's the only way I would consider a ring like this. He glanced to where Sherry stared, her mouth now forming an O. A dime-sized resin mound that looked like a drop of glass held a male honeybee in perfect pose. His darker abdomen and strong legs were featured well in the see-through glass. Kyle had had the resin fitted in a cold setting. Kyle, it's beautiful. I love bees. They're so important. She reached for the ring, pulling it from the velvet bed in the box and studying the small creature. I know you do. You tell me all the time how important they are. I went for the drone because he's the male. One of the only males, and he's loyal to the queen. I'm loyal to you. He stayed kneeling, and then cleared his throat while Sherry continued studying the ring. Sherry? Yeah? She glanced up, her eyebrows raised. Do you think you want to marry me? Kyle felt dumb asking again, but he hadn't gotten a straight answer from her and needed one. Before he knew what to do, Sherry threw her arms around him and kissed him full on the mouth. She pulled back. I wouldn't think of marrying anyone else, Kyle. I love you, too. Neither of them mentioned Emma's recent death, or the fact that Reikia was missing, or even that they had no idea just what was going to happen in the future. None of that mattered in that moment. Nothing except the fact that their dreams were coming into reality. Kyle would do whatever it took to make the rest of it work. Damon. The lush green bank of the river sloped down to the edge of the water. Grass edged the lazy flowing water. Damon couldn't stop watching Reikia. The shine of the sun on her hair warred with the deep brown of her eyes. When she smiled, she did it hesitantly, as if holding something back. Damon had a feeling when he got her to laugh it would be a game changer. How long are you staying? Reikia lifted her sandwich and took a bite. She didn't take her dark gaze off Damon, and truth be told he liked the attention. He lay down on his side, resting his head on his hand and gazing up at her. I have to leave this afternoon. A couple hours? He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a rumpled envelope. I went and got this last night after you went to your room. Reikia put her sandwich on a napkin and wiped her hands. She looked at him questioningly as she took the envelope from him. What is it? He had pulled a large amount of money from his bank account for her. I want you to use it to stay in the motel as long as you need to. I'm not comfortable with you sleeping in your car. I'm surprised your parents are allowing it. He held up a hand. I know you're an adult and you can do what you want, but if your parents knew, I bet they would be paying for you to stay in a hotel or something. I find it hard to believe that they're okay with this. Shaking her head, Reikia peeked inside the white envelope. She slowly lowered it to her lap and stared at the ground for a moment. She tightened her jaw and looked at him. She shook her head again. I can't take your money. She offered the envelope back with a thrust. Damon shoved her hand back her direction. He was gentle but resolute. Hold on to it. Use it if you need it. I can't leave you down here with a good conscience and not do something to help you. I care too much about you. There was so much he wasn't saying. So much he didn't have the right to say. Not yet. Why are you being so nice to me? You don't have to care. I'm not important. Reikia clutched the envelope in her hands, the paper wrinkling under her grasp. Her shoulders were tight and abject rejection covered her face. How can you say that? We don't have to be in love or any of that fancy stuff for me to care about you. I'm not the type of guy that's into commitment anyway. This is what it is. This is me worrying about you. Friends can worry about each other, Reikia. He angled his head up so he could catch her gaze. Why wouldn't I be nice you? You deserve so much more than nice. Most guys aren't, Damon. Her eyes sparkled with a sheen of unshed tears, making him ache in deep parts of his heart that she would hurt. They should be. He sat up, draping his arm around his drawn-up knee. He wasn't nice. He would have the memory of Melissa and how he treated her to keep him in check for as long as he lived. He picked a blade of grass and tossed it. He did it repeatedly, for a few minutes. How long will you be here? Damon turned her question back on her. She hadn't given him a definitive answer yet. He was the one who kept asking her. He wanted her home. How could he date her or spend time with her if she wasn't around? She stared softly at the river, the pause melancholic. Truth? Until I find my dad. Jeffrey Howard. I've heard he goes by Rachiah. I've been looking all over. I finally got what seemed like a solid lead. The guy in Cook's Automotive goes by Rachiah. But he didn't give me his full name. The guy in Cook's Automotive couldn't be her dad. It just wasn't possible. Was it? What had happened to Mason Two Claw being her father? The proud Salish leader couldn't possibly be hiding a secret like that, could he? Did Maverick know? When I was in there earlier, he seemed interested in you. I couldn't tell if he was being creepy or what. You're a beautiful woman, I'm sure you attract attention all over the place. He offered her a side smile, curling his lips as he watched her blush again. Ratchet's interest in Reikia suddenly didn't seem so extraneous. Are you sure he's not the guy you're looking for? Reikia cast a sharp glance at him, then burst into laughter. I considered the same thing, but it's not possible. He's white. Damon cocked his head to the side, confused. Why isn't that possible? He had to be missing something. Reikia's laughter subsided, but her grin didn't. I'm not white. Just in case you hadn't noticed. She winked, taking another bite of her sandwich and staring out at the water. Damon drew his other knee up and locked his hands with his arms wrapped around his knees. You don't have to look white to have white in you. It wasn't a difficult concept. He couldn't understand why Reikia was being so hard-headed about it. I know. But I've been raised as full Salish, and you don't know what that means. They wouldn't do that to me, not if they thought I was white, too. Trust me. The limitations they put on me would not be there, if I was half white. She ended on a hard T sound. You could still be white. He was white. He felt like he'd been slapped in the face. What was wrong with being Caucasian? What was wrong with being Salish? How had this become their first fight? He didn't even care about it enough. Reikia stared at him for a moment, then grabbed what she could and threw it into the bag. She moved with jerky motions as if was under attack. She stood up and looked down at him, her eyes welling with tears and spilling over. You wouldn't understand, which is why this won't work. I warned you and it's turning out exactly like I said. She turned and stormed away, leaving Damon with an aching hole in his chest and more questions than the water could answer. Chapter 7. Reikia. Damon didn't get it. How could he? He was white. His ethnicity would continue on into eternity. His cultural traditions would never end. The way of his people wasn't as entrenched as the Salish. If her culture was snuffed out by a mixing of races in marriages, then where would the history go? It would become lost in books and long-lost journals and genealogy records. Rachiah understood this. She'd worked so hard to make sure she did the things that were expected of her. Her mother would never lie about something so intricate to the decisions Rachiah was expected to make. Would she? The Salish weren't being racist. They were preservationists. Rachiah understood. Even as frustrated as she was sometimes with the choices the tribe made for her, she understood. She respected the reasoning. As angry and frustrated as she was, she tamped down the empathy she had for Damon's position. He didn't understand. He hadn't been raised the same way she had. To be fair, she hadn't fully explained anything to him either. Her irritation propelled her from the shore. Long strides carried her past her car, down the sidewalk, past the motel, right into Cook's automotive. She didn't stop at the door to question her actions. No, she had to push right through and slam her hand on the bell repeatedly. Not once, not twice, more like 8 times. Rachiah walked through the door with his hands at chest level, as if Reikia held a gun on him. Whoa, what's going on? Is everything okay? What's the emergency? Alarm held his eyes wide, even as he recognized Reikia. He lowered his hands when he reached the counter and studied her. Reikia heaved a large breath and let loose her tirade. All of her pent-up frustrations and disappointments came out in a verbal deluge she couldn't have stopped, if she tried. I know you know something. I know you know who Jeffrey Howard is. Your innocent act isn't fooling me. Whether you are him, or you know who he is, the fact that you go by Rachiah is a little too coincidental for me. You are lying to me. I'm not going to leave until I find out why. I have to find Jeffrey Howard. You and everybody else I've been dealing with for the past few years are not going to succeed in keeping me from the truth. She settled into her stance, crossing her arms over her chest as if she wouldn't leave the building until she got something. The door opened behind her, and Damon stepped in. With one hand on the door, he passed his gaze between Rachiah and Reikia. He searched her face and then spoke to Rachiah. How's my rig coming? Rachiah glanced from Damon to Reikia, then focused on Reikia. He placed his hands on the counter, palms flat, and leaned over. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you with the truth. I don't know the person you're speaking of. I'm Rachiah. I'm not sure I would remember my given name even if I tried. As for this man you are asking about, Jeffrey Howard? If I hear anything, I'll let you know. He pushed away from the counter and nodded toward Damon. Excuse me, I have customer. So, that's it? That's all you have to give me? Reikia tried not to gasp for air. It didn't need to be obvious that he might as well have slapped her across the face with such a blatant lie. She stumbled from the office, her hand pressed over her stomach. She ignored Damon as he tried to help her. Deal with your truck. I'm going back to the motel. Her words came out on a partial growl. Damon backed off, and Reikia walked slowly to the motel. At the end of the building, before she rounded the side to go to her room, she leaned over and braced herself on the edge of the building. Her picnic lunch came up, her stress and nerves pushing the food from her. She wasn't trying to act like a baby, but sometimes a girl just couldn't handle disappointment. Not like that and not that way. She didn't remember making it to her hotel room. When Damon knocked on the door, she didn't move from her spot on the edge of the bed as she stared at the nightstand. Weakly she called out, "Come in." She didn't look toward him when he walked in. He softly closed the door and turned back to her. Reikia couldn't cry. She couldn't do anything. She felt like she'd been punched and she couldn't recover. Like she couldn't catch her breath, but the pressure was internal, not external, so not easily removed. The bed dipped when Damon sat beside her. He took her hand in his. She didn't pull away, but didn't look at him either. Her words came slow and rough like scraped on asphalt in the summer Sunday. He denied my questions and it didn't faze him. He has no idea what I've been through to find my dad. Nobody does. Nobody cares. The ache inside her grew. She'd been searching since she found out. She hadn't given up on a man who never wanted her to start with. Damon's fingers sent a warm tingle through her skin. His touch dissipated the numbness she'd been carrying for so long. I'm sorry. I care. I didn't mean to upset you by the creek. I just had to be honest. I need to always be honest with you. She tightened her fingers on his. Turning to him, she bit back a sob. I don't always want that kind of honesty. I'm always honest, darlin'. It's one of my downfalls. I'll try to rein it in next time, but you're always going to get complete honesty from me. He lifted his free hand and brushed the hair away from her cheeks, using his thumb to smudge the moisture from her skin. I just want to find my father. I want to find out who I am. She swallowed, staring at Damon's face. I want to know why he didn't want me. Why I wasn't good enough. Tears burned paths down her face like small drops of acid. Without hesitation, Damon pulled her to his chest, wrapping his arms around her. He rocked her in a slow side-to-side rhythm. With her face pressed against his torso, the rumble of his voice buzzed by her cheek. It's his loss. Come home. He rubbed his hand up and down her back. The comfort of his touch calmed her. She nodded slowly. Okay, yeah, you're right. I need to give the diner owner a couple days' notice. He didn't need to hire me, but he did. I owe him that at least. Tom was a good guy. She couldn't abandon him like that. Damon sighed. I need to head home. Are you going to be okay? He left his hand on her back when she pulled away. He studied her face. Yeah. I think so. Thanks. She smiled softly at him, gratitude welling inside her where only irritation had been shortly before. Irritation and loss. Damon had dispelled that. No matter what was expected of her, she wouldn't give him up, even if all she could have him as was a friend. After he grabbed his things from his room, they walked down to his truck parked in front of the building. I'm glad your truck was fixed. Reikia didn't know what else to say as she came to a stop beside him. Yeah, pretty cost-effective, too. I was surprised they fixed it as fast as they did. Damon seemed to avoid saying Ratchet's name or referencing him directly. He cleared his throat and looked around. Wow, the weather here is like home. He turned his gaze up toward the cloudy sky where there had been only blue and sun an hour ago. A light rain had started, more like a mist, but the rumble in the distance promised more would be coming. The fine rain didn't bother Rachiah as she leaned her hips against his damp truck. He opened the driver door and loaded his bag. She watched him. I'm really glad you came down. Thank you for getting me a room. I'll pay you back as soon as I have enough. Honestly, I don't know when that will be. She chewed on her inner cheek. How much could she say? That the prospect of going home was only made appealing because he was there? That she would give up her chances to find her dad for him? He made her feel like she was worth something. Tiny drops of misty water clung to the brim of his hat and the shoulders of his flannel shirt like dew on morning grass. He finished tossing his bag into the front seat and started the engine as if he knew she needed privacy after that confession. Finally, he closed the door and leaned back. Then he moved to stand in front of her. Placing a hand on either side of her, he moved in close and braced himself with his arms. You're wanted at home. We want you there. You have family there. His voice lowered, and grew husky as he studied her face and stared at her lips. I want you there. An overwhelming urge to be closer to him crashed over her. I don't think you know what you want. She wrapped her fingers into the sides of his shirt and pulled him close to her. They studied each other in close proximity, her hands buried close to the warmth of his sides. She needed him. She needed the connection. Reikia lifted her lips and pulled him into a deep kiss. The expectations of the tribe would have to wait. She was in North Fork, Wyoming, and in that space, in time, she was neither Salish nor a two-claw. She was just Rachiah, a girl looking for her father, grateful for the man who had befriended her and stayed by her side. Nothing else mattered. There was no name for her feelings right then, nothing but what it was. As their lips moved together, she pushed aside the sad reality that her attraction to Damon would have to remain an attraction. Right in that moment, in North Fork, with her lips on his and his arms wrapped around her, drawing her closer, she could pretend they had the freedom to be so much more. Chapter 8. Damon. The drive between North Fork and Taylor Falls wasn't short, but then again it wasn't long either. Not in Montana terms anyway. Chasing Reikia to North Fork had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. One Damon was profoundly glad he had made. He pulled into the driveway of the house he rented with Ryland. Calling it home didn't seem natural since Damon and his brother had agreed it was temporary. Knowing Reikia had called it home, even for a short time, made it easier to return. Being in her room made him feel closer to her from so many miles away. Damon was too close to the situation with Reikia. He wasn't the type to get involved like this. Commitment really was something that freaked him out. He'd never found anyone he wanted to be committed to. The situation with her father though boggled the mind. He shook his head as he climbed into bed. Staring up at the ceiling, he watched the moonlight cast pitted shadows with the different textures. Would he be able to leave behind a child of his like that? Why would anyone decide not to claim their offspring? He didn't understand that. Maybe he was biased in ways he couldn't explain, but he'd never understood parents who couldn't do things for their children. He didn't believe in disrespecting anyone like that thought either. Marriage was important for many reasons. Not leaving a parentless child out in the middle of nowhere was a huge reason why it was important to wait for that kind of connection with someone. Reikia had too much to deal with. The fact that she was seeking a long-lost parent only made her journey that much harder to bear. He didn't want things to be hard for her. Not when she deserved so much more. Giving her the money had been a no-brainer. He wanted to help her. He wanted to do as much as possible for her. Somehow, she had worked her way into his heart. If nothing else, commitment aside, he was a friend. He had to be there for her. He would have to accept the fact that he wanted so much more than that, even if she didn't. Then he'd gone and hurt her feelings, angered her. Upsetting her had been like slicing himself in half with a hot spoon, dull and inefficient, but no less painful as it scorched his skin. In the situation with her dad or her father or whatever she referred to him as, Damon didn't want to press for more information. He had a feeling the mechanic knew more, was more, than he was willing to admit. In fact, he'd blatantly lied about it. One thing Damon could recognize was a liar. And Rachiah had been lying. From down the hall, the sound of the front door opening and closing pushed Reikia to the back of his mind. He threw back the blankets and padded into the kitchen. Ryland shed his coat, shrugging the thick jacket from his shoulders and draping it on a stool. He jumped slightly when Damon came into view. Soon they would need to turn on the heat in the evenings, with the chill pushing to get into the house. Damon leaned against the wall to the kitchen, crossing his arms at his waist. "Where've you been?" A haunted look flashed across Ryland's eyes. Shadows from the one light on in the kitchen made him appear more upset or more concerned than he was. They were all going through so much and no one had the answers to relieve the pain. "Glad you're back, we have to work in the morning. You probably should get some rest." Ryland rounded the counter into the kitchen, getting a glass from the cupboard and pouring himself a drink of water. "When did you get home?" Damon sighed, uncrossing his ankle. He stood and rubbed his forehead. He needed a sounding board, and Ryland usually was a terrific listener. "I can't sleep." Reikia. Enough about Reikia. Enough about Melissa. Enough. Ryland slammed the cup onto the counter. He turned, yanking his wide-brimmed cowboy hat from his head and tossing it to the counter. "You're barking up the wrong tree. They aren't the same girl." Eyes wide, Ryland faced Damon down with his arms akimbo. Recognizing Ryland's penchant for fighting and he was in a mood, Damon held his calm. "No, it's more than that. This has nothing to do with me. She has this situation with her father, he abandoned her. I don't know how a man can just leave his kid like that. I feel bad for her. This really doesn't have anything to do with Melissa and that whole thing." Damon couldn't get worked up about Ryland and the way he was acting. Something was bothering his brother. The rational thing to do would be to figure out what had Ryland so angry and see how he could help. "It's more than what?" Ryland deflated at the mention of Rachiah's father abandoning her. "I don't know." Damon shrugged. "I'm not sure what, but it's something." Ryland studied him, taking a few steps closer and peering at Damon's face from a few inches between them. After a moment, realization dawned on his face and he backed away. Accusingly, he laughed, without humor. "You're falling for her. You are falling for her. I can't believe this. We can't get involved with those girls. We can get involved with any other girls. Messing around with a Salish girl? Not only a Salish, but a full-blood? You're messing with something you can't predict, Damon. She isn't one of your girls that you love and leave." He paused to breathe deep as if to prepare himself for more or to consider what more to say. Ryland didn't take long to continue. "While you were gone, MT made a point of stopping here and pointing out that if it weren't for Sherry, we wouldn't be on the reservation. He also said you're making a fool of yourself over his sister when she's already spoken for." Already spoken for? How was that possible? Reikia had said he wouldn't understand. Had she been talking about her fiancé? Was the guy a fiancé? Would she be that honest if she knew she wasn't available for anything? Why would she kiss him? Damon pressed a finger to his temple to push the forming headache away. He ignored Ryland's accusation that Damon was falling for her. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not involved with anyone. I'm friends with her." But the comment refused to be ignored, pestering him deep inside until he couldn't fathom anything else. Could he be falling for her? Could Ryland see something Damon couldn't? He couldn't stop thinking about her, that much was true. She was intoxicating in ways he never experienced. She was fast becoming an all-consuming aspect of his life. Damon hung his head, studying the floor at his feet. After a long moment he raised his gaze to his brother. "I don't know. I don't know what I feel. All I know is if I am falling for her, I'm in a lot of trouble. MT won't like us any more than he already does, which isn't saying much. On top of everything else, he didn't need to add more contention to their already tumultuous lifestyle. Let's keep this between us." Ryland watched him, crossing his arms in his chest. "Okay. I'll see you in the morning." Damon nodded, hopefully he slept. With all the crap going on in his head, it wouldn't help anybody, especially himself, if he couldn't sleep. He should have stood up for himself with Ryland. Damon didn't have women he loved and left. He had women he dated and never fell for, never grew close to. There was nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately or fortunately, he couldn't decide. Thoughts of Reikia would most likely keep him up the rest of the short night. The next day, everything MT did pointed to his suspicions of something like he had been a fly on the wall in the kitchen watching the night before. Punishing Damon and Ryland for missing a few days, He was out to make up for lost time. If busting the backs of laborers was a sport, MT could have been competing for the Olympics. Their lunch break came after an eternity of digging and breaking into solid rock. Again, they sat in front of the bushes at Mrs. Metcalf's property. Her trees were the only ones around on the plain-focused south side of the reservation. Damon tore into his sandwich with gusto, his thoughts returning yet again to the woman he'd left back in North Fork. She said she'd be coming home in a couple days. He had to call her or text her. He couldn't wait to see her. Maybe she'd see him that weekend. The faster he got done with lunch, the faster he could use the rest of his break to call and see when she was leaving. A shadow fell across his legs. Damon looked up, the brim of his hat shielding his eyes from the afternoon sun. Mrs. Metcalf stood beside him. Her hands folded at her waist. Her white hair had been drawn up neatly into a braid. A blue and white floral print house dress draped from her shoulders. "Hello, Damon. I was wondering if you could help me next week. My roof needs to be fixed, and my son will be here, but he can't do it by himself. I can pay you." Damon jumped to his feet, brushing his hands off on his jeans. "It's okay, Mrs. Metcalf, I'd be happy to help you. Can I walk you back to your house?" "No, thank you. I'm going to go see my neighbor. I will see you next week." She reached out her weathered hand and patted his arm. Damon lowered himself back to his seat. He was hoping for an opportunity to speak with her or her son. He had to know what happened to Melissa. Find out where she was, or if she was okay. He needed to be able to apologize to someone. If not Melissa herself, then Melissa's family would have to do. With Mrs. Metcalf's son there next week, Damon would be able to broach the subject at some point. He needed to find out more. He needed to apologize to Melissa. Not Reikia. If he wanted to maintain any semblance of sanity, he had to separate the two women in his mind. The last thing he wanted was to fall in love with Rachiah under the guise she had something to do with Melissa. He'd spent all that time with Rachiah and hadn't thought of Melissa once. At the end of the lunch break, MT pulled Damon aside. The hard lines of his face were enhanced by the dark tan of his skin. "I don't know what game you're playing at, but you're not jerking her around. She's been through too much." "I don't." Damon glanced behind him to see if he had backup should he need it. MT wasn't messing around, and his tone didn't leave any doubt about it. "That's all I'm going to say about it. You've been warned." MT sliced his hands through the air in a gesture of finality. Damon watched him walk away, confused. Was MT talking about Reikia? Or Mrs. Metcalf? And what exactly did MT know about any of it? Hannah. How was Hannah supposed to do anything without Nate? She hid in her room after he left, after Emma's. After they said goodbye to Emma one last time. A soft knock on the door wasn't even enough to rouse her from her frozen position as she lay on her side, staring at the closed closet doors. Her room was all but empty, devoid of any other furniture besides her simple twin bed and a small dresser. The knock echoed through her room and she didn't answer. She couldn't. She was too numb. After a moment, Stephanie cracked the door open. "Hannah? Are you hungry? It's been 2 days since I've seen you out of your room. Want me to bring you something?" She paused, moving into Hannah's line of sight. She knelt down, her brow furrowed as she stared at Hannah. "I can't promise it will taste good. I'm cooking, but I'll try." Hannah didn't reply. She couldn't. She didn't want to face the pitiful glances or the tiptoeing around. "Do you want to talk about it? I tried talking to Nate before he left, but he wasn't having any of it." Stephanie sank back to sit on her rear, crossing her legs in front of her. She braced her elbows on her knees and wiped at gathering moisture under her eyes. "I know." She laughed at herself. "I'm crying. I feel like I'm always crying. Drake is here. We have the house and food. We have nothing to want for, except, lost family. Lost. Were they lost? Emma was just gone. Lost suggested they could find whatever was gone. Emma was gone. She was not lost. She was just gone. But Nate. Nate could be considered lost. Which meant he could be found. But who would be able to find him? Who wanted to find him enough to go? Jareth was busy with Cyan and working on the jobs fixing things in Cyan's parents' neighborhood. Kyle and Sherry were getting married and Kyle had accepted a job north of Taylor Falls. He wasn't going to be able to go. Damon and Ryland were already busy on the reservation. Stephanie sighed, hanging her head. I don't even know what to do, myself. I don't know how to cook like you do. I don't know how to make house, like Emma and you do. I can muck out the stalls, but I doubt that's how you clean the kitchen. She snorted at herself. Hannah worked her throat, moving her dry tongue in her mouth. She blinked and murmured with a raspy voice. Are you going after Nate? Stephanie jerked her chin up and peered down her nose at Hannah. Why would I go after Nate? She leaned back, bracing her hands behind her. He's a grown man, Hannah. His wife just died. He needs to figure things out. Her mouth parted as she sat up from her spot and she stared at Stephanie. Do you have any idea what it's like to feel so alone? Nate is lost. I'm lost. He needs to be found and brought home. He needs to know he's needed. Tears slowly streamed down her cheeks, the paths hot and uncomfortable on her tight flesh. Her skin had been wet with tears for days, and she didn't know if she'd ever feel normal again. He doesn't want to know he's needed, Hannah. I don't know how to explain it. Stephanie watched her carefully as if Hannah might run off. And Hannah might. She jumped to her feet, staring down at her sister. You don't know how to explain? You don't understand at all. You're not all alone. You have Drake. The two of you, you're not alone. Not like Nathan. Not like me. All of you have someone. Damon has Ryland. Kyle has Sherry. Jareth has Cyan. And let's be honest, even Reikia has her brother. Everyone has someone else. Everyone, but Nate and me. Hannah threw her hands in the air as she stormed from her room, leaving her Stephanie sitting on her floor. Someone has to find Nate. Someone has to go after him and tell him he's needed. Since I'm the only one who doesn't have anyone else, maybe that falls to me. Hannah, no. Stephanie ran after her, thundering down the hall toward the spot where Hannah stood. You can't leave. Don't leave. Nate will come back. I know he will. He has to. We need him too much. He needs us too much. How do you know? Hannah whispered softly, her shoulders slumped forward. There was no hope that Nate would return to them. Yet, Stephanie was adamant that he would. Stephanie shrugged, reaching out, wrapping her arms around her younger sister. I don't know. I just believe he needs us as much as we need him. He has to. We all love Emma. We all need her as much as him. He'll want to be around others who loved her as much. Wouldn't you? I know I do. I need to be able to talk to people who knew her like I did. No one else understands. Please, don't leave me. She stared at Hannah with desperation in her gaze, even as she clutched her arm. Promise me, Hannah. Promise you won't leave me. Turning to see the fear in Stephanie's eyes, Hannah swallowed. She was up, out of bed. She'd gotten the nudge she needed. Stephanie said she still needed her. Hannah could stay for a little bit longer. Just enough to figure out a plan. One way or the other, she had to find her brother. She couldn't let him stay lost forever. If she couldn't bring him back, then maybe there was no hope for her. Chapter 9. Rachiah. Defeat burrowed inside Reikia, leaving a hollow ache she would never be able to fill. She had to go home. She had to admit she failed. Had she really though? Rachiah was her father. Wasn't her entire goal on her journey to find him? To figure out why he didn't want her? She might not understand the why, but she at least found him. She knew it. And to say he didn't want her would be obvious since he lied about who he was. There was no denying he was the man she had searched for. He wouldn't declare his name, and he so calmly lied to her face when other men in town, who had no investment in the situation, had recognized the name she'd searched for. She had the sinking realization she'd been fighting the truth staring at her. There weren't a bunch of Rachiahs running around the West. There just weren't. She didn't want to face it, own it. He was more vocal in his denial, going so far as to lie. He didn't want to know his daughter. If he had, he would have come back to find her. He wasn't Salish. He wasn't any defined nationality, which made Rachiah half a puzzle. Or, for her sanity's sake, she could look at it from the maybe perspective. Maybe, he was telling the truth. Maybe, he wasn't her father. Maybe, she'd been given the wrong information all around those 3 states. Maybe she was supposed to go into North Dakota to find her long-lost father. Or maybe he was Sioux and she had to actually go onto other reservations. Or the maybe perspective wasn't enough to fight the logical steps she'd followed to get herself into North Fork, Wyoming, and into the workplace of Rachiah. She refilled the salt containers for the tables, wiping down the bases, and placing them carefully on the dark brown plastic tray. She could work mindlessly, like a robot, just keep going. Work. 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 While her mind turned possibilities over and over like a washing machine. Going home didn't fill her with excitement like it should. The only thing going for her back home involved seeing Damon again. She had to talk to Tom at some point that morning. She couldn't just disappear on him. Not when he'd done so much for her. A slight draft ran along the floor and someone opened the door and closed it. Cool air chilled around her ankles like a whisper. Finishing the salt and pepper shakers, Reikia glanced toward the kitchen. Tom bobbed his bald head in rhythm to the beat of Led Zeppelin. He hadn't heard anyone come in. If she hid behind the pantry, maybe they'd go away. Another maybe. She was drowning in maybes. From behind the tall coffee station, she patted the front pocket of her apron to find her pad and pencil. Well, wait, her eraser had fallen off somewhere in her pocket. She looked down and dug around for it, walking toward the occupied table. She didn't care enough to even look up. All she wanted was to be done with it all. She drummed up enough compassion to smile as she approached the table and finally looked up. Her eraser was going to have to wait till later. Time froze. Rachiah sat at the table, his hands steepled as he watched her approach. He didn't look away and her gaze settled on his. She cooled. How dare he come in there after dismissing her claims so thoroughly? He'd said no. He knew the truth and he'd denied her rights to it. The man was nothing more than a smooth liar. Her smile tightened and she blinked as she settled onto her left foot and jutted out her hip. Do you want the special? Meatloaf. Always meatloaf. Tom's easiest dish. She was learning fast. It was also her favorite meal of his. The mashed potatoes were thick and fluffy. He cleared his throat and jerked his chin forward then back. No. I would like to apologize. He shifted in his seat and dropped his hands to the table. I'm Jeffrey Howard. I'm who you're looking for. So, you know you're my father? She couldn't believe it. He'd known. Having his declaration spell out for her what she'd strongly suspected stung even more. He nodded as if someone had lassoed his tongue and served it up to a bull. Why was he admitting it now? She had to ask. Yeah. What's changed since yesterday? You get some coffee in you or something? Regret lying? Yeah, about that. He opened his hands, palms up. I'm not sure why I did that. Usually when people come looking for me, it doesn't have good connotations. You startled me. He leaned forward, beseeching her with his eyes. I'm sorry. I'd like to get together and talk. Are you okay with that? She didn't look away. Finally, she had confirmation that she'd found him. She would be able to find out what she needed to know. He wanted to get together to talk. She would be able to learn about who she really was. Because, facing all the facts, she had grown up believing a lie. She was not full Salish. Too many pieces of who she was had counted on the truth of that fact. No, not fact. Fiction. Reikia nodded jerkily. Okay, yeah, sure. But what did that mean? Could she believe the things he said? Would he answer her questions? Did she want to know the answers he gave? I'm off work at 5. Maybe we could get together and talk some more. He gave her a side smile, the chip in his front tooth adding to his charm. That sounds good. I'm off about then, too. Should we meet here? She lifted the pad of paper in her hands, with the pencil, ready to take his order. Since you're here, what can I get you? Yeah, let's meet here. I'll get the special. Thanks. He smiled at her, and winked, as if they shared a secret. She turned, her grin growing. They did share a secret. A secret that defined who she was. Tom waved his spatula in the air, flicking chunks of food through the air. Rachiah, you said you needed to talk. Rachiah shook her head. No. I can talk to you about it later. She would hold off on quitting for the time being. With the job, she could stay around a little longer to get to know Rachiah. Plus, this way she wouldn't be letting Tom down. Yeah, she had to keep telling herself that to excuse her sudden change in plans. Getting to know Rachiah meant she would get to know herself. Hopefully, Damon understood just what this meant for her. She had to take the opportunity. Everything about Reikia and Damon hinged on the things she discovered with Rachiah. Even if she didn't want to accept it. Her hour-long lunch break gave her enough time to run to the hotel. She didn't want to spend any of Damon's money. And as nice as the motel was, she'd done just fine in her car. She checked out and rearranged her car. Back at the diner, she grabbed her meal for her first 4-hour shift. Tom stuck his head out of the door between the kitchen and the front room. Reikia, you had a message from Rachiah. He said he can't meet you here. Maybe the park? He shrugged at her and disappeared back inside. Reikia calmed her heartbeat. For a second, she had thought he was going to cancel. She would meet him at the park or anywhere, as long as he didn't cancel. She had to call him Rachiah. She had thought of him as Jeffrey Howard for so long, even knowing he went by Rachiah, it felt weird to call him that. She could use the disconnect of his nickname to keep a clear head, free from emotions. The last hour of her shift dragged on into eternity. And yet as the final minute ticked by, things started to speed up a little too fast for her comfort. What was she doing? Why hadn't she started home? She had to sleep in her car again, and she hadn't planned on that. She put things away from her shift and waved goodbye to Tom. She was supposed to have quit that morning, too. Instead, she'd put everything off. She'd even dodged calls from Damon, Cyan, and Maverick. Texting each of them, she was working and would get back to them when she had a chance. In what felt like seconds, she was sitting at the park, bundled in her coat on the bench. The sun would be setting in a couple hours, and the temperature had already begun to drop. She couldn't stay in her vehicle for much longer, not there in North Forks. Sleeping in her car was going to be a blast. She snorted at her inner sarcasm. She forgot how cold it was getting. She hadn't made any plans for winter, and it was chillingly apparent. Rachiah gave a low whistle when he came into view. With his hands tucked in his pockets and a low-waisted denim jacket on, he looked like he too was trying to wield off the cold. He lifted his hands to his mouth as he reached her. Blowing air into his cupped palms, he rubbed his fingers together briskly. I didn't realize how cold it was. You want to go back to my place? It's just down the road. She glanced in the direction he pointed. Did she want to? She didn't know him. But he had gone out of his way to meet with her. She didn't want him to feel like she was high maintenance. She didn't want to disappoint him. Reikia's hesitation didn't last long. She nodded. Sure, that's fine. I'll follow you in my car. She needed to keep her options for leaving open. If she could leave anytime, it left her more in control. His house was only a couple blocks from the park, like he said. After following him in his truck and parking on the street, Rachiah turned the key in the ignition, turning off the engine. She stared at the craftsman-style two-story home. It had peeling paint and boxes piled on the sloping deck to the side of the building. He rounded the front of the house, waving at her from where she had parked at the curb. Here goes nothing. Rachiah opened the door and stepped from her car. She closed the door and swallowed nervously. He waited for her at the top of his three-step patio. She motioned to the home. How long have you owned this? Pushed. I don't. I've rented for a month or so, don't want to get tied down in any one spot. No one owns me. He opened the screen door and motioned her inside. Come on in. Sorry about the mess. It's only me in here. Stepping cautiously up the uneven and broken cement path, Reikia tried ignoring the brown grass with missing patches giving way to dirt, the fence hanging off the posts, and the definite slant to the steps as she climbed them to the porch. She didn't know his circumstances, and it wasn't like Reikia's family was the wealthiest in the world. The two claws had money and Reikia had never lacked for anything growing up, but she understood the importance of cash as she'd moved from state to state on her mission. As she stepped even more carefully inside, Reikia couldn't help studying the living room and other areas she came in contact with. It wasn't a huge house. What looked like 2 stories was actually a loft-style home. There may or may not have been a basement, it wasn't evident from the front of the house. There might have been egress windows in the back, but from where she stood there were no stairs headed down. Take-out boxes from the diner littered the small table off the kitchen. The living room couch had shirts hanging off the back of the couch. Calling it a couch was actually being more than generous. The futon was rumpled and lumpy looking. The wood of the frame was stained. A small box TV sat on a fold-up table against the wall. He didn't have much. Reikia definitely would not be able to be accused of chasing after a fortune or inheritance. Go ahead and take a seat. Would you like a beer or anything? He strode into the kitchen and propped open the fridge door. Reikia shook her head. No, thank you. She edged into the room, claiming a spot on the far end of the futon gingerly. She sat on the furthest edge that she could, hoping it was cleaner than it looked. She folded her hands in her lap and smiled politely, suddenly wishing for the comfort of her car. At least it was organized and semi-clean. Rachiah dragged a chair in from the table and set it up across from Reikia, his back to the TV. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. He cracked open a can of beer and drank. The dark ink edge of a tattoo peeked from under the collar of his stained shirt. Reikia tried not to stare. Where did she start? She had so many questions, and no order to ask them in. I do. My biggest question is, why did you leave? She got it out. Blurting it out was a lot less painful than taking her time and eking her words through clenched lips. Essentially, everything she wanted to know came down to that question. Everything. If she could get an answer to that one, she could fill in the holes the other questions left by herself. Rachiah looked down, setting his beer on the small table and rubbing his hands together again. It seemed to be a nervous tick of his. He finally lifted his gaze and cocked his head to the side. I was too young. I didn't know what I was doing. I was hired on the reservation as a mechanic to teach some of the guys there. Back then there weren't a lot of opportunities for the minority sector. You have to understand I was only there for one reason. They didn't welcome me. I was an outsider. That was it. I wasn't even welcome in parts of the casino. He crossed his ankle over his knee and leaned back. So, when your mom showed interest in me, treated me like something other than a leper, I couldn't resist temptation. Plus, you have to understand, Jewel was gorgeous. He eyed Reikia, something in his eyes. She probably still is. Reikia nodded, chuckling softly. Her mom was gorgeous. She truly deserved the title Indian Princess. That had never changed. I didn't even know she was pregnant until her dad came and found me. He dragged me back to the reservation for the birth. I signed a certificate and left. She didn't want me. She didn't want me, and she made that very clear. I didn't know her like I wanted to, but I was willing to make things right. He shifted to face her fully and turned to a pleading tone. You gotta believe me, Reikia, when I say, I tried to contact you. I tried so many times. She wouldn't give me anything. Anger welled inside Reikia. She hadn't been able to know her real dad because of decisions her mom had made. Her mom had kept the truth from her all those years. While what he was saying didn't sound like things her mom would do, Reikia hadn't been able. No, Reikia had chosen not to ask her mom about her side. She hadn't been able to talk to her about it. Reikia had felt too betrayed at the time. That betrayal was overshadowed by the current one Ratchet worked to reveal. Ratchet's honesty was refreshing after the lies he'd told her. So open. He was willing to talk to her and answer her questions. She didn't blame him for not claiming to know who Jeffrey Howard was from the beginning. He seemed to be a drifter, and drifters moved for a reason. The sun had begun to set, and if Reikia wanted to get to a good place for the night she would have to leave. I appreciate your candor. I should probably get going, it's getting late. Where are you staying? Maybe we could get together again tomorrow? He laughed and crossed his arms. I'm sorry. I'm a little pushy sometimes. If it's too fast or too soon, let me know. I'm easy. I want to make up for lost time. Would he consider her a failure if she was honest? For Reikia though, lying wasn't an option. She lifted her chin. I actually sleep in my car. It's cheaper and I need to save money. Damon had been harder to tell that to, maybe because she wanted to impress him. While she wanted to impress Ratchet, she also felt the need to set a precedent. She wouldn't lie, and he had to know what she went through to find him. Whoa. Ratchet narrowed his eyes and studied her, cocking his head to the side. After a minute, he leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. This might seem forward, but you're welcome to stay here. Concern drew his eyebrows together. And his smile faded to a frown. This is only a one-bedroom. You can take the bedroom and I'll sleep out here on the futon. There's a lock on the bedroom, too, if that makes you feel safer. We can take the chance to get to know each other better. It just doesn't seem right having my girl sleeping out in a car, you know? Not when I have all this. What kind of a dad would I be? What kind of a dad, indeed? His words warmed Reikia. He really was a good guy. Her irritation at his initial rejection vanished completely along with any lingering feelings of caution. She quieted the alarm bells going off in her head. Of course, she was going to be nervous in the situation. She'd never met her biological father before. His concern made her feel like there was a chance she would get to know her real dad. A chance she would get to understand the part of her she always felt was missing. It might be too soon to jump into a comforted lull. But Reikia couldn't help feeling better, like things were finally looking up for her. She had craved answers for far too long. While she wanted to get home, this was the chance she'd been running around looking for. She needed to see it through. She'd never forgive herself if she left then. How was she ever going to tell Damon that she wasn't coming home right away? Chapter 10. Nate. Mr. Walston handed out the pay for the ranch hands with a flourish, as if the men should be grateful for the little he offered them. In the middle of fall, as the need to hire ranch hands diminished for many ranchers, he could make a spectacle of the paying process because no one would leave. Nate accepted the envelope when his name was called, and he stepped back a step to make sure everything was inside. He counted out the green bills and then lifted his gaze to the ranch owner, who watched him with a cruel twist to his lips. "This envelope is short $100. Shrugging, Walston tapped the side of the clipboard, narrowing his eyes as he studied Nate. "Your work was under par. I caught you staring off and daydreaming on more than one occasion." He laughed without humor, the sound unpleasant, like the sound of a calf being branded. "You might be able to get away with that laziness at other ranches, but here at Half Bloomed, we don't accept that kind of work." Anger welled inside Nate. He was anything but lazy. "I work my tail off here and you know it. There's no way I'm going to accept you shortchanging me. Pay me what you owe me. Now." He didn't have to send money back to Emma. He could just walk away. The missing $100 wasn't a big deal, not really. Not in the whole scheme of things. But the self-righteous smirk on Walston's face was exactly the incentive Nate needed to pummel some of his pain off onto someone else. Walston set the clipboard down on a nearby picnic table, returning to a straightened position and folding his arms across his chest. With his head back slightly, Walston stared at Nate with half-closed lids, as if he didn't care what Nate said or did, he would do what he wanted. "I'm not going to do anything of the sort, Rourke. You didn't earn that money." The rest of the ranch hands encircled the two, their own white envelopes out of sight. Their stances were more curious than anything else as they moved into a loose-knit circle of about 20 men or so. If Nate fought Walston, he'd most likely have to fight the other ranch hands. He hadn't gotten to know any of them since he'd gotten there, choosing instead to keep to himself. He'd worked hard, and he deserved his pay. What Walston was doing wasn't right, and Nate refused to accept it. He glanced around at the men he'd worked with since he'd arrived. "I suggest you check your pay, too. If he's going to short me, who knows who else he's shorting." Nate hooked his thumbs into the tops of his pockets and returned his attention to Walston, whose eyes had suddenly gotten wide as he glanced around the group. "Hey, I'm missing money." One man with a crooked tooth and barely there stubble on his jawline looked up from his envelope. Anger shadowed his normally affable features. "There's no way you caught me doing anything but working, just like Nate, here. He worked as hard as the rest of us. We all deserve our pay." A few more outraged murmurs joined in with theirs as more of the ranch hands discovered they'd been cheated. And cheated was what it was. Nate tilted his head to the side and then folded his arms as he challenged Walston with his gaze. "The way I see it, you better step up and get that missing money or you're going to have a problem." He didn't need to look around the crowd to know they had shifted from being bystanders in a loose circle to being more confrontational and facing Walston with anger exuding off them in waves. Walston swallowed, glancing around the group. His gaze landed on Nate again, his eyes hard. "You did this. You'll never work at Half Bloomed again." Nate stepped forward, closing the distance between him and the owner. He kept his voice low, but everyone could hear it. "The thing is, Walston, if you don't get that money out here for us, we're all going to quit and you're going to miss out on the money from the drive. Now, I suggest you get along and gather up the rest of what you owe us. We'll wait. For our inconvenience, I recommend you open the kitchen up or bring a bonus back with you. We're not going to be happy if we have to wait long." Nate made the threat without checking with the other men, but their agreement with his statement could be felt in the air. Many nodded and others pressed in around him as they wanted to be included in the potential power struggle. The way Nate saw it, he didn't have anything to lose. He didn't care if he lost the job. There would be another one. All he wanted was justice. He couldn't have justice in his personal life, so why not demand it in all other aspects? Walston's ruddy skin grew darker and he nodded his head in a tight bob as he scanned the group of ranch hands for a friendly face. Unable to find one, he turned and dashed toward the offices in the back of the barn. The setup was similar to other ranches. The offices were more along the lines for just the owner or foreman, but were kept down at the main ranch to be more accessible for the ranch hands. No one said anything as they waited with mounting impatience for Walston to return. After 5 minutes, Nate growled in a voice that carried throughout the barn. "Don't make me come in there and get you." "Just a minute. I'm coming." Walston's intimidated tone carried out, leaving Nate reassured that the weaselly man hadn't slipped from a window or something. As the ranch owner came back out and handed out unsorted cash to the men, Nate accepted his missing money and then some. He wasn't going to stay at that ranch. He couldn't stand cheaters and thieves, no matter what their standing in life. Walston owned a ranch, but he didn't deserve the life he took for granted. Nate tapped the cash into an organized stack and then shoved it in his wallet. He'd put it with the rest of his things when he moved on. He inclined his head and turned to leave, pausing when he heard his name. "Don't bother coming on for the next shift. I don't need a troublemaker like you on my payroll." Walston's tone wouldn't accept argument. Not that Nate cared enough about the job to put forth the effort. Grinning and looking around at the men he'd worked with for a bit, Nate nodded. In that case, he spun, his fist cocked back, and when he reached the right angle, he swung, his knuckles connecting with the bone underneath Walston's puffy cheekbone. The ranch owner stumbled back, crashing to a slump on the bench of the picnic table provided for sitting space for the hands. Refusing to shake out the numbing pain in his hand, Nate stared down at the man. "I don't need this job. But I'll tell you right now, if I hear about you cheating any other ranch hands, I'll be back and you won't like when I return." He spun on the heel of his worn boots and strode confidently from the barn. He just had to grab his horse and be off. There was nothing else to do. He'd find another job to fill the empty time in his days. He had to stave off boredom and the inevitable thawing of the numbness he kept wrapped around himself. Because if he looked too closely at what he was running from, he'd lose it. He couldn't look back. He couldn't face the loss rearing its ugly head. Not if he wanted to survive. Not if he wanted a chance at. He pushed that train of thought to the side. There was survival and there was living. His chance to live had been covered in dirt and left in a grave. Surviving was his only option and he wasn't even sure he wanted to claim it. Why, when his very reason for breathing was no longer there? Time to head further east. Damon. Damon waited all night to call Reikia. He couldn't wait to see her and she had to have talked to her boss by now. She got up for the early shift, so he could call her right before he left for his own job. Was she as excited as he was to pick up again? He just wanted to see her, talk to her. Getting to know her was turning into one of the most exciting parts of his life. Settled in the kitchen, Damon tapped his finger on the counter, while he braced himself against the wall. He held the cell against his ear and stared off into space, unseeing the rest of the house or the features of the kitchen. On the line, the phone rang. Rachiah answered with a smile in her voice as she spoke softly. "Hey, trouble." He grinned, his day looking a whole lot brighter. "Morning. I couldn't start my day without hearing your voice." She chuckled, her voice lowering. "I'm heading to work, too. How are you? That was awesome seeing you. You made it bearable down here. Thank you for that." Shyness faded her voice at the end. He liked that he affected her since she had claimed most of his thoughts since he'd left her. "I loved seeing you again. When are you coming home? Did you talk to your boss? Maybe Friday? I was thinking we could catch a movie or something when you get into town." Waiting to speak to her had taken its toll and he wanted to talk her ear off. Instead, he made himself pause and give her time to answer his questions. Being too eager might scare her off. Her pause left him anxious, and he couldn't put a finger on why. Until she spoke. I'm not going to be coming home right now. At least not as soon as Friday. I need some more time. Rummaging sounds from her end filled the silence after her words faded. Pausing, his eyes dropping to the surface of the counter in front of him, Damon narrowed his eyes. Damon didn't want to know that she wasn't coming back right away. Seeing her was one of the only things carrying him through each work-filled day. He wanted to go back to the excitement and flirting at the start of the call. But he masked his disappointment and asked, "Really? Why?" Was she going to try to continue searching for her dad? She was so determined she was full-blooded Salish. She wasn't opening her eyes to the possibility that Rachiah really could be her dad. Or her father. However, she wanted to spin it. She'd found him and he didn't want her, so why was she pushing it? Couldn't she see that Damon wanted her? He wanted to be in her life and he wasn't playing games. She sighed before answering. "I'll get your money to you. I'm not going to use it. Thank you for letting me, though. That was very thoughtful of you." She avoided his question, so he had to ask again. "The money isn't important. What's going on? Why aren't you coming home?" He turned to place his back fully against the wall and stared down at the floor. Seeing her sooner was the only thing keeping him sane. Especially when he was dealing with MT. She hummed in the back of her throat, the sound almost hopeful. Damon tried to ignore how melodic her voice was. "My dad is letting me stay with him." "What?" He couldn't keep the shock from his voice at the sudden turn of events. How could Rachiah go from not acknowledging her to accepting her as his daughter and then having her move in with him? The time frame was too short. Something wasn't right. Damon didn't need brains to understand the twists and rolls in his gut. "Do you want me to come down?" He'd drop everything, if she did. He didn't care what that did with his relationship to the reservation squad. Ryland could work without him. If Reikia needed help, he'd be there as fast as the truck could get him there. "No." "Why?" "He's my father, Damon. I trust him. He wants to make up for lost time. He's telling me everything I need to know about what happened. It's an opportunity for me to get to know him. That's more important than I can tell you." She sounded happy, peaceful. Damon didn't want to take that from her. At the same time, though, he had to warn her. He cared too much for her to not spell out how he felt. "I know it's none of my business. I just don't want you to be set up for failure, Reikia. I'm worried about this. Something doesn't feel right." Reikia chuckled a little, brushing off his concern. "Remember when we talked about being too honest? This might be one of those times, Damon. I don't have any bad feelings about this. It's almost time for me to get to work. I need to get off the phone. Talk later?" Ignoring her question, Damon leaned forward, bracing his free hand on the counter's edge. "Don't be foolish, Reikia. You need to come home. This isn't safe." Worry had him pushing off the counter and standing in the center of the kitchen with his hands clenched. She sighed, disappointment strong in her hard, clipped tones. "Why don't you want me to be happy? Are you one of those guys that thinks a woman needs to be with a man in order to find happiness? I want to know my father. He's giving me a chance. I need you to be happy for me." How quickly she'd gone from laughing to sounding on the verge of tears. Damon had done that again. Dang it, he didn't want to make her cry. The flash of a memory of a teenage Melissa running to the bathroom after one of his comments crossed his mind. Damon closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead. "I am happy for you. I want this to work for you, desperately, I do. I just want you to be careful. Don't rush into anything. Promise me." He couldn't do anything else. Of course, she was right. She didn't need him. She didn't belong to him in any sense of the word. They hadn't solidified any relationship or commitment to each other, and he didn't have the right to demand anything more from her. That stung. What stung more was the fact that he wanted any of that. He wanted to be committed to her and she didn't. He wasn't the commitment type. The first time he was actually interested, his feelings weren't returned. That didn't sit well with him, leaving him subdued in his request. Of course. I haven't made it this long and this far without some kind of caution. I'll talk to you later. She hung up without waiting for his answer, as if she expected further lectures. Damon lowered his silent phone. What was he supposed to do with that? How could he help her when he didn't know what was going on or why his instincts were screaming at him that she wasn't in a good position? Something wasn't right and Damon wasn't sure what he was supposed to do when she'd essentially told him it wasn't his right. Damon couldn't focus. Anxiety held his muscles tense, and a blinding headache worked itself into a rage under the brim of his hat. Usually his Stetson staved off the rays of the sun, but not that day. Nothing was keeping him comfortable, nothing. What's going on with you, man? Ryland slapped his shoulder, pointing at the well they were working on. I asked for a 12-inch hole and you gave me a 36. Whatever is going on, straighten it out. We gotta fill that in now and tamp it down. Damon rested his hands on top of the rounded handle of the shovel. When had he switched to the shovel from the post-hole digger? His mind was so jumbled. He had to talk to Ryland about it. He shook his head, sighing. Sorry, man. I've got a lot on my mind. He paused before adding, Reikia moved in with her father. Ryland jerked back, yanking the measuring tape from the diameter of the hole. She what? I thought he rejected her. Damon shrugged as he took off a glove to rub his eyes. I guess. I don't know what's going on. When I talked to her this morning, she sounded happy even as she told me she wasn't coming home yet. I thought she'd be back Friday. Counted on it actually. I don't know what to make of everything. It's really confusing. He just wanted someone to interpret the situation into an easy-to-understand summary as well as tell him what he was supposed to do. Ryland stared into the distance, the prairie offering something for him to focus on. Everything is so messed up. He sighed, his shoulders slouching forward. I heard Nate got into a scuffle at a ranch not far from here. Someone else said he was over on the east side of the state. According to the rumor mill, he's working in the oil fields over there. Shaking his head in his disgust, Ryland jutted his jaw to the side. Since when do we do oil field work? Our family does ranch work. I can't get a straight answer about Parkinson's place from Jareth either. I can't believe how controlled by cyan he is. And now you. All of this is just, he picked up his hat from where it had fallen to the ground as he'd studied the hole. He resettled the bucket on his head. I don't know, man. Nate needs to get home. We need to get the Montana trails back together. I think we'll all feel a whole lot steadier if we do that. The plight of the Montana trails wasn't on Damon's radar at the moment. None of them had anything to do with the situation with Rachiah. He just needed to know what he was supposed to do. What do I do about Rachiah? Getting Nate back here isn't going to fix it. Damon struggled with frustration welling inside him. It wasn't Ryland's fault. Damon was irritated. Sounds like she might need you to go talk to MT about it. He's her brother, man. He has more of a right to interfere with her life than you do. Unless you guys have decided there's something steady between you, which would mean you should stay away from MT as much as possible. Or are you still just floating as friends? Ryland knit his eyebrows together under the brim of his hat and studied his brother with a tight squint to his eyes. Were they floating as friends? Damon didn't really do commitment, but then again, he'd never been given a chance with anyone like Rachiah. She was intoxicating, smart, steadfast, dedicated. A huge piece of her was lost and she wasn't even sure why. Yet, she exuded grace and generosity. She didn't hold back her honesty either. There was an elegance to her pride and Damon appreciated that in her. At the beginning, Damon had focused on her because she had reminded him of Melissa. But somewhere along the line, she had morphed into her own thing. Become her own person in his mind and heart. The connection between the two women for him wasn't as defined anymore, plus he hadn't felt emotions and longing for Melissa like he did Rachiah. Which made him wonder, how much of his dogged pursuit for forgiveness from Melissa stemmed from his emotions for Rachiah. Did he want to fix things for Melissa now more than ever, because of the way he cared for Rachiah? Maybe everything stemmed from the fact that he wanted to be worth of Rachiah. He wanted to be able to look her in the eye and be the man he wanted to be. She deserved that, and Damon wanted to do that for her. He needed to. He couldn't move on with the blight on his conscience from hurting Melissa like he had. What Ryland said made sense, though. Damon didn't have a right to demand anything from Rachiah or even to check on her. Not yet. He inclined his head at his brother. You're right. I'll go talk to MT. As much as he didn't want to, Damon would do what he needed to make sure Rachiah stayed safe. Even talk to Maverick Two Claw. Damon removed his gloves and slapped them together to remove any loose dust or dirt before tucking them in his back pocket. MT would be around the back of the truck messing with something he wanted them to assemble. Of course, Damon knew he wasn't MT's favorite person. And that was fine. Damon got it. Maverick wasn't Damon's favorite either. His sister definitely was taking over that role, but MT himself was far off on the list. Yet, as far as Damon was concerned, MT was Rachiah's brother. She was family, and MT needed to know what was going on. He needed to be aware of the situation with his sister. Why wasn't any one of the Two Claw family more concerned with what was going on with her? Striding down from the side of the field, Damon stepped onto the dirt road and adjusted his hat to adjust the shade across his eyes. The bottom of his boots ground rock and dirt beneath the soles as he approached the rear of the truck. MT's long dark braid hung down his back, shining in the sunlight. When he'd reached the back of the truck, Damon cleared his throat and glanced over his shoulder to where Ryland had moved to watch him at the head of the truck, half hidden by the bulk of the hood. He could do what he needed to. Excuse me, MT? I need to talk to you about Rachiah. Yeah, that's a no. MT shook his head, the feather and beads worked into his long hair clinked with the movement. He turned to face Damon, crossing his arms over his chest and lifting his chin. We aren't talking about Rachiah. All I need to know is that the two of you are not together. I don't want to know about you. You work for me. That's all. And no, you can't have my blessing. I guarantee you won't get it from my dad. You're white. She's Salish. Too big of a difference. The hard, noble lines of his features screamed determined rejection. Unwilling to accept defeat on something he hadn't even started after yet, Damon furrowed his brow. I don't need your blessing to date anyone. Not even your sister. And yes, you will listen to me. Someone has to be concerned about her. Damon ignored the tightening lines of MT's jawline. She's down in North Fork, Wyoming, staying with a man she claims to be her biological father. He held up his hands, palms out and chest height. Now, I don't know all of the details with what's going on with your family, but Reikia has been searching for her biological father for the last few months, maybe even years, while gathering information. He sighed and glanced down at his worn cowboy boots before raising his gaze to encompass Maverick staring at him. I don't feel right about her staying with this guy. I met him. He's sketchy. I barely trusted him to work on my truck. And he's not Salish. He's blonder than I am. Damon lifted his eyebrows as if to suggest MT needed to back off and step up. I'm only talking to you about it because she and I haven't defined anything about our relationship or anything else yet. I just don't want to see her hurt. MT's mouth opened, his jaw dropping involuntarily. He looked around at the job site and at Ryland, whose eavesdropping had become open gawking as he'd moved to stand to the side of the bed of the truck. Grumbling under his breath, MT checked his watch and stared at Damon. After a drawn-on minute, he spoke, his voice monotone. I can't leave. You need to get down there. It will have to be without pay, but I won't count this against hiring you guys again. Ryland can keep working. Get after my sister. Do whatever you have to, just get her home. A shout from up the driveway drew their attention, cutting into the urgency. MT's words shot through Damon. Help. I need help. My mom. Something's wrong with her. An older Salish man, gray streaking through his tresses, hobbled towards them. He pushed a cane on the drive ahead of him as if it was a third leg. Help. He motioned toward the house, gasping for breath. MT glanced at him and then back at Damon. He pushed at Damon's shoulder, resigned. Go get my sister. Don't take no for an answer. Tell her I'm demanding it. Or I'm telling Dad. I'll take care of Mrs. Metcalf. Turning toward Ryland, Damon stared into his brother's eyes. Concern between the two women tore at Damon. But it didn't take more prodding from MT for him to want to head toward Reikia. Studying Damon for the space of a heartbeat, Ryland nodded tightly. Go get her. I'll finish up here. MT can give me a ride back to the house. Go on. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the keys, tossing them the short distance for Damon to snag. The trip to Wyoming would feel like an eternity as worry ripped through Damon. Rachiah wasn't going to be happy. But she'd be safe, and Damon had to believe that was more important than her being angry. Enough was enough. She had to come home. She'd found the guy, but that didn't mean he was the better choice. If Rachiah really wanted to get to know Reikia, wouldn't he be willing to follow her back to Clearwater County? There had to be something more to the story to give Damon the creepy feelings scuttling along the edges of his nerves. He wasn't sure what it was, but MT must have felt it, too, to send Damon away from the job. Damon couldn't figure out if that was comforting or alarming as he set off to retrieve Reikia from whatever was making him nervous. Chapter 11. Reikia. Reikia's terrific mood disappeared in the middle of the call with Damon, and she hung up with her jaw clenched. Why couldn't Damon be happy for her? He knew she was trying to connect with her father. Why wouldn't he want her to be successful? She left Ratchet's house quietly, closing the door softly behind her. The night before she hadn't grabbed all of her things from the car, but when she got back from work, she would be sure to do so. Ratchet's schedule ran a couple hours later than hers did. She planned on getting some things and cooking dinner for him and her when she got back to the house. She could spare a little of her money since he had given her a place to stay and she didn't have to hoard her cash so much. Not that she was going to go on a spending binge, but she could afford to get some food for a good dinner, if she wanted to. She hadn't gone into her excitement over spending time with Rachiah while she'd been on the call with Damon. She wanted to, but he'd doused her good mood so quickly, she wasn't sure there was anything left to be excited about. All day at work, she struggled to shake off the bad sensation Damon had left her with. Why couldn't he just be happy for her? He was upset she wasn't coming home. So was she. But not enough to cancel her plans. Certainly not enough to be irritated. Yes, Damon brought up some very good points. She understood completely that he was worried. She'd been worried, too. But after she'd asked her questions, she realized she didn't have anything to be concerned about. Rachiah had been very honest with her the night before. According to his answers, he hadn't had a chance to get to know her when Reikia was growing up because her mom had kept him away from Reikia. That's all there was to it. She'd make sure to ask him why he continued to move from town to town. The reason couldn't be that bad. After work she stopped at the small grocery store on the corner, glancing at Cook's Automotive anytime it was within view. He had left the front door of the house unlocked for her, so when she arrived, she walked right in. Her backpack full of clothes and toiletries hung heavily from her shoulder. While potatoes boiled on the stove, Reikia climbed in the shower. His bathroom was small and obviously owned by a man with shaving cream and deodorant littering the mini counter space. Rachiah had mentioned the night before his affinity for staying single stemmed from having his heart hurt too many times to fully commit anymore. He'd been open about how hard his life had been, and Reikia fell asleep feeling bad for the man she'd always been mad at. She understood he would be gun-shy. Especially if the one who had hurt him was her mother. Rachiah was starting to feel like her whole childhood had been a lie. While considering the things they'd talked about, she scrubbed her hair, rinsing the soap and shampoo from her body. She was so excited to have dinner that night. She wanted to ask him about all the places he'd been. From her search of the last couple years and especially the last few months, his travels had taken him around a lot of places. She knew because she'd followed his path. Maybe he'd want to take her to meet his parents or siblings. She could have more aunts and uncles and cousins. There was so much to be learned about him. And the more she learned about him, the more she would learn about herself. She climbed out, drying off with the rough towel hanging from the bar. It was probably about time for her to pull out the potatoes and put the chicken on. She would finish brushing her hair and braiding it and getting dressed before going out. With her hair plaited and her clean clothes in place, she opened the door, humming softly. And stopped. Rachiah didn't even look up as he emptied the items from her backpack onto the couch. He dug through her stuff in front of her, indifferent to her presence. "What are you doing?" Rachiah dug her fingers into the small pile of dirty clothes in her hands. Her smile dimmed with confusion and her eyebrows knit together. He shoved his hands on his hips. His eyes were red-rimmed and bloodshot. "Where's the money? I know you have it. You told that Damon guy this morning you didn't need it and you weren't gonna use it." He bent and continued rummaging through her things. Blinking, Reikia frowned, the smile dripping from her face as she realized he was looking through her things with a purpose. She crossed her arms tightly around the clothes in her arms. "I don't." But she knew. He was closer than he knew. Any second he'd put his hands on the envelope. Any second she would have to tell Damon he was right. Any second and she'd have to sew her heart back together. His movements became more frantic as he tossed her items around the couch and floor. And then he stilled. He slowly lifted the envelope from the side pocket, staring at it, and then shifted his gaze to her. Coming closer, he glared, his eyes blazing with anger. "I thought you didn't know?" When he got within arm's reach, he pulled back his hand and backhanded her, knocking her to the side. She scrambled up from the wooden armrest of the futon, grabbing her smarting cheek. He'd hit her hard. She looked at him, as if seeing him for what Damon had warned her about. Pain from something besides being hit choked her. He raised his hand again, this time his fingers clenched into a fist. Pounding on the door pulled his attention from her. He looked back at Rachiah, amusement and bitterness dissipating his former charm. Was she going to be saved? Maybe she could get out of there still. Water splashed on the stove, sizzling as it landed on the hot burner. The potatoes would burn. Why did she care? She wanted to get out of there. Rachiah couldn't breathe. How had she gotten in that position? Was she so desperate for attention? Was she so desperate to find her real dad? If Rachiah was her real dad, she didn't want to know him. Maybe he was redeemable or maybe it was an accident because he was stoned. "Yeah." Rachiah called out to the newcomers and pushed Rachiah to the couch. "Don't move." His rough tone drew her hackles up. Slowly watching him, she shoved the things she could reach of hers back into the bag. She didn't deserve anything he was doing. Stoned or not. Why would he steal from her? What had she done to him? He was supposed to be her father. None of this was supposed to be happening. Without waiting for Rachiah to open the door, two men ducked inside, laughing. Pockmarked skin and silver-streaked hair, the first man glanced at Reikia and then at Rachiah. "When did you go red?" "Injuns are only good for one thing, Rachiah." The second man, who was a bit taller than the first, had stringy red hair hanging past his weak jaw and almost non-existent chin. Rachiah jerked his thumb toward Reikia over his shoulder. "Let's get our business over with, and then you both do whatever you want with the redskin trash. Maybe I'll get a better deal, yeah?" He was giving her to those men. But I'm your daughter. Reikia couldn't believe what was happening. Redskin. Trash. And he'd offered her to them like she was a piece of property. He couldn't do that. He had invited her into his home, because he was concerned about her. Wasn't he? I thought we were going to get to know each other. I don't. The two men laughed as they leered at her, their gazes taking their fill of what they could see. Rachiah barely glanced at her as he shrugged and thumbed through the envelope in his hands. You're nothing to me but a payday. He pointed towards the back bedroom and smirked. Get back there and get your clothes off. I need to get to bed early so I can get into work tomorrow. I'll send my friends in when they're ready. She resisted, until the look of irritation on his face turned to fury. She didn't want to push him any further than she already had. And the two men lurking at the peripheral edge of the living room seemed to be waiting for a signal to pounce. Reikia scuttled into the back room, her heart pounding, dread filling her. What had she gotten herself into? Was this one of those times when the curiosity really had killed the cat? Chapter 12. Damon. Reikia's voicemail answered again. Damon slammed his hand on the steering wheel. She wasn't answering her phone. The line wasn't even ringing. Direct to voicemail. He had sent more texts than he was sure he was supposed to send on his plan. Worry kept his foot heavy on the gas pedal. After the 15th or 16th phone call, he finally gave in and called MT. Damon, talk to me. What's going on with my sister? His curt tone made it obvious they weren't friends. Damon didn't need it pointed out. MT had already made it clear he did not approve of Reikia and Damon dating. That didn't seem to stop him from sending Damon all over the mountains to bring her home. I can't get a hold of her. I'm worried something happened. The sun would set soon, and Damon should be arriving in North Fork in less than an hour. How far away are you? He mumbled something to the side. Not far. Damon needed someone else to worry with him, but at the same time, he needed to get his mind off Reikia or he'd drive so erratically, he'd wreck. He licked his lips and loosely rested his empty hand on the lower curve of the steering wheel. How is Mrs. Metcalf? She had a stroke. The reservation is pretty far away from the hospital. No one had any aspirin. She's touch and go right now. MT sighed, his frustration obvious, even across the distant line. I need to go. Keep me posted. Yeah, man. Damon hung up. How long could he push the speed limit by 20 like he was? Wouldn't someone pull him over? What was it saying that he didn't care? He probably wouldn't stop even if he saw blue and red lights flashing behind him. He hoped to get down to North Fork and find Reikia laughing pleasantly with her father, have her surprised to see him and introduce them. Then Damon would gladly admit he was wrong and humbly ask her for an apology. Unfortunately, one thing Damon had learned over his life that was a constant and guarantee was that what you hoped for and what you got were usually two different things. Cyan. Cyan breathed, blinking as she pressed her lips together. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want to admit that she was frustrated beyond anything she'd ever felt before. Certainly, more than she'd even been frustrated with the conditions around the gray wolves of Montana. Honey, I don't want you to get mad. It has nothing to do with not wanting a baby. I promise. Jareth stood in front of her, his hands splayed at his sides as he beseeched her with his eyes. I want a baby. I want a whole lot of them with you. He leaned his head back, reaching up and taking his hat off and knocking it to the side of his thigh. You, what? I don't understand. Just tell me. Because right now, I feel like we don't want the same things. Cyan bit her bottom lip. A family with Jareth just felt right. Adding to their family of two was the natural way to take things. Didn't he understand that? Some things were inevitable, but if she jumped in with 2 feet and he wasn't even close to the water, there were going to be some problems and Cyan didn't want to do things alone. We do want the same things, but you're used to getting whatever you want whenever you want. He held up a hand and shook his head when she folded her arms and jutted her chin out. No. Now, stop. You have to admit that you haven't had a very hard life. When you want something, you get it. And I'm glad. You deserve that. But if we're going to have kids, that means we need to talk about the things that we want for them. Like what? What could we possibly need to talk about? Names? Did he want to talk about names? Was that it? Because she wasn't sure anything else mattered when she wanted babies as much as she did. Okay, for instance, religion. What do we raise them as? Your parents aren't sure if they're Buddhists, agnostics, or Christians, so they donate to causes and organizations all across the board. I identify as Christian. Not that I go to church, but I might want to take my children. What do you think? We've never talked about this. He tilted his head to the side as he considered her. She dropped her gaze. Did she know what she wanted with regard to religion? Not necessarily. But that didn't mean she was willing to put off kids because of it. Okay, give me another example. She narrowed her eyes. She really did want to know what was keeping him from wanting children. Okay, our permanent house. We don't have one. We need a home base, if we're having children. I'm not living with your parents forever, Cyan. The look on Jareth's face suggested he was over living with them already. Not that Cyan blamed him. She wanted her own home, too. She'd love to have her own kitchen and herb garden. She wanted her own pantry to stock, and she wanted a whole freezer full of meat, like bacon. Her mother pushed the vegan lifestyle, and Cyan was done eating that way. She needed pork. Something fierce. Especially lately. Okay, I'll concede on that. We do need a place to live. But where? Jareth softened, his shoulders drooping just a bit as he studied Cyan. I want to be able to provide for you, Cy, but I just can't right now. I don't have the job credentials to get hired as a full-time foreman, and if I'm off working someone else's ranch, then I'm not with you. I'd be leaving you even longer, and it doesn't sit well with me. Then, what do you want? What would make this doable for you? For us? Cyan stepped down from the second step up the stairs where she stood and approached him. She looked up into his eyes and pleaded with him to tell her. I just need to know what it would take. Staring at her, Jareth sighed. I want enough money to buy a ranch of our own. I could work the land, do my own herds and fields. I could do whatever I wanted to take care of our place and our family without leaving to work on someone else's place. I could even hire my cousins to work for me. That's my dream. But right now? That's not feasible. And until it is, I don't feel right starting a family. He set his jaw to the side, the hard lines of his stubbornness more endearing than he realized. Cyan stepped closer to him, reaching up to rest her hand on his chest. She looked up into his eyes. I have my own money. Let's buy a ranch. Let's do that. You getting your dream means I can have my dream. Jareth's nostrils flared. Cyan, I'm not taking your parents' money. His pride was going to be the death of Cyan, so help her. She inhaled deeply, arching an eyebrow as she stared at him. Jareth, I'm not talking about my parents' money. I learned how to invest when I was really young. I took an inheritance from my grandparents and invested it in microchip company when I was 12. I have millions that are all mine. If you'll let me, I'd love to go looking for a ranch with you for us. Jareth opened his mouth, probably to argue more with Cyan. She raised her other hand and shook her head. Enough. I respect what you're saying and your concerns. I think we'll be able to cross those bridges when we come to them, won't we? Because like it or not, this baby is coming, and if you want a base for us, you're going to have to drop your pride a notch or two and shop with me. Jareth jerked his chin back and blinked heavily at her. Wait, what? This baby? What? Are we? I mean, are you? Suddenly, Cyan nodded slowly. We're having a baby, Jareth. Ready or not, here he or she comes. Was he going to be mad? He was so adamantly against them having children just yet, and there was nothing she could do about the fact that they were ready. He'd been ready before, but his tune had changed not that long ago and Cyan wasn't sure what had happened. Maybe he really believed they weren't ready for kids. Jareth's eyes widened as his lips parted. Cyan, Are you mad? Cyan wrinkled her nose. She was about to get mad herself. Having a baby took two people. She wasn't the only one in the situation. Taking a deep breath, Jareth reached out and pulled her tenderly into his arms. He pressed his lips against her hair and leaned his cheek against the side her head. I'm not mad at all. I'm excited, thrilled, scared, and everything in between. He fell silent and after about 30 seconds of silence, he pulled back and studied her. I only have one question. Nervous about what the question might be, Cyan furrowed her brows. What? When can we start looking for a ranch? Jareth's grin was infectious. Relief flooded through Cyan and she curled back into her husband's arms. We can leave right now. She wanted to say she was so happy to be married to him, but how did she tell him that when she could barely tell him about their baby? She'd show him. That would have to do. She'd show him how much he meant to her. She loved him and she'd do anything for him. Time to go look for a ranch. Chapter 13. Reikia. Reikia wasn't scared. No, that would suggest that those men out there had any power over her. And they didn't. She didn't care how much bigger they were than she was. She hadn't been raised by Mason Twoclaw to fear any man. The fact that she'd even been scared of Rachiah only ramped up her frustration further. She wasn't scared in the least. No, she was mad. And her anger sprang from parts of her she hadn't realized sheltered her anger and pain. She clenched her fingers tight to her palms, the nails biting her soft flesh. She gritted her teeth as she made her way back to the bedroom. The bedroom that locked from the inside. There were 3 windows in his bedroom. Any one of the 3 would lead to freedom. Aren't you worried she's going to leave? The greasy redhead laughed as he adjusted around the living room to claim a seat. Rachiah cast a glance over her shoulder to catch a glimpse of him putting his feet up on the makeshift coffee table. Rachiah disappeared into the bedroom, waiting for Ratchet's answer before shutting the door. Nah, she doesn't have any shoes on and I have all of her stuff. She's not going anywhere. From the movement of his voice, Rachiah had claimed a seat on the couch again as well. Being stoned lost him his daughter. Too bad she was the only one that cared. Rachiah slammed the bedroom door shut. She narrowed her eyes as the men's laughter carried through the doorway. She turned the lock on the door knob into place. There was no way it would keep them out for long. But she didn't need more than a few minutes to get out of there. All of her stuff. None of it was important. She could make do without all of it. She reached for her phone in her back pocket. When her fingers wrapped around the small cell, she leaned her head back against the door and sighed. Thank heaven. She thought for a second maybe she had left it on the bathroom counter. She wouldn't be waiting for her stuff. She had to remind herself that nothing in there was worth it. The only thing she needed was her car keys, which she'd left in the bag. She couldn't get to those. So, she really did have to decide on leaving everything or taking a chance they may or may not pass out before doing whatever it was he promised them they could do. She wasn't stupid. Her stuff was just stuff. Even the car could be reclaimed at some point. If she was going to wait for them to pass out, she'd have to get out of the house and wait where they couldn't find her. Then, she could come back at night. Rachiah didn't lock the doors at all. He slept like a rock, too. And for the first time, she realized everything Mason Twoclaw had been for her. How selfish Reikia had been to think she was going to find anyone better than the man who had raised her. Rachiah wasn't her dad. She was the stupid one who'd left her dad back at home with her mom. Rachiah sired her, and that's as far as he was going to get in the whole credit department. The sun would set soon, its light already fading and casting long shadows outside. The men's voices didn't lower. Every minute that passed their voices grew louder and louder. Either they were arguing or getting friendlier. Maybe they were getting more stoned or drunk. Either way, Reikia didn't want to wait around to see just how under the influence they became. Reikia wasn't waiting for anything ever again. She moved away from the door, walking softly as she approached the first window. She couldn't choose the windows along the same side of the house as the living room. No, her only option was the window that faced the rear alley. Sliding open the window, she winced at every creak and groan the old frame made. She glanced over her shoulder and watched for a sign they were coming as she finished raising the window. Slipping her first leg out the window, Reikia wiggled her toes and let herself inch out until her feet hit the ground. The drop wasn't long. Sliding from the window, she grimaced as her feet touched damp, cold leaves. She had to get out of there, then she would call someone. Who? Who would she call? But Rachiah was right. Reikia didn't have any shoes on. As her feet got colder and colder, the bite of the gravel on her skin would hurt more and more. That was the least of her problems, though. The cold air brought a tingle to the raw spot on her cheek from his hand, reinforcing her determination to get away. She wouldn't tolerate being beaten by anyone. Even if he promised her the stars. No one would take advantage of her like that. Where was she going to go? She didn't have anyone she could rely on in North Fork. She desperately wanted her car. She wanted to go home. Enough with the whole searching for who she thought she was. Enough with the lost girl feelings. Enough. She just wanted to be home. In Clearwater County, nobody made her feel like she wasn't enough. Nobody lied to her like she was a piece of trash. Except herself. She crossed her arms over her stomach and watched the ground where she stepped. She got on the sidewalk and took 2 turns to the left, then 2 more to the right, until the diner was in view. The only place she had any familiarity with. Tom would help her. He would be open a little while longer, but what would he do when he realized the truth about Reikia? Maybe everyone else could see what Reikia didn't want to. She wasn't full-blooded Salish. She was half white, which made her confidence slip since most of her self-esteem was wrapped up in who she knew, or thought she was. Uneven cement on the sidewalk gave her a smoother surface to walk on. She slowed her pace, glancing around for cars as she waited to cross the street. Could she trust Tom? Could she trust anyone? She had trusted Rachiah, and look where that got her. Judging from the darkness of the diner, business hadn't been busy enough that night to stay open past 4:30 or 5. There went her option to get inside and find help. She trusted Tom, but she didn't know where he lived. While North Forks wasn't large, the town was big enough, her feet would fall off before she'd be able to find him. Who else did she trust? No other store was open. There were only a handful of main businesses in town. And the later hour in the evening didn't make for good chances anyone would really be open. Maybe the store at the other end of the street would be good. She looked both ways before crossing the street to get closer to the diner. At the curb, she slid to the side, slicing the side of her foot on a broken piece of glass. She cried out, falling to the side and grinding her palm on the gravel of the curb. A sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead and neck, chilling abruptly in the cool evening air. Now what? She needed help. She slapped the palm of her hand over the 3-inch scrape on her foot, which bled freely. She pulled out her phone, glancing up and down the empty street. Would Rachiah come for her? Would he try to find her? The battery bar on her phone showed less than 10%. She grunted as she struggled to get off the ground. Why didn't she ever plug in her phone? Even her charger had been left at Rachiah's. She had to get off the street before she did anything else. How far would she be able to go? She brushed the gravel from her palm and tucked her phone back into her pocket. The chill in the air bit at the edges of her toes. Her foot burned. The pain was sharper than what hurt her palm. She could hobble to the back, hide somewhere in the diner parking lot and wait, but for what? What was she waiting for? She made her way across the dirt parking lot, trying to ignore the realistic chance dirt was getting into her new cut. Hopefully, the fresh bleeding rinsed out the grains of dirt. Reikia slumped against the slats of the wooden fence in the rear. Prickly slivers of the fence scratched at her shirt, poking through the material to her skin. She slid down to the ground, trying not to cry. Pulling out her phone again, she pushed the number 9 and held it a little too long. She wanted 911. In the silence, she could hear the phone ringing. Had she called 911? She blinked past her tears, unable to clear her fuzzy vision. Whatever, she didn't care who she was calling. Maybe she'd called for help. She lifted the phone to her ear as it rang. Damon answered, his voice frantic and loud. Reikia? I've been trying to call you. What's going on? Where are you? Are you okay? His voice calmed her, and yet brought into stark focus just exactly what she'd gotten into. There was nothing she could do, except give in to her failure. She'd failed at a lot of things, and they all crashed in around her all at once. You were right. Her voice broke on a sob and she leaned her head back to try to catch her breath. No, I'm not okay. I'm in North Fork. Hiding behind the cafe. Rachiah tried kidnapping me. He wanted to trade me for something. I think he was doing drugs. I don't know what to do. I don't even have shoes. He stole everything of mine. Even my keys are at his place. Don't lose it, Reikia, don't lose it. You can do this. She dragged in a heaving breath to reclaim some calm. Don't go anywhere, stay hidden. I'll be there soon. I took a wrong turn, but I'm not as far away as I thought my detour put me. I'm already coming for you. Can you call the police? He was coming for her. He had already left. Those words filled her with comfort she desperately needed. I can try. I'm tired. I cut my foot coming over here. It's so cold. My phone battery is dying. I'll try. Her phone beeped, and then went dead. Maybe she had misread the bar. Maybe it was at 1% or 2%. Whatever the case, her phone wasn't on anymore and the comfort of Damon's voice had disappeared with the call. She looked around the parking lot. He said stay hidden. That was difficult to do in an empty parking lot with her back against the fence. Down about 6 slats, there was a break in the fence. She could fit through it and still be able to see if anyone came through. She didn't know what was on the other side, but waiting for Rachiah and his friends to come wasn't an option. Ducking under the split in the fence, she huddled against the other side of the fence with her foot resting in the grass. A mass of trees started, defining the edge of the forest. She forgot they were on the outskirts of town. North Fork's main businesses claimed the north part of Main Street and faded into residential area along the south. There weren't a lot of homes to call it a major suburban area, but about 20 or so houses and a main apartment building was enough to populate the small town. She tried ignoring the dark that got deeper and deeper the further east she looked. Resting her cheek on her knee and her hand over the cut on her foot, Reikia held her face turned toward the hole in the fence to avoid the reality of the woods. How could she be half of the man Rachiah was? What had she done? She wasn't worth anything. She didn't deserve her family or her stepdad. Her real dad couldn't care enough about her. Didn't that say something about her? Didn't that show how much she wasn't worth? The people who had loved her, she'd scorned as she'd searched for the man who was supposed to love her and want to protect her. Wasn't that right? Or was she horribly, horribly wrong. She didn't even wipe at the hot tears burning down her cheeks. She was blind and stupid. What kind of games was she playing? She didn't even know herself enough to know she wasn't worth anything. The self-hatred grew, consuming her, went from hatred and pity to loathing. Why would Damon be coming for her? Didn't he know she wasn't worth anything? Certainly not the gas he'd blow coming for her. And not the heartache he'd endure when he realized she wasn't everything he was hoping she would be. Chapter 14. Damon. Reikia had cut him off, which meant her battery probably had died. She was all alone. With one hand on the steering wheel and only half his gaze on the road, Damon dialed 911. He reported the men in North Fork. He didn't know their address, which made things harder for the 911 operator, but he didn't care. He did give the description of Reikia's car, which should help the police locate the house. If he could keep them busy with the law, maybe he could save Reikia. Knowing where Reikia was, he had to call MT and let him know. He connected with the voicemail. "Hey, MT. I spoke with Reikia. I'm almost there. I'll pick her up. Sounds like she's having some pretty serious trouble with her biological father. I'll fill you in later. She's safe and I'm getting her." The next hour didn't go nearly fast enough. Even though he pushed 20 miles per hour over the speed limit. Even though he'd promised her and wasn't going to fail. Even though he couldn't put his finger on why he cared so much, he just knew that he did. He couldn't let her down. That wouldn't work for him. He needed to make sure she was okay. Pulling up to the diner in the pitch black of night disoriented Damon. The beams of his truck's headlights bobbed over the gravel and dirt. Coming to rest on a fence opposite the entrance, the truck shifted easily into park. Damon slid from the idling vehicle and searched the parking lot. Where was she? Why wasn't she there? Could he be too late? A dumpster box, large and green, mocked him from the side of the restaurant, but even angling to the side he could tell no one was behind it. Reikia. Where was she? Worrying about her was going to age him. He could see his breath fogging in front of him. Winter, with its brutal cold reputation, was right around the corner, and Old Man Winter loved nothing more than to pick on states like Wyoming and Montana. Where are you, Reikia? He dropped into a half-crouch when something moved by the fence. A hand waved feebly through a space between broken and separated slats, highlighted by the lights of his truck. Reikia. Damon broke into a run, stopping when he reached the hole. Reikia? Are you okay? Come on. Let's get you in the truck. She squinted when she got into the direct light. Damon wrapped his arm around her waist and helped her through the hole. She limped on one foot, groaning each time the raised foot touched the ground. Come on, it's okay. I've got you. And he did have her. He wasn't letting her go. He finally stopped and swung her into his arms and carried her the rest of the way to the truck. He rested her against the side panel behind the door to open the passenger door and pushed her into the seat. Making sure she was buckled, he closed the door and rounded the truck. Let's get out of here. I have a first aid kit in the glove box. He pointed toward the door to the box in the dash. She didn't cry. She didn't even react. Thank you. She said the word numbly as if she wasn't quite sure what she was thanking him for, but she knew she had to say. She slowly pulled out the small yellow box and lifted her foot to her knee to look it over. Damon had seen shock before. He had to get her warmed up. He turned the heater up and shifted into gear. Get comfortable. I'm going to get you home. He wasn't going to worry about her things or her car. She needed to get as far from North Forks as Damon could get her. There was no other option. Damon should have made her come with him the last time he'd been there. He'd never forgive himself if she didn't recover. With Rachiah in the car, the drive passed faster than Damon expected. He wasn't even tired, not with her so close to him. She slumped against his side, sleeping softly as he drove. All he wanted was for her to be safe. Forever. With him. They crossed into Clearwater County around midnight, and Reikia woke up. She straightened in her seat, pulling from him and leaving a cool spot where she'd previously warmed him. She didn't say anything, just stared ahead, twisting the bottom of her t-shirt between her fingers. Her breathing hitched and Damon realized she was close to tears, but just how close he couldn't be sure. "Do you want me to take you to your mom's?" They were getting closer to the fork between the reservation and Taylor Falls. Damon had to make a choice. One way or the other, he'd have to turn. It was up to Rachiah which way they went. If she was going to stay with him, it would be on the reservation, but if she didn't want to go her mom's, Damon would take her to Bella Acres instead. No reason in taking her close to her parents' place, if she didn't want to go there. She jumped a little, as if startled he'd spoken. He had left her alone the whole ride and didn't bug her about anything. "I can't see my parents right now. I can't see Cyan or Sherry either. No one. Please, don't make me face anyone else, right now. I failed. I can't do this. I'm not." She bit her lower lip and blinked, turning back to face the windshield. Crying seemed imminent. Damon reached over, grabbing her hand in his. He glanced at her, shifting his gaze from the road to her profile and then back. "It's okay. Let's go back to my place. You can stay there until you feel ready. You're probably just tired." Having her hand in his after he'd been convinced he might not see her again warmed his heart. She was fast becoming the person he needed around. She gripped his fingers in desperation. She nodded jerkily and tried to offer a tremulous smile. They pulled onto the reservation, the parking lights of one of MT's guards sitting at the entrance. Reikia glanced questioningly at Damon, her eyes wide in alarm. He shrugged only one shoulder. "I probably should have said your place. We're renting from your parents." He chuckled when she squeezed his fingers and rolled her eyes. She would be okay. Damon would make sure everything would be fine. He'd have to be extra careful on the reservation. Maverick and his group wouldn't tolerate any mistakes. Especially when it came down to Reikia. Leaving Reikia asleep at his place was harder than he thought it would be. Damon had slept on the couch, but that hadn't stopped him from checking in on her. Repeatedly. Why hadn't she cried? And if she had, how had she been quiet enough to keep it off of his radar? The house wasn't that big and the walls weren't that thick. He had to get to work regardless of how much he wanted to spend time with her, if for no other reason than to check on Mrs. Metcalf. Oh, and to report to MT about Reikia. Shutting the front door quietly, Damon glanced back at the house. Hopefully, she was okay and she'd still be there when he got back that night. Maybe she'd be awake later when he called. He'd used his charger and plugged her phone in while she slept. When Damon arrived at the worksite, he jerked his chin in a tight nod at MT who stood at the cooler. Throwing back a Powerade, Maverick watched two of his men fight over the flat-nosed shovel. He rolled his eyes and shook his head. "You guys are idiots. I have another one of those exact shovels in the back of the rig." Damon approached him from behind, fatigue pulling at his normally smiling face. He rounded in front of MT and reached out to shake Maverick's hand in salutation. "Morning. MT, Reikia is sleeping at my place. I think she's going to be okay. What is my sister doing sleeping at your place?" MT dropped his arm with the drink, peering balefully at Damon. He let go of Damon's hand and pursed his lips. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes. "Look, we're not friends. I'm not your requisite minority buddy. You don't need to try to brag about things you do with the chicks, especially when that woman is my sister." He glared at Damon who glanced from side to side in shock. Smugly, MT continued. "Mrs. Metcalf passed away last night. You probably think part of me owes you something because you saved my sister and she didn't even call me for help." His jaw ticked as he clenched it. But that's not the way this works. You don't have to help her. I don't have to thank you for that. I don't treat you like a minority. I don't treat anyone like that. I don't know what is going on between you and your sister, what's going on in your family, or even this reservation. But I, personally, don't treat people like that. Damon was too tired to deal with being nice. He had too much on his plate. Not to mention he'd been up all night worried sick about Reikia, driving her home and then worried while she slept. I know, but you need to know there are boundaries you can't cross. Lines she can't cross. And you just keep pushing and doing. At what point will she be too grateful to you she won't be able to say no? Even when she has to. MT glanced over Damon's shoulder, his expression set in stony acceptance. Damon tilted his head back, the back brim of his cowboy hat brushing his upper shoulder blades. What is so wrong with the idea of Reikia and me together? You're giving me almost as much opposition as she did. MT shifted on his feet, putting his weight on one leg and putting the other off to the side. He nodded toward the Metcalf place. Ryan Metcalf. Did you know he's full Salish? Damon rubbed his eyes. He had no idea where MT was going with this. But he played along anyway. No. I didn't. At least the topic wasn't about Damon and Rachiah and their forbidden love or whatever. His daughter was full Salish. Did you know that? He didn't wait for Damon to reply, just continued as if making polite conversation. She killed herself in high school. I don't remember her much. She was a grade or two above me. And it was like an iron fist was brandished into Damon's stomach. He suddenly couldn't breathe. Somehow, he found the air to speak. She killed herself? He had thought maybe a car accident or maybe she had gotten sick, anything but suicide. MT didn't look at Damon. She brought shame on our people. She put a lot of pressure on the rest of us in the pure generation. I know it's hard for you to understand, being a white guy. I bet you have Irish and English and maybe some German in your background. Probably more. White people seem to have the most mix in their bloodlines, and you guys don't care. You don't care where you come from or your traditions or your cultures. Why did she kill herself? Damon didn't care that MT was slamming white people in general. He only cared that he could barely breathe and Melissa would never breathe again. MT shrugged. Who knows? She didn't fit in outside the reservation. Her mom and dad moved the family back here. Shortly after they moved back, her mom died from a pretty bad disease. That happens a lot on the reservation. Melissa went soon after. Damon didn't have any response. Couldn't reply. Melissa had killed herself. He had the sinking sensation he was the reason why. How did he face that when he was barely getting past the guilt of how he'd treated her? He probably would never be able to heal, now. MT turned, piercing Damon with his gaze. You don't know the kind of pressure Reikia is under. You and her. It can't work. Our people, our bloodline, our traditions, and our culture need to carry on. Reikia is one of those who has to do her duty. Damon shook his head. He tried to clear it of what he was hearing. But you and Sherry. Me and Sherry? You don't know anything about that situation. Let me tell you about Sherry and me. Anger clipped each word for MT. He thrust his finger into Damon's chest. I love Sherry. I would still give up everything I am, everything expected of me, to be with her. She just has to change her mind. All she has to do is leave that white boy. Like you. She's made me see the wisdom in arranged marriages. Pain ripped across his face, which he hurried to conceal it. He spun on his boot and stomped away, his shoulders rigid. Damon didn't stop MT from walking away. He slumped against the side of MT's truck and crossed his arms. What had he done? How could Melissa do that? Had Damon really been that awful? He'd known he was mean. He just hadn't realized how bad he'd been. Damon couldn't breathe. He and Melissa hadn't even been friends, and he had destroyed her enough she had taken her own life. What if he did hurt Reikia? What if he hurt her bad enough she wanted to harm herself? Kill herself? With all of the pressures she was under, Damon had no right to hurt her at all. He had no right to add more stress. All she had been trying to do was find out where she came from. It didn't even matter, she wasn't full Salish. What if things didn't work out between her and Damon? Forget the reservation. Forget the tribe and their expectations. Damon cared way too much about Rachiah for her race to be an issue for him. What he cared about was his history of being unable to commit to anyone. Sure, he and Rachiah worked so far. But what if she stopped running from him? What if the chase wasn't there anymore? Would he still want to be with her? And after he left her, would she kill herself? Damon didn't have it in himself to try and find out. So what? What was he going to do about it? Did he have what it took to push her away? Knowing how he felt about her, did he have what it took to walk away from her and save her from the pain he was guaranteed to be swamped with? Most likely not. But he had to try. Chapter 15. Reikia. Reikia sat on the couch in her old place. The definite bachelor ambience felt good on the place. She jerked upright when the door opened. Damon's broad shoulders filled the doorway. The shadows from his hat blocked out her view of his expression, but Reikia didn't need to see it to remember his features. "Damon, I've been waiting for you. Ryland said you would be coming home for lunch." She smiled hopefully at him. He had rescued her, had left for North Fork before she even called him for help. She'd grown to rely on him in such a short amount of time. The feeling was alien, but one she could quickly grow used to. He hung his hat on the hook and glanced at her. Smiling coolly, he nodded his head and went to the kitchen. "Looks like you're feeling better." His formality threw her off. Where had the man gone who had held her hand reassuringly in the truck or let her curl against him to sleep? She'd been safe in that truck and she hadn't wanted to leave. She stood and walked to the counter separating the kitchen from the living room. "Yeah, I got some sleep last night. Thank you for letting me sleep in your room. Or my old room." She laughed, placing her fingers on the edge of the counter. He nodded, opening the fridge and pulling out some food. "Did you eat?" "Ryland fed me before he left. He said he would see you at work." Why did she feel so uncomfortable with him? What was going on? Where was the Damon she had grown to care about? Forget care about. Where was the Damon she was falling in love with? "I have an hour for lunch. Do you need a ride anywhere?" He glanced at her, as if bored. His luminous blue eyes seemed to stare right through her and she suddenly felt almost transparent. She bit her lip, trying to keep her thoughts of worthlessness at bay. "No, thank you. I can figure it out." She blinked back tears, swallowing the hurt. "I'll get my things." Obviously, she had worn out her welcome with him. Maybe she was more maintenance than he was willing to put in. She went to the bathroom and the room she had borrowed from him and gathered her few things. Ryland had let her borrow a shirt of his. She sat on the edge of the bed in the room, with the door closed. With her hands tucked beneath her thighs, she sat there with her eyes closed. Waiting. Would he stay there and eat the whole hour? Would she have to wait an entire 60 minutes until he left? Would he seek her out? Yes. She had to wait. Her pride demanded it. When the front door finally closed shut, Rachiah stopped fighting the tears. Dashing at them with the tips of her fingers, she clenched her teeth. Hadn't she learned yet? Hadn't she figured out men cannot be trusted? Maybe she could find Cyan and Sherry. She grabbed her shirt and phone and left the house, closing the door behind her. When she reached the end of the drive, she stopped abruptly, pulling back at the sight of her brother's truck. MT parked his big red rig at the curb. He climbed from the cab and eyed her sister over the hood. With her heart shattered by Damon and Rachiah, she couldn't handle anything else. Seeing her brother brought a whole new wave of tears. MT. I'm so happy to see you. And the sobs tore free. MT reached her faster than she expected, helping her sit on the curb. He sat beside her, his hand on her shoulder. What's going on? Did that trail hurt you? I'm not surprised. He's a drifter. They're all drifters. They're not worth your time, Kaya. You're Salish. You're better than all of them. Even as cool as Damon had treated her, he hadn't been mean to her. Not really. No, Rachiah was a drifter. He hurt me. Damon wouldn't hurt me without a reason. He saved me from Rachiah and his friends. She spoke dully as if she recited a poem she'd learned in school. None of it was real. It couldn't be. They sat there in silence together for a moment. Reikia glanced at MT's hands hanging between his legs. He clenched and unclenched his fists. She finally glanced at his face. The face of her brother had matured into the face of a Salish warrior. What's wrong, MT? Are you okay? She leaned closer, both for warmth and to see him better. Shoes she'd found in the coat closet must have been left there by Sherry, and she'd claimed them anyway. Why hadn't they been smart enough to leave a jacket or something? Why did you do it? Why did you hurt Mom and Dad like this? He spit to the side, moisture balling up when it hit the dry dirt. You've got no idea what I'm going through. She pulled away from him. No amount of warmth was worth getting chewed out. How could he? He knew who he was. He knew what he was. She didn't. Really? You mean you're not trying to get attention? Because you've been nothing but a brat since you found out. You're not the only one hurt. Mom and Dad? You could have resolved all of this by talking to them about it. Instead, you've dragged our family's name through the mud because your pride hurts. He didn't shift away from her. He looked at her hard from the close distance. Blinking at Maverick, Reikia jetted her chin to the side and narrowed her eyes. You knew? How much have you known? Mom and Dad filled me in after you discovered the birth certificate. I didn't see what the problem was, but then again, you've never been happy with your lot in life. A tick on Maverick's jaw suggested he wasn't as calm about things as he seemed. Damon had pummeled her heart a second time in less than 24 hours. Reikia was not going to take the bullying from her brother. Are you sure you're not mad about Sherry? Taking that pain out on me? She hit below the belt, but in a fight with MT, no holds were barred for survival. He'd chew you up and spit you out, if he had the chance. Maybe. And maybe that's my business. I keep my personal stuff to myself. I don't go behind my parents' back and destroy them. He didn't flinch, just watched her as he ground out his accusations. I certainly wouldn't betray my people by falling for a blonde man who is nothing more than a replication of my long-lost father. All of her uncertainties welled inside her. As much as she hated fighting with Maverick, she had to ask someone. She had to. She had to know what the truth was. She picked at a pebble on the ground and then tossed it to the side. Rachiah said Mom, I mean. He said that she wouldn't let him see me. Do you think that's the truth? Maverick took a deep breath and snarled. Really? After what he did to you? How can you give anything he said any slice of credibility? You should have asked Mom and Dad. They would have told you. They don't want to hide anything. Not from you. Not from me. When are you going to start acting like this family matters? He slid his gaze up and down her form. MT pushed himself to a standing position and studied her once more. I'm done with you. You straighten out your situation with Mom and Dad and we'll have something to talk about. I don't even care if you're full Salish or not. I don't care if you stick to the traditions. I don't care if you marry a white man. But you will respect our parents. You will respect the Two-Claw name. Or you can get your butt off this reservation." He didn't wait for a reply. He stormed to the truck and drove away, exhaust blowing behind him. With that, MT demanded better from Reikia than she had ever demanded from herself. Chapter 16. Damon. Damon straddled the fold-up chair set at an angle in the kitchen at Bella Acres. He nodded at Stephanie, Nate's sister, when she handed him a bottle of root beer. Cold condensation dripped down the side of the glass and Damon leaned his head back to take a drink. In time for Kyle, another cousin, to punch him in the stomach hard enough to leave an impression. "Oh." Damon's grunt echoed in his bottle. He lowered it, laughing. "You're a jerk. What has you in such a good mood?" His cousin lived with bugs. Kyle's fiancée, Sherry, was an entomologist. She also had MT's lovesick attention. Kyle didn't have any reason to be in a good mood and his competition for Sherry's attention had 8 legs and about the same number of eyes. Maybe. Damon didn't like to talk bugs with Sherry because she became impassioned and a little creepy with her love of the insects. Kyle was around that all the time. Not to mention, Kyle's mere presence on the reservation brought MT and his gang out to follow him around as his shadows. All of that should keep Kyle's good moods at bay. I'm not going to lie, I can barely hold in my excitement that she said yes. I know I already told you, but just in case you didn't catch it. Sherry said yes. He grinned broadly and then tapped the table. I'm also extremely happy to announce that I found out before coming here that I don't have to have the termite nest in the glass case inside my kitchen anymore. Sherry found a home for it with one of her other coworkers. Termites are ugly. Have you seen them? They are ugly. Try staring at them when you're trying to drink or eat. Kyle shuddered, claiming the seat beside Damon. How you been? Ryland said you were driving all over Kingdom, come for some girl. Kyle winked. Everyone knew Rachiah wasn't just some girl. She was Cyan and Sherry's best friend. That alone made her part of the family. But with Damon's interest, her worth skyrocketed. He shook his head. Yeah, that girl. He kept his voice low since he was trying to talk to just Kyle, but with all of the family members there at the house, it was hard keeping things private. Jareth tapped a spoon on the table to get everyone's attention. They were all gathered there, except for Nate. Over by the far wall, Cyan sat with Sherry and Hannah. Stephanie bustled around the kitchen, where Emma usually was. Or Emma used to be. That would be a hard hole to fill and Damon couldn't believe Hannah was even trying. Ryland threw something at the youngest Trail's cousin and she threw something back. Clearing his throat, Jareth looked around the room. I know Nate's missing. I don't know where he went. Has anyone heard from him? Has anyone heard from him and promised they wouldn't say anything? Now is the time to break such promises. Jareth braced his hands on the end of the long dark table. He had been forced to slip into the leadership role Nate usually filled. The responsibility had taken its toll and lines framed Jareth's eyes with worry and stress. The sight of Stephanie and Hannah in the kitchen brought tears to Damon's eyes. Emma usually worked magic around the kitchen, making drinks for everyone, laughing as she pushed on your shoulder to hand you something. She used to make cookies, jams, and jellies. Hannah was the chef, but Emma brought life to any room she was in. Her death was still too raw. Damon glanced around the dining room and couldn't help noticing everyone avoided looking in the kitchen. They all seemed to be having a hard time focusing on Jareth. Nate had let them down. True, his heart was hurting. He'd had his other half ripped from him at way too young of an age, but he didn't have to take himself away from his family, too. No one could find him or reach him, which made it almost seem like they had lost him as well. With Nate gone, we need to know what to do. I'll continue on as leader and get us some jobs, But we need to figure out some things. Do we go after Nate? Do we leave it? Thankfully, Stephanie and Drake bought Bella Acres, so we still have a home. Thank you, guys. Jareth nodded at Drake, who leaned against the wall by the stairs. Drake leaned forward, his arms crossed over his chest. We want to raise bison. I know there's been talk before and Nate tried raising some a while back, but the investment was too high of a requirement. He didn't have the cash flow to back it and he lost that herd. I'm ready to order my first batch to start a new herd. We need to hire a bunch of men for the winter. If the trails are interested, we would love to have you guys here. He jerked his head towards the barn. I'm even upgrading the barn and loft. It's guaranteed to be better than anywhere else. He winked at Stephanie and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small box. But only if Stephanie agrees to marry me. Gasping, Hannah dropped a pan of biscuits onto the counter, her eyes growing wide as she stared at Drake and her sister. What? Stephanie covered her mouth with her hand, blinking back tears. When did you? I don't. I know, it's too fast. I don't want to hear any lectures about it. When I know, I know. Marry me. These big lugs need something to talk about. Drake moved across to the kitchen and pulled her in his arms. Marry me, Stephanie. Let's give Bella Acres some happy memories. Please. The rest of the room stared in amazement and then hooped and hollered for a solid 3 minutes, clapping each other on the back. And yelling at Stephanie to say yes. Stephanie stared up at Drake, her eyes bright and her smile wide. She wrinkled her eyes and pushed at his chest. Yes, absolutely, yes. She kissed him, slipping her arms around his neck. She pulled away, real tears dripping down her cheeks. If only Nate were here. I know. Drake pushed his forehead to hers, and they closed their eyes. To give them some privacy, the merriment of the rest of the group sobered, and they returned to the problems at hand. Facing Jareth, Damon gritted his teeth. What were they supposed to do to get the rest of the trails together and working on a common goal? Watching Drake's proposal to Stephanie had done something to Damon's insides. He couldn't help thinking he could do better for Reikia. But that wasn't possible. He wasn't interested in that kind of a commitment. He was pulling back. He had to in order to protect her from the hard reality of a broken heart. Wasn't that what he was protecting himself from? But Nate. If Nate came home and found us working here, Kyle draped his arm around Sherry's shoulder. Won't he feel betrayed? Ryland half rose from his seat. With a finger thrusting towards the table, his voice rose in volume. Nate feels betrayed? Nate? He's not the only one who lost Emma. He wasn't abandoned. We need him. And he left. When had Damon's brother become so angry with their cousin? Damon had no idea he cared as much as he did. Which just went to show Damon how distracted he'd been with his own issues around Rachiah, the Metcalfs, and Maverick. Jareth waved a finger towards Ryland, nodding his head. Ryland, I'm gonna send you to get him. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. If Ryland was that mad at Nate, he might be the best choice to send. Someone with a determination to put the family back together was exactly what it would take. Ryland jerked his chin upwards. You might not get him back alive. His last word ended on a growl. The important thing we need to keep in mind is he made the choice to leave. We didn't force him to. He's going to have to make the choice to come back. Jareth shrugged, hurt in the lines around his mouth. I feel just as betrayed as you guys. He glanced at Cyan. But if anything happened to Cyan, I don't know that I could stick around either. I would need time to heal. If I could even heal. Cyan smiled through tears, her hands pressed over her still small stomach. We have to go get him. We have to bring him back. Ryland wouldn't let it go. I'm not going to sit around, waiting for him to decide if he's ready to come back or not. What if he never does? We'll be fractured forever. That can't be allowed. But then it clicked for Damon. The honest truth was he'd been mad at Reikia for putting herself in danger and not listening to him. Overall, though, it was her choice. She'd called him for help, she had reached out. He gave her help. Everything was centered around choice. He couldn't make her do anything. Everything came back to choice. Just like he couldn't make Melissa kill herself. Course, he probably had a part in it. Maybe. He probably had a huge part in it. He chose to hurt Melissa enough, she considered killing herself. He had to face that. He had to own his decisions. That had been his choice. Just like he had to let Reikia own hers. No, Nate has to come back on his own. We can't force it. Damon's soft voice reached his brother as he placed a hand on his shoulder. We can't force him, Ryland. I wouldn't dream of forcing you to do anything you didn't want to. Ryland shrugged Damon's hand off his shoulder. You don't get it. I am being forced to deal with something I don't want to. None of us want to. Why does Nathan get to run away from this pain when the rest of can't? It's not fair, and he needs to be here with us. He brought Emma into this family, and he ran when we lost her. That's his fault. We shouldn't have to suffer for his choices. And we are suffering, Damon. I know. We all are. I'm so sorry. Damon pulled his brother in his arms. He didn't know how else to soften the pain everyone was going through when he himself was wrapped up in the jagged edges of sorrow. He had to accept the truth. Reikia and Melissa weren't the same person. The feelings he had for Reikia had nothing to do with Melissa. The realization sucked the breath out of him. He loved Reikia. As much as he hated to commit to anyone, she wasn't anyone. She was someone he would drop everything to save. She was someone he would try anything to make sure she felt loved, to convince her of her value. Her worth was mighty. He wanted to spend the rest of his life convincing her of that. To make his realization bittersweet, separating Melissa and Reikia in his head and heart made the grief more palpable. Melissa had died. Because of him. Because of actions he'd taken. Until he could get that straight in his head and find forgiveness somehow, he probably couldn't show love to Reikia the way she deserved it. How long would he allow Melissa to haunt him? How long would he haunt himself? How long would the rest of the family have to be haunted by the pain of losing a loved one? And just how much was the Metcalf family still hurting? Chapter 17. Reikia. After the wake-up call from MT, Reikia's pride hurt. What was she supposed to do? She suddenly had the overwhelming urge to see her mom. An instinct she'd fought for a long time. But that close to her childhood home, Reikia wasn't able to fight the pull any longer. It was a whole lot easier to fight it from a few hundred miles away. The walk to the Two Claw residence wasn't far. The reservation wasn't overly large. Reikia covered the mile quickly. She stood at the end of their driveway, staring at the home. She had avoided the house for a while and she barely recognized it. On some level deep inside, she recognized it as home. Reikia had been raised there, taught there, loved there. She'd betrayed her family inside those walls, and she'd never felt so humbled in her life. She couldn't go inside, or even try knocking yet. Everything still hurt. She would love to try calling Damon, but remembered he was mad at her. Taking a deep breath, she nodded softly. Time to go fix things with her mom. She needed her mom and she wasn't going to deny it any longer. Trudging her feet, she approached the porch. The palms of her hands were damp and her head pounded. Pausing in front of the front door, Reikia lifted her hand and froze. Taking a deep breath, she knocked and pressed her lips together. She wasn't nervous about seeing her mom. She was nervous about the responsibility she was going to have to take for how she treated her parents. MT was right. She had acted like a spoiled brat. The door swung open, revealing Jewel with her hair plaited to the side and turquoise drop earrings dangling from her lobes. She wiped her hands on a towel embroidered with feathers. An overwhelming surge of melancholy rushed through Rachiah. She missed her mom. Sometimes a girl just plain needed her mom. Jewel's face lit up. Rachiah. I'm so glad to finally see you. Come in, come in. Are you with anyone? She glanced behind Rachiah as her daughter walked inside. Who was she expecting? Hadn't Maverick told their mother the condition he'd found Rachiah in? Broken and sad? Rachiah shook her head, folding her arms across her stomach. I'm alone. She glanced around the well-lit home. Can we talk? With her eyebrows knit, Jewel nodded toward the living room. Of course, come on in. Let me run and start the dishwasher. I was just loading it. Rachiah nodded, removing her shoes. She slid them into place beside the bench at the front of the house. Wearing shoes inside the two-claw home was like slapping them across the face. You didn't do it. She went into the living room, still nervous, maybe more so with how welcoming and unrestricted her mother seemed. Her mother acted like they had just seen each other the other day. Jewel came into the living room, taking a deep breath and laughing. I was just telling your father how nice it would be to see you before the holidays. She grinned and sat on the couch with one leg drawn up. With one arm across the back of the couch, she settled into her seat. So, tell me what you've been doing and who you've met. She waited with expectation as if Rachiah never had left in anger. Rachiah sat down, shoving her fingers under her thighs. She leaned forward to get her bearings. I've been everywhere, Mom. All over. I searched Montana, Idaho, and into Wyoming for Rachiah. The mention of the man's name drained Jewel of any happiness. Her smile disappeared and her eyes grew cold. She folded her arms across her chest and swallowed. And did you find him? The happiness had even left her voice, forcing it to become monotone and dull, flat. Rachiah's own voice tightened. She had to get her experience out. She didn't want to accuse her mom, but at the same time, how else was she supposed to find out? Yeah, I found him. It was awful. She blinked back tears as the truth fell from her mouth. At first, I was so excited when he finally admitted I was his daughter. I thought, this is it, I found him. Found the one that could tell me who I am. This was after he rejected me and lied about who he was. Then he came and found me at a cafe I was working at and said I was the one. He let me stay at his house and said he cared about me. He said you kept us apart all these years. I was so mad at you. Rachiah's voice fell into a whisper and she dropped her gaze to her lap. She didn't stop. She didn't want for a reaction from her mother. If she didn't get the rest out, she'd never let it out. And then I was going to make him dinner. I was so excited. I thought we could get to know each other. But he came back and stole my things, dug through my bag. 2 guys showed up and Rachiah, he tried to trade me for drugs. And said he didn't care if I was his daughter, I was just redskin, trash. She hiccuped on the words spewing from her like poison and wiped the tears from her face. Gasping, Jewel scooted closer and put her hand on Rachiah's back. She pulled her daughter to her chest for a moment, letting the tears come as she whispered, I'm sorry. But Rachiah didn't want consolation. She didn't deserve comfort. She just wanted answers. She wanted the hurt to go away. Confusion blinded her from understanding how she felt about anything. How could you hide my father from me? The truth? I'm not true Salish. I'm nothing. Jewel pulled her hand back and folded it in her lap. Her voice was strangled. He's not your father. Not for sure. I was young and met him off reservation. I was supposed to marry your father the next day. It was an arranged marriage. I rebelled. I had a one-night stand with a young man who was charming and handsome for a brief moment. Rachiah wasn't anything important. He was just some blonde drifter who used to make me feel like I had some control in my life. He's on the birth certificate. I don't understand. He said you guys were in a relationship. He said you pushed him away. Reikia stared at her mom as if the answers couldn't add up and there was no way she could make them fit. Dad and I were fighting. I was close to having you, about a week away, and your father and I got in a fight about something completely stupid. I still can't remember what it was. I went to my parents' house. Grandpa was welcoming, but he didn't understand what I was crying about. So, when I finally told him I had done something bad before we got married, he wasn't happy with me. He went to find Rachiah and forced him to put his name on the birth certificate, to shame me. I told my dad I didn't want to be Salish. Tears flowed freely down her smooth cheeks. I was so young, so stupid. Your dad and I hadn't had a chance to really get to know each other. He was working all the time trying to save money so we could have a house. He's Kootenai, as you know. She rubbed her hands down her face. The Kootenai tribe was a neighboring tribe in the stack of North Idaho. An arranged marriage between the two tribes would have garnered much respect for both families in their tribes. The revelation burned even more confusion through Reikia. She tried not to sob. Leaning forward, she put her face in her hands. Who am I? What am I? You're my daughter. You're a daughter to Two Claw, sister to Maverick. You're a great friend and an adventurer. Anything else is up to you. Her mom returned her arm around Reikia's shoulders and squeezed her close. You define you, no one else. Nothing else. Skin color doesn't decide who are. Your actions decide that. Am I Salish still? That defines so much of her, had always made most of the decisions for her. Who she married had to be Salish. Where she went to school was on the Salish reservation. Jobs, lived, the list went on and on. Of course, but you can't live your life tied to the expectations of your family. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to me. I'm in love with your father and I'm grateful for the life I have with him. Arranged marriage was right for me. It isn't necessarily right for you. Jewel studied Reikia as they both leaned forward. Be with whomever you want, Reikia. I know about Damon Johnson. Reikia lifted her face, slightly shaking her head. He doesn't know what he wants. You want him, right? It wasn't accusatory or judgmental. It was a plain question from a mother to a daughter. Reikia was grateful for it. What if he didn't have any of the strings attached to him? What if nothing was wrong with her wanting him? What if nothing was wrong with her going off reservation and finding someone she cared about? In that moment, none of it mattered. Not with her mom sitting beside her on the couch, reassuring her that she'd be loved no matter what. MT stood at the door, arms folded over his chest. When had he come in? Who cares what he wants? That Johnson didn't even care when I told him about Melissa killing herself. He's just another white guy. Don't waste your time, Reikia. You can do better than him. Shaking her head, Reikia stood, clutching her fingers into her palms. You told him that? Why? Knowing that would destroy Damon. His sensitive side wasn't on display for anyone but her. Damon didn't need to know. With you and your accusations and recriminations, it's no wonder no one befriends you. Jewel stood, holding out a hand toward each of her children. That's enough. Maverick, you're going to stop treating your sister like that. She can do whatever she wants. You'll do whatever you need to do. I want you both to be happy. Ignore the demands of this tribe. You be happy in your life. Both of you. Maverick, do you hear me? He jerked away from her, glaring as he turned to stare out the window. Not everything is as easy as saying it. Love heated through Reikia. Love and regret. Mom, I've missed you. I'm so sorry I did that to you. I should have just asked you and Dad. Maverick pointed out how I've acted. I still need to figure out what I'm doing. Thank you for always being here for me. She wiped her eyes again and leaned forward to pull her mom into a hug. I owe you, Dad, and Maverick a huge apology. MT watched with a smug smirk on his face, his anger easily beneath the surface, but covered with a haughty pride. Reikia just rolled her eyes at him and mouthed silently, "Brat." She had to find Damon. He would probably be upset, blaming himself. That was most likely what was wrong with him when she'd seen him earlier at the house. He internalized a lot, and that was one thing he wouldn't be able to shrug off. The evening was coming inexorably closer, with the sun beginning to fade behind the mountains. She turned back to MT before she left. "MT, can you give me a ride?" He tossed her the keys to his truck. "Here. I'm not going anywhere until tomorrow morning. Make sure my rig is in the drive before I get up." He still lived with their parents. The expansive home gave him plenty of space to be with his parents as well as to live his own life. Rachiah drove the short distance back to her old place ere Damon and Rylan stayed. She parked MT's truck and half-jogged to the front door. Knocking, she waited, jiggling the keys in her hand. Damon swung the door open, leaning against the panel as he swayed. He focused his eyes and squinted. "Wow, I was just thinking about you. I must be drunker than I thought." He tilted a bottle of beer towards her. The sight of the alcohol concerned her. He wasn't a drinker. "Damon, have you been drinking?" Why did she state the obvious? She had no idea. She didn't want to go inside if he'd been drinking. She wasn't a fan of alcohol. "Do you want to go for a drive?" He nodded, shuffling to stand on the patio beside her. He took another swig and glanced at her from the side. "Look at you, Melissa. All grown up. You. Well, I don't even have the words." "Melissa." He called her Melissa. MT's revelation must have sent him spiraling. Concern washed over Rachiah. "Come on, let's go get your truck. You know, I'm not Melissa." Last time she'd been there, he'd tossed his keys onto the side table by the door when he'd come in for lunch. She poked her head in and grabbed them from the surface. She grabbed his arm and led him to his truck sitting in the drive. There was no way she was going to take a drunk Damon in Maverick's truck. If he got sick, MT would never forgive her. She was still trying to get redemption from the last mistake she'd made. Rachiah took the bottle from Damon and pushed him toward the passenger side. She rounded the truck and climbed into the driver's seat. After he got in and closed the door, she started the engine and drove them the short distance to the lookout bluff. She parked and watched as Damon pulled out a flask from the glove compartment, something she never knew he had in there. He twisted at the top and took a drink. They stared out over the valley, mountains framing the plains with a fuzzy outline that grew fuzzier as the sun descended behind them. "I didn't mean to hurt you. There's this girl and she's like you. And then I met your dad. And your grandma. Your grandma is dead. Did you know she's dead? She's dead. But you're dead. Have you seen your grandma? She was nice." His eyes were red-rimmed and he slumped into the seat. His vulnerability tugged at Rachiah. He was falling apart in front of her and she had no idea how to fix him. "You know, it's not your fault, right? She didn't die because of you. You know that, right?" She turned to the side, watching him carefully. He apparently didn't hear her. His eyes drooped shut and his hand with the flask fell to the side. Rachiah stared at him as the soft glub-glub filled the air. The flask liquid spilled down the interior side of the truck. Good move not taking Maverick's truck. She wouldn't leave Damon. The realization she would do anything for him slapped her across the face. She was falling for him, and fast. He thought of her as Melissa. Reikia didn't want to be anyone but herself. She wanted to be loved for herself. Isn't that what every woman wants? Chapter 18. Damon. Opening his eyes with the early morning sun right in his line of sight was painful. What time was it? The sun was barely coming over the mountain range. Maybe 5? He didn't even remember going to sleep. Damon blinked, squeezing his eyes shut as tight as he could. He wiped his mouth, the cotton sensation heavy and thick. Oh, that was painful. He shifted on the bench seat of his truck, peering around, and working his tongue to get rid of the numb sensation. Why was he in the passenger seat? He glanced to his left and blinked again as if a mirage had appeared before him. Rachiah? What are you doing here? Oh, his head. What had he done? He must have passed out sometime, but when had he gotten in his truck? When had Reikia met him? Why was she in the driver's seat? There were too many questions, and none of them were getting answered. She sat rigidly on the front seat, her hands tight on the steering wheel. Tears streamed down her face. And from the looks of her puffy cheeks and swollen eyes, she'd been crying for a while. Are you okay? Where are we? Damon searched the truck for a sign of injury, or a letter or something, anything that would tell him what was wrong. Did I do something? What did I do? Reikia hiccuped, shaking her head. I'm not her. She slammed her hand on the steering wheel in tune with her words. Confusion stilled Damon. What? Who are you talking about? Melissa Metcalf. Reikia wouldn't look at him, which freaked Damon out even more. Why were they talking about Melissa? Damon didn't want to bring that name up, not when his pain hadn't blurred completely from the night before. I know that. He spoke slowly as he tried to figure out what he'd missed. Where was she going with that? He hadn't told anyone but Ryland that he felt like they were similar. Even Ryland wasn't completely aware of how similar they'd been at first in Damon's mind. Where would Reikia get that from? No, you thought I was her last night. She quieted, as if a calm had spread over her just speaking the words. She reached up, wiping her face dry as she sniffed. Devastation crashed over Damon. He stuttered. I don't. It's. Look, Reikia, I realized yesterday, he sighed, anxiety reprimanding him from the inside out. I care for you. More than I could ever care about. Wait, I'm not her. I'm tired of being expected to be something and failing. I can't forgive you for her. I can't be her for you when you need it. I need to be me. I won't be defined by other people. Even splotchy, her skin was smooth and he longed to caress it. No, It doesn't matter. He slumped forward in defeat. What? What doesn't matter? I think we have reached a point in our relationship where anything matters. Everything matters. Reikia faced him, gripping the seat back with one hand while holding onto the steering wheel with the other. You're Salish. Pleading with her to care about him wouldn't get him anywhere. Having hope was torturous, and he didn't want to face the crash that would happen when she went off to be with someone else, whoever her family had chosen for her. That doesn't matter. Pretend we're just two people in this car, nothing else matters. Say it. Her eyes pleaded with him for something, but what if what he said wasn't what she wanted? He swallowed. Was he ready to tell her something he just recently was able to figure out for himself? If he didn't say it, if he didn't yell it to the skies, he might explode. What if she rejected him? What if she couldn't feel the same way? If he said it and she didn't feel the same way, he'd be devastated. He had to take that chance, because living like he was hurt too much. I love you. I didn't think I could love anyone like this. It's almost painful. The more I get to know you and see you and be around you, the more my heart aches for you. The fact I might not get to keep you because of your family or because of your culture hurts. It's a pain I don't want to claim. Somehow, they'd crossed the few inches between them and their heads were close, knees touching. Her heat permeated his flesh where they touched. She searched his face for truth. Really? I'm not even sure who my dad is. I'm not driven or ambitious. I'm not particularly special in any way. How can you want me? How can you love me? Surprised that she really didn't see her value, he spoke with passion. You are more than all of that to me. I don't need driven. I don't need ambition. I need loyal. I need steady. I need a woman who cares about me. I need someone who I don't need to control. I can't make decisions for you, but I can be your protector, your provider, your partner, your best friend. I can be all of that and more. I refuse to define who you are. I won't take your decisions, and I won't try to fit you into a mold. We just need to be ourselves. That's all I want. Reikia covered her mouth with her hand. Delightful tears sparkled in her eyes. You like me as I am? I love you like you are. Damon lost his ability to speak. His throat froze. What if she didn't love him? Not that it was something that was even an issue. MT had made it painfully clear Reikia and Damon would never be allowed. Reikia placed her hand on Damon's knee. She leaned close to whisper in his ear, I might love you, too. She pulled back and winked at him. Damon growled and reached forward, tickling her at her waist. Oh, you think you're funny, do you? He pulled her onto his lap, cradling her with their faces close, connected at the cheeks. Will you be happy with me? I can't imagine being anything else. Reikia leaned up, framing his face with her hands. She slowly moved his face down to hers, and their lips melded together with the promise of tomorrow. All of their pain forgotten. Nothing else mattered but each other. Epilogue. Reikia. Reikia. Cyan and Sherry rushed her as she and Damon walked into the dining area of Bella Acres. A large Thanksgiving dinner was spread out on a hodgepodge collection of tables and fancy tablecloths with turkey, dressing, gravy, and mashed potatoes. Painted squash decorated the centers of the tables. The friends wrapped their arms around each other. Sherry pulled back and laughed. It's like the first Thanksgiving. Reikia rolled her eyes and laughed. Damon shot her a questioning glance and Reikia answered. We tell the joke every year. I'm Native American and I'm eating dinner with a bunch of white people. This happens when you mix cultures. The girls laughed and Reikia squeezed Damon's fingers in hers. They all claimed their seats and Stephanie squeezed Reikia's shoulder as she passed. She leaned down. I'm so glad you could make it. Thank you. Reikia hadn't been sure how welcome she'd be in the Montana Trails family, but they'd melded around her like she'd always been part of the group. Damon unfolded the cloth napkin into his lap and glanced around the table, then looked toward the front door. Where's Ryland? Are we waiting for him? Damon had told Reikia he'd been on strained terms with his younger brother for a little while. He wanted to clear the air with him while they were together for the holidays. Jareth shook his head and brandished a long knife and two-pronged fork. No. He left early yesterday to go find Nate. He's determined to have this family back together. Cyan leaned toward Reikia and whispered under her breath. I think Ryland has a drinking problem, but assuage. Worry colored her gaze, and she looked toward Jareth again. Reikia pressed her lips together. If Ryland spiraled, Damon would do whatever it took to save him. She would have to help in any way she could. Let's take each other's hands, and I'd like to start by saying how grateful I am for each of you. Our family is a blessing, and I'm so glad to be a part of it. He nodded toward Drake. Thank you for having us, Drake and Stephanie. Worry creased the lines at the corners of Damon's eyes. Reikia squeezed his hand and shot him a reassuring smile. He would worry about Ryland. They all would. But the trails were wild until they were settled, and they all had a path to travel. Maybe as Ryland traveled his, he'd be able to return Nate to the fold and they would all be together again. They could hope. Hope was the best thing about their family. Hope in the face of adversity. Reikia had to deal with so much. I'm so glad Damon was there for her. I hope they can help each other and the rest of their families as they face the future. There's a lot of healing that the Montana trails need to do. I hope you'll continue joining them.